XT version, which increases their performance and control. These upgrades will be immensely helpful in battle in the official version of Livik. The official version of Livik has new ways to acquire supplies. When starting a match, an advanced supply zone will spawn randomly on the map. These areas have more supplies and shop tokens than any other place on the map. Naturally, the advanced supply zone will also attract more enemies. If you're confident in your shooting skills, come to the zone and fight for supplies. In the official release version of Livik, we've added random crates, treasure maps, wild berries, soccer challenge, vehicle ramp challenges, zip lines, airdrop markers, and other fun gameplay and mechanics. We hope these new mechanics will give you extra rewards, allow you to have even more fast-paced and exciting battles, and provide you with diverse sources of enjoyment. What's more, Livik's iconic volcano is getting ready to erupt again after many years of dormancy. When the volcano erupts, remember to be careful and take evasive action. The new PUBG Mobile Evangelion themed mode is coming soon. This mode features a special blue zone mechanic to make battles faster and more exciting. The 6th Angel has invaded Erangel. Witness the might of the Angel up close, watch EVA Unit 01 battle the Angel, and pick up supplies from the defensive fortress. This epic battle is about to take place right before your eyes. Experience this map in ranked mode now. In Erangel and Miramar, both for ranked and unranked mode, we've added a new item called the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. When deployed, the Emergency Pickup generates a hot air balloon. The balloon rises into the air, signaling a rescue plane to come pick you up. When you tap the plane, it'll pick you up and carry you towards the center of the play zone. You can choose to jump out at any time, if you see a safe area that you prefer to land in. It's also worth noting that when you're in the blue zone, even if you're in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully about using the emergency pickup. In the new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've adjusted how the recall feature is displayed to make it easier to read. At the same time, we've added new quick chat messages and defeat markers to facilitate communication between teammates. When a defeated player is recalled, their view from the plane has been improved to make it easier to observe the battlefield. To enrich the gaming experience even more, we've added a haptic feedback system to the new version. When haptic feedback is enabled, you'll feel haptic feedback for various actions taken in the game. Real-time haptic feedback can be enabled for weapons, vehicles, character statuses, sound visualizations, and other triggers, giving you a more immersive experience of the game. Keep in mind that you can adjust the quality of the haptics in settings, and also adjust the strength of the haptics and customize them for different combat scenarios. With this much control, there's no need to worry about strong haptic feedback affecting your performance. In version 2.0, we've implemented a series of improvements to the control experience. The decline feature for follow requests now stays in effect for the whole match, and the collapse feature has been added to the item bar of the backpack. The buttons for graffiti and emotes have been merged in matches, and you can now bring even more emotes into a match. We've also adjusted the transparency of mark messages and the size of the throwable and consumable wheels. The display effects of the elimination messages and tips have also been made more obvious and clear. At the same time, in-match notices now appear when certain actions take place. We hope all of this helps your team perform even better in battle. As for in-match communication, enemies behind obstacles can now be marked with quick voice messages. The chat area has been enlarged, and new marked messages are displayed at the top to make it more convenient to communicate with teammates. In terms of weapon-related improvements, we've increased the hit damage ratio and range damage of the shotgun, slightly increased the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun, and improved the overall balance of weapons. Improvements have also been made to the smoke grenade effects, weapons animations against walls, the marking feature, and sprint controls to give you a smoother gaming experience. The new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers, and no changes have been made for Gold tier and above. At the same time, we've added themed core circle missions, commemorative titles, exclusive rewards that can be unlocked by collecting crates. We've also prepared many great new season rewards. Best wishes for ranking up and winning more rewards in the new season. And don't worry, we haven't forgotten about Cheer Park. In the new version, we've added a mini soccer field and a 4-seat wingman to Cheer Park. Invite your friends to experience it together. If you'd like to know more about PUBG Mobile, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Hope you all have a great time in the new version. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. PUBG Mobile 2.0 Classic Mode Improvements. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.0 is now available. In this video, we'll introduce some updates to Classic Mode. We hope you like them. Emergency Pickup. In both the ranked and unranked mode, Erangel and Miramar apps, we've added a new mobility item, the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. Deploying the emergency pickup takes a little bit of time. Once deployed, a hot air balloon beacon will be launched into the air as a beacon to guide the aircraft. Once the beacon is launched, you'll need to tap attach before the plane arrives in order to be lifted into the air. It can carry up to 4 players at a time, and you can choose to jump at any time in the air to reach the play zone. It's a new strategic mechanic that allows you to move around quickly with your teammates and also gather battlefield intel from high up in the sky. With the help of players' ingenuity, the emergency pickup can be used in actual combat to create more thrilling scenarios. It's also worth noting that as long as you're in the blue zone, even if you're up in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully before using the emergency pickup. Tier adjustment. An all-new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, and Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers. There's no change for Gold tier and above. We wish all players the best. Recall optimization. In this new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've made some adjustments to the recall mechanic. We've also added a quick chat message, "I'll recall our teammates," and mini-map death markers to facilitate communication between teammates. Recalled players will have a clearer view of the battleground from the plane. The thing you'll need to remember is, in the Evangelion and Livik themed mode, as long as you have a recall remaining, you'll respawn automatically when you're defeated. Your teammates won't have to recall you from a recall tower. In the ranked version of the Livik map in Classic mode, the recall mechanic will be added as a limited-time event feature. Haptic feedback system. In order to enhance players' immersion in the game, we've added an interactive haptic feedback system to the new version. The various actions of in-game players will be reflected through vibration and haptics, further enhancing the game's immersive experience. When players interact with weapons and vehicles, interactive feedback will be transmitted to players in real time in the form of device vibrations, allowing players to experience differences in different interactive environments. When a player enters different states such as running, jumping, and being attacked, the device's vibration allows them to better feel the difference in their own state. Even when the mini-map is marked with footsteps, vehicle sounds, and gunshots, the haptic feedback system will also react in real time. The haptic feedback system has 2 quality settings, high and low, and needs to be enabled in settings. At the same time, players can also set the vibration strength and customize the haptics under different combat scenarios. Do keep in mind that high quality requires a device with compatible hardware before it can be enabled. Firearm optimization. For firearms, we focused on adjusting the shotgun's attributes, increasing its hit damage ratio and range to damage, and slightly increasing the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun. At the same time, S12K's capacity has been expanded to 10 rounds, and S1897's bolt action speed has also been improved. We hope that this series of adjustments will improve players' experience with shotguns. General improvements. We've also made tons of optimizations to improve players' general gameplay experience. Now, when players drag the sprint button, accuracy is further improved. The movement of players holding weapons close to walls has also become smoother and more natural. At the same time, in the new version, players will be able to mark shops, recall towers, and zip lines, improving communication and teamwork efficiency among teammates. From a visual perspective, we've also optimized and adjusted the smoke grenades effect. Well, that's it for improvements to the Classic mode in PUBG Mobile 2.0. We highly encourage you to play and see what it's like for yourself. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile, please follow our official community. See you next time!
flanks by sundown. Tiger with fight on alone. That's what we've been done. Waving flags by sundown. Tiger with fight on alone. That's what we've been done.
Yeni sezon yeni heyecan bu takımı bu bak inancada. Benim yerim senin yanın ve battle ground'dayız olay tamam.
عيوبنا مفضوحة هربت خلعت كسرت في الابواب فريقي جاهز حاضر متمكن من كل شي عطبات رح كون الشخص الوحيد اللي باقي اقوى من هيك مقلع ملك وماشي متربع على عرشي ما انا هيك PUBG واجبتي صفقة تمت في علمي من تاني موسم يا عيني تحفيز وتطوير لاني زعيم عظيم من 4 سنين بلا وحدة لوحدة برسم باسمي للمهرج ودورنا قرب كامل التسحين
Satu persatu jatuh, collect another one. Kuasai lapangan, sing ada lawan. Jangan tes, coba les, guess. Langkah gue tembakan masuk, nadi gue SS. Gue bisa tahu musuh kena mental, main pada panik, nyali pada mental. Squad selalu siap, beda jam terbang, raja terakhir, makan ayam bang. Pada camping, modal scoping, banyak setting, lama looting, lupa healing, pakai karbin, gila ranking, gue last king. All I do is win, all I do is win. Bendera putih, lo yang kibarin, taking over the game. Squad lain gue ratain, biar history winning streak gue yang jelasin.
Wow, wow, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol. Eu enfrentando a batalha sozinho. Wow, wow, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol. Ao pôr do sol, sempre ligeiro, verdadeiro. Meu compadre, meu squad, espalhado pelo mundo inteiro. Nós sempre almeja o topo, se correr nós alveja. Não importa o quanto difícil seja, fazemos o dobro. Se tiver na mira, se retira ou não mexe, pode ter que ele se respira e não pira. Sabe, eu tenho dó de ti. Falta essência lutando pela sobrevivência. I answer red shot. Inimigos diluindo, olha o tiro vindo, olha o tiro lindo. Sigo sempre evoluindo, existente mesmo sendo transparente. Persistente, insistente, a dificuldade me fez resistente. Humildade e perseverança, lealdade te traz segurança sem maldade, senão você dança pras crianças obter esperança. Me veja brilhar, me veja brilhar.
Face mâini cu win, știi că sunt bun la asta. Când vine cade pe mine, da, sunt pregătit. Fără ajutorul mamei știi că pot să o duc la cap. Emoțiile au dispărut, dar pericolul e prezent.
Ortalık karışabilir ve de buna karşılık verebilirim inan ki. Ne vakit sanki. Her taraf alevler içinde kalır. Hep adil bir savaş oynanır. Sonunda hak eden olur.
Hi everyone, welcome to PUBG Mobile's Step Forward launch.
Hello, I'm Ray. Welcome everyone.
A while ago, we launched the 4th anniversary themed game mode. Did everyone have fun? Thank you for your continued love and support. In this new year, we'll continue to challenge ourselves and step forward to provide you with more exciting and compelling content. Next, we'll reveal PUBG Mobile's plans for this year. Let's go!
Yeah!
Ray, where do you think this is?
This looks like Livik, but something seems different.
Exactly, because it's the updated Livik map, which will be released in PUBG Mobile 2.0 in early May. Let me show you around. Hold tight. After nearly 22 months of testing, tweaking, and polishing, Livik is finally ready to be officially launched. So what are the differences between the official version and beta version, you may be asking? At PUBG Mobile's exclusive 2x2 sized map, Livik matches are short, fast-paced, and action-packed. The official version of Livik retains most of the elements from the beta version while updating several themed areas, adds a new all-terrain vehicle, and introduces new weapon acquisition methods and interactables. Allow me to walk you through the many features. New themed areas. In the official version, we've updated several themed areas for players to enjoy and explore. At the same time, the distinct architecture and layout of these areas will shape different battle tactics. Players must take advantage of the terrain and adopt different strategies and tactics to increase the chance of victory. Midstein. First of all, we overhauled Midstein. The mix of buildings interspersed with roads and alleyways create a complex urban environment. Here, suppressive fire at vantage points and close-range alleyways will be the focus. Blomster. Blomster has been updated on the map. Wide roads split the area into several sections. Finding the perfect vantage point will be the make or break factor for this area. The newly constructed soccer pitch in Blomster also gives residents a great place for leisurely activities. Spectacular soccer games are held here every day. Come and show off your skills. Logistics Center. The original lumber yard has been upgraded to the new logistics center. Spacious warehouses and container yards ensure the steady supply of goods into Livik. This spacious zone is densely packed with plenty of cover. Players that are able to move fast around tight corners will dominate this area. Iceborg. The new Iceborg rises from a snow-covered plain. A tall church stands solemnly amid loosely aligned buildings. I think this is the perfect place to play hide and seek. New vehicle. Are you geared up and ready to take on these new areas? Despite the small map size, there is still some distance between areas. Never fear, in the official map, we'll be introducing a new all-terrain UTV. Compared to the monster truck, the UTV is more compact, which allows it to not only traverse mountains and hills, but also zip through urban roads and alleyways. The versatility of this vehicle is immeasurable. What's more, it can carry up to 4 passengers. Be sure to explore Livik with your friends once it officially releases. New ways to acquire weapons. Besides new ways of getting around, we've also added new ways of obtaining weapons in the official version. The Livik exclusive XT firearms bring more diversity to players' playstyles. In the beta version, the XT firearms were obtained from crates and airdrops. These methods weren't guaranteed. In the official version, the XT firearms have been added to supply shops in Livik. Some firearms can be upgraded to their XT variant by purchasing the XT upgrade crate from the supply shop. New map features. Advanced Supply Zone. Some players may feel that even though XT firearms can now be purchased in shops, that there's still the pressure to obtain enough tokens. We've added a new way of quickly collecting resources in the new official version. Of course, there is a trade-off to getting high-level resources. Players will have to compete with others in advanced supply zones. After entering a map, an advanced supply zone will randomly appear near the flight path. These zones will be rich in supplies, allowing players to quickly prepare for the match ahead. These zones will attract other players, so skirmishes are unavoidable. If you are confident in your gunslinging skills, I urge you to take the risk. Besides the advanced supply zone, other features that cater to different player styles have been added to the official map. Treasure Hunt. Although players can prepare more quickly in the advanced supply zone, let's not forget that a plethora of crates are peppered throughout Livik. To help players locate these crates, we've added a treasure map to the official version. Players can use the map to mark crates on the minimap. Soccer Challenge. I'm sure you'll stop to admire the soccer pitch when passing through Blomster. Just like the hot springs which can recover energy, the soccer pitch isn't only for show. Players can participate in the scoring challenge and show off their skills. They might just win rewards in the process. High-flying vehicles. If playing soccer is a fun urban activity, then there should also be a fun rural activity. Besides the previously mentioned treasure hunt, we've also introduced vehicle ramps for all the thrill seekers out there. Hit a ramp at high speed to launch into places you can't normally reach on foot and acquire exclusive activity rewards. Zipline. What about high flying without a vehicle? Try out ziplines. Traverse the map quickly by using ziplines. Berry hunt. If you're tired of all the excitement, slow down and enjoy the surroundings. If you look carefully, you might find edible berries that can restore energy. That wraps up my introduction to the official Livik map. I'm sure that the new map will be full of surprises and add to your gaming experience. See you in May for PUBG Mobile 2.0. Look forward to the official version of Livik. How are you feeling, Ray? Step Forward is more than just an update.
Southeast Asia Games. SEA Games has returned to Vietnam after 20 years. PUBG Mobile is proud to be included in the official competition for the first time, becoming one of the 40 medal competition categories.
More specifically, PUBG Mobile had 2 sets of medal at 31st SEA Games.
There will be 17 teams from 9 different countries in the area participate in this esport. Thailand,
Brunei,
Philippines, Myanmar, Malaysia, Laos, Indonesia, Cambodia, and the host, Vietnam.
Individual competition will take place from 16th to 17th of May.
The team competition will start from May 18th to May 22nd.
31st SEA Games.
Next era of greatness.
Stay tuned for SEA Games 31, the PUBG Mobile competition. Broadcast live from May 16 to May 22nd on PUBG Mobile Esports revamped channels. PUBG Mobile, next era of greatness.
Welcome to the next era of greatness. This is, of course, the 31st Southeast Asia Games happening currently in Vietnam for the category of PUBG Mobile Squad. Thank you so much to PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, as well as Lightspeed and Quantum Studios for having this, as well as Virasa and VNG for organizing the tournament as well. We're here back for day number 2 of the Grand Finals. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the gorgeous Choo Choo.
That's over complimenting, but welcome back, everybody. We've seen yesterday, just to recap, it was Philippines and Myanmar Day all along, even though who's also the home country team, which is going to be Vietnam, placed themselves in the top 5 in the last minute. And we haven't seen the other teams by far showing off their faces other than these 3 countries yet. Even the Thais, we mentioned before, they are the Titans. They are one of the most fearsome teams, but apparently having a bit of a hard time when it comes to the first day.
Yeah, some of the teams struggling. Some of the teams that did well in day number in the qualifiers, they kind of struggled in day number 1 as well for the grand finals. But then again, we still have a total of 10 more games to go. Anything can happen. But I don't think anyone can deny yesterday was definitely the day of the Filipinos, like what you said. There were 2 rounds, both of them Miramar. We had an all-Filipino finale. That was insane for them.
That's kind of true. And now we're jumping over to day number 2, which is going to be the redemption days for the team that haven't got themselves any point just yet. Hovering around, we're looking over the players. Are they really ready? We're looking over the seriousness. We can feel the tense in the arena as the players trying to warm up their fingers, trying to make sure their gears and equipment are ready. And some of the team are just staying focused, like Myanmar right now. He's just going to focus what he wants to do today.
Yeah, like what Choo said, right? It was the Myanmar and also the Philippines day yesterday. So they're pretty confident, I'm sure. In fact, if we look at the charts, right? Number 1, number 2 is Philippines, Myanmar. And then we have Philippines, Myanmar. Okay, so it's like Philippines, Myanmar, Philippines, Myanmar. They are dominating the charts at this moment. But of course, it is just the first 5 games. Anything can happen today as well. It could still switch up. If we just look objectively at points, the difference between number 1 and number 2 is 13 points, and number 2 and number 3 is only 2 points, and then followed by 10 points all the way to number 6, same all the way. It's crazy. But here's a little bit of a team lineup update. So QB will be playing today for Malaysia too, and Sonics will be taking a break today.
Hopefully, it will change a lot when it comes to Malaysian second team there. But in the meantime, I do worry if he's more than ready when it comes to he missed out the first day. Everybody build up the momentum, sort of do their revision and study all their opponents when it comes to rotations, when it comes to how they approach towards the circle, they transfer in and out of the circle. At the same time, we're looking at a lot of new updates when it comes to this prestige event. Definitely, SEA Games is not just about the medals, it's also about the guys. You guys watching on the screen right now, it's going to be Livik all day, all new Livik as well.
Yes, all new Livik updated, and if you saw the advertisement during the countdown timer, you would have noticed that Livik now has updated some parts of their maps. It is out of the beta, now it's a full version, especially Midstein, what you can see here on screen. This is basically Midstein. Now he has a football court inside, and there's a new gateway towards Midstein, and this could be, although it looks pretty, it is pretty, but it could prove to be tactically different on how you want to play Midstein for the new Livik. But we also have something more for all of you at home.
It's always more for the viewers at home than the players themselves. For you guys watching, keep on sharing, because this is about your tournament in your country and your pride on the line and at stake as well. Because if we hit the milestone, we can get actually more prizes, including cosmetic items. And also, you guys looking over some Rose backpack. That's pretty cool. I love the bathrobe to combo with the Rose backpack. That would be really insane. Look really cute. But you mentioned previously, Club, we're back to the overall rankings and standing as well when it comes updated. Yes, so you guys have this access as well. If you notice, I think up to 6th and the 7th place, this is where a huge gap has been open in between. So we can see maybe the top 6, if they're consistent today, there's no room for the other teams come from 7th to 16th place to even make it up there.
Yeah, so today the bottom teams, or like what you mentioned, right, 7 onwards, they cannot afford to make all these mistakes. But let's check out what's going to happen and what's in store for us for today. Of course, it won't be too much of a difference as compared to yesterday, but this has been our tournament schedule so far. We started off with an individual stage, and that was done and dusted. Vietnam got the gold on 16 and 17 of May. 19th of May was the qualifier, only a one-day qualifier. We saw Laos to be eliminated, and finally we are at the final stage, day number 2. That is 21st of May for the team category.
Yep, today is the day of the redemption, the 21st. This is very important. Whoever didn't make it yesterday really have to push all out today, because tomorrow will be the day of execution, I call it, because everything will lay out for us to be witnessed by every single player, every single viewer, actually hoping and rooting for your country. Tomorrow will be it. That's going to be the finish. Who got the gold medal, the silver medal, even the bronze medal at this stage. But today, everything still can change. It's the middle bracket that we worry about. Usually, it's always the heated up middle bracket. But when it comes to the top 6, anybody still can able to grab any gold medal if they're consistent on day number 2.
Oh yeah. Even if it's like they're currently at the bottom, right? Let's say we're talking about Laos currently at number 16, we still cannot rule them out just yet, just because we have 10 more games to go. So anything can still happen at the top. The swap can still happen. We've seen that time and time again in countless numbers of PUBG Mobile tournaments. Upsets can happen. So teams like Myanmar, teams like Philippines, they need to be on their toes. Now, Philippines can come up with the wonder run of having two podium spots for a single country. In other, I would say in other esports events in the SEA Games, we do not have that possibility. But for PUBG Mobile, for individual as well as squad, we have that possibility. And now Philippines, they are in the running for it.
And you guys have been wondering around about the point system for the 31st SEA Game itself. It's going to be the usual point system that I always use in the Pro League as well. The first place with 15 points, which is going to be the chicken dinner. Second place with the 12 points. Third place 10 points. Fourth place 8 points, fifth place with 6 points, sixth place with 4 points, seventh place with 2 points, 8 to 12th place with only 1 point, 13 to 16 with nothing in their hands except if they got themselves elimination, which is going to be 1 elimination point for each of the elimination as well. So this is where we saw yesterday, Sir Cloud. Not everything is about the first placement. Not everything is about the position or position points anymore, because we saw a couple of teams have been really aggressive, including Myanmar in this fray, where they don't really care that much when it comes to positioning. Maybe the chicken dinner is actually just a bonus point.
Yeah, it can be for some of the teams. We saw like Cambodia, they prefer to do that. Some of the Thai teams as well, they prefer to do that. So it's a matter of they're comfortable doing that. And even in one of the interviews, I believe it was during the qualifiers, Nuzi also mentioned that he likes to play ruthlessly. He wants to take down anyone in front of him. So that is basically their mentality that they like to play. But talking about the elimination points as well, for the record in the finals so far, Philippines too holds the record for the highest amount of eliminations in a single round plus a chicken dinner, and that is 20. In the qualifiers, we saw 21 by Thailand, but 20 in the grand final so far is the benchmark to beat.
Yep, that, just to clarify, is 20 elimination points, not including the chicken dinner. And that including the chicken dinner is going to be 35 points. But here will be our tournament format, including the teams as well. We have 2 Vietnam teams, 2 Brunei teams, only 1 sole Cambodian team, 2 Indonesian teams, Malaysia 1 and 2, Myanmar 1 and 2. Laos also the only sole representative in this tournament as well. While Philippines do have both teams really in stellar performance right now. While the Thais, they have 2 teams, but both teams are not looking out as they used to be in a different tournament. Now, when it comes to the SEA Games, we have to remember, put in our minds that these are not the fixed team that we used to see in the Pro League. There are some additional members of here and there. Some of them, most of the lineup are fraggers. Some of them just adding into the IGL. So maybe there are some chemistry, either is going up or going down a hill.
Yeah, I guess the question of whether a full squad is better or a mixed team of star-studded players are better, so far based on the results, Philippines, both of their teams is a full squad, not mixed. They were basically number 1 and 2 during the qualifier for the Pro League, Zap Esports as well as KHI Esports. Myanmar, on the other hand, also having a full squad as well, no mixes. Then it comes down to Thailand 1, which is number 5 currently. That is the highest achieved mixed team in the charts right now with 50 points at 5th place. Then followed by Vietnam 1, which is also a full team. That is D Xavier in their regular club. So the statistic shows us that full team, the team that they have been used to playing together for as long as they have played, seem to be performing better.
I have to agree with the top 5 you just mentioned. Philippines 1, Myanmar 1, Philippines 2, Myanmar 2, and then Vietnam 1. All these 5 teams are fixed for sure. So is it something that they should consider about when it comes to day number 2 here, to make sure they have the chemistry going on quite right for each of the team, for all the countries? When we talked about today's matches, definitely we have Erangel as a start, same as yesterday's, and then we jump over to Miramar, and then we hop onto Erangel. Oh, we have the only Sunhawk of the day. We only have 3 Sunhawk matches throughout the entire finals, and also we ended up in Miramar again. Yesterday we saw also a back-to-back chicken dinner for our first 2 matches by the first Philippine team.
Oh yeah, it was Erangel and Miramar, the first 2 games. They got a back-to-back chicken dinner. And talking about chicken dinners, if you want to time yourself to get yourself dinner, well, you can time it after match number 3, which is after the second Erangel, because there will be an extra break time of about half an hour before we move on to the final 2 games. So yeah, that is the best time for you to grab your snacks and refuel yourself before you come back and you watch, so that you won't miss any action. But speaking about action, can't wait to see how are they feeling down there at the arena. Let's head on to Hanoi.
Even we are excited here because we can't wait to see what they have to offer to us for day number 2. Look at how the players, make a huddle together just to make sure that they got everything in the same page, on the same page, in the same mindset as well. While some teams are enjoying their great time, including the Bruneians. Now, we did mention Bruneians previously, but they haven't been performing as we expected them to be.
Yeah, even during the qualifiers as well, it was a very different result for both Brunei 1 as well as Brunei 2. But then again, of course, there's still 10 more games to go. Anything can still happen. As what we can see here, the image of both Brunei teams. This is Brunei 2 on screen. It seemed to be pretty pumped up for day number 2. Same goes for Indonesia as well. I mean, Indonesia 2 especially, not doing that well. Currently at number 12. Even Indonesia 1 is at number 9. The gap between them and at least the podium spot is like, what, 26 points? That's like 1 or 2 games gap at this moment.
And I have to agree, same goes Malaysia. Even though they are full team of Tawansi, but they do have the IGL jumper jumping in to the lineup, the main lineup as well. So we mentioned this previously, Cloud, is mixing the team all jumble up together better, or is it really fixed teams by far showing off more promising results than the one that actually have mix and match?
Yeah, definitely. The results don't lie. So, but we have 2 more days to go. You know, anything can happen. So let's keep let's not count our chickens till they hatch. But our player seems to be getting ready, and here we have Vietnam 1, I believe, which is the lineup of Xavier, and of course we have Laos here, the sole representative of their country, considering that Laos 2 was eliminated during the qualifiers. We can see them warming up, and I tried to look at the flight path, but I can't really see, so we'll need to wait for the official flight path that will be shown to us on screen soon.
Yeah, just now it was the Vietnamese caster. On the right side, it was Tung Titi. The left side, I haven't got a chance to meet him yet, but that was my old friend. I kind of miss him. We're going to jump over to match 1 in day number 2. We have a fresh start for everybody today, but the thing is, are the players really ready? Did they really have a lot of revision done yesterday? Did their homework? Read out all the rotations done, but every single team, they gained the information in day number 1 will be fruitful when it comes to the first match in the middle of the final stage, which is going to be day 2.
Yes, and I can't wait. But the flight path definitely will determine the start of the story, but the end of the story as well might also be determined by the flight path plus the circle, definitely. So we'll need to wait and see soon. In about 20 more seconds, we'll get our second day going, Choo. I can't wait for the second day. Will Philippines maintain the level of consistency that we saw yesterday? Will Myanmar be the dark horse? No chicken, no problem for them to come up to the podium spot, to hold on to that podium spot. Let's jump into Erangel.
Yes, today, just to remind you guys, we have a lot of Pachinki circle. The first and the second match of Erangel pretty much have the same first circle at first, which comprises of the main peninsula and the southern part of the island. But the problem is, will it be the same today? Most of it can be readable based on yesterday's circle, and we mentioned there's a chance that we're gonna get the same pattern when it comes to the first and second day, but hopefully it's totally different one, because we do want to see all the countries step up to the occasion just to be better when it comes to the second day.
Oh yeah, just to be better. That will be the theme for today. Will teams at the bottom half be better? Teams like Malaysia to teams like the Bruneian teams, Laos themselves, Cambodia, Indonesia to Thailand to Indonesia 1, Vietnam 2. These teams, can they rise up to the occasion and come up to the podium spot at least by the end of today? Now we'll see the flight path from Novo towards the left side of Gatka. And for Malaysia 1, who likes to drop into Severny, it will be quite a travel for them.
That's true. But we have to wait and see for the circle till it pops, because that's where the judgment will drop. Novo up to the southern part of hospital. That's going to be the teams that the only team dropping to Novska military base having the advantage for now, but not so much, as the circle shooting up right into the shooting range on the northern side. The ones dropping on Jogopur, especially on the northern side, Jogopur will not have a lot of problems.
Yeah, those areas will be pretty safe because they are right smack in the middle of the circle, but it's not fun if you kind of think about it, right? This kind of circle is It could go up north to the shooting range side, or it could go down south to the ruined side. Either way, if it hard shift to any side, let's say if it's like the fifth or sixth circle very late, then you will see a lot of swimming fishes and ducks and everything else that you can find in the water.
I worry if it ended up on the northern part of shooting range. I agree, because we've seen that happen before. It's not impossible. Chances it might be happening here today, but maybe even ended up in just on the outskirts of Rostock. We've seen that as well. So the gut command will be really crucial for the team to actually park themselves there. Quite early clashes. We're looking over some teams here. There's going to be the side of the Thai clashes along 3 teams in the same compound, possibly. I think that's going to be Indonesian, if I'm not mistaken, but I might be wrong. 3 teams just on the northern side of the Gatkam Mountain.
I saw the indicator came out as a Galaxy from Brunei 2 getting the first blood. So I think it was while they were trying to get a vehicle, they bumped into another team. I'm not too sure. Maybe it was either like what you said, they were one of the Thais or Indonesian teams, and he just ran over one of them and got that first elimination point. So definitely the start that Brunei 2 wants. They are currently at number 13 before this round started with 20 points. If they want to shoot themselves up to the podium spot, every point matters.
Every single is a dime. It's more than matter. Everything is at stake. It's about bringing the country to glory. But looking at Bruneians and the Brunei first team going up to Stolber, making sure they will be unharmed, undisturbed here. In the meantime, we do have a couple of teams seems to like having the same idea. A couple of teams, more than, I have to say, around 6 or 7 teams playing outside the circle. Since the circle already not favoring them, might as well just take the advantage to loot out where they drop at. Because if you're still forcing your way into the circle, you might have not get yourself a good loot, because of you might get into the compound that everybody else already loot from. So it's going to be a waste of time.
Yeah, you might as well stick to your own plan, right? Even if it's out of the circle. So like what we can see here, Philippines 1, Cambodia, Indonesia 1, Thailand, and we have Indonesia 2 as well as Brunei 1. They are currently looting on the outside circle. Same goes for Malaysia 2 as well, currently playing with QB back in the lineup. So they would just stick to their plan, gather vehicles, gather resources, and decide from there on where do they want to be. Now, this kind of circle, what's going to be interesting is that I want to see who is going to take the Gatkam Mountain. Who will be the first one there?
Well, we'll have to wait and see, because we did actually saw most teams dropping around Jogopol would probably going to go there first. Because that's one thing for sure, it's nearest. And one more thing, they're dropping around Jogopol, getting themselves the best possible place to loot and straight on top of that mountain. Because there's nothing to loot from on top of that mountain. So everybody have to build up their gears first, just to be sure, in case they were to clash with another team while they're on their way towards the camping site. But the checkpoints will not be actually stated out yet, as the player is still taking over the places they first dropped, just to make sure they have all the gears up, their loot and resources are built up as well. But they're trying to do this as fast as we can. We're looking over, some players already took themselves a buggy, but there's going to be Myanmar's on Jogopol side. This is going to be an advantage for them. They're already on top, in the top 5 here.
Oh yeah, you made a good point there. And Myanmar 1 is currently number 2 in the overall charts. Of course, they would want to try and catch Philippines 1 by this round as possible. And this is a good start for them. It's an advantage for them to be right smack in the middle of the circle. But the bad news is that now we have a confirmation that they were the one losing the first member to Brunei 2. And that will be one sec who will be sitting out of the rest of this round. So you win some and you lose some, it seems.
Life is never easy and never fair. That's life in general. It's just our life as well. Back about the game, when it comes to never too easy, definitely the ones that's really having it hard is going to be on the bottom 16 there. We're talking about Laos, the only team coming out from Laos really have to make things work for today, because they are the only representative and they want to make their country proud as well. And they need to work a lot here.
Yeah, everyone is here fighting not only for themselves but for the country as well. But this is a graphic. Oh, but before I talk about the graphic, looks like Thailand 1 will secure another elimination onto Myanmar 2. And Thailand 1 now would have climbed above Myanmar 2 in the overall charts just because of that elimination. Oh my goodness, both Myanmar teams. My God.
It's gonna be really tough for them, but it's not done and dusted like we mentioned before. Anything's still possible. But the thing is, the Thais are taking a bit slow today than the usual of them actually do. They have themselves a huge upgrade of the moment they got themselves from that death box. But the Philippines are playing this very quiet. They are a very methodical team. They're trying to do as much strategy as possible by just staying low for quite a couple of minutes in the first few circles. When it comes to the fourth circle, what we call it the Great Migration, we circle this kind of generous. I have to say, this is still a generous circle if you compare to the first one, if you don't have a lot of water ratio in there. But it's just up on the northern side. It means that everybody moving towards one direction only is going to be upwards. But the problem is, if you're already inside of a circle, you don't have to move that much. In this case, Philippines are doing that because they don't want to waste any resources to face unnecessary fights. What for?
Yeah, you don't need to take early fights at this moment, right? And plus, if you are like what you mentioned, the Philippines, right? Both of them are currently in a podium spot, number 1 and number 3. You don't really need to force it out. You just need to play it chill, play it like everyone has to follow the tempo, and they just need to basically dictate the game. In other words, because currently they are at a consistent level. They, to me, I believe in. If it's not broken, you don't fix it, right? So whatever that they did yesterday, they don't really need to change. They just need to touch up a little bit here and there, and we might see them continue on their streak today.
Yep. If they change it, it's going to be broken now. Definitely they don't want to do that. They're having a good run yesterday. But the thing is, if they're having too much pressure and overthinking themselves way too much on the second day, it's going to be a big problem. Because yesterday, they were not really under the scope that much. But the moment they got themselves a huge jump and leading off the chart when it comes to Philippines and Myanmar, everybody have them on their radar. But look at the circle. It's going to be centralizing onto its Jogo pool. And transferring in will be very, very challenging for those coming out in the very saturated place coming out from Roshok, which is going to be on the right side of the circle.
Oh yeah, just look at this. It's almost the Great Migration time. And look at the number of teams on the northern side. It's countless right now. At first, it was only Malaysia 2, but look at the visitors. You have Philippines 1 as well. You have Indonesia 1 on top. You have Brunei 1 on top as well. So everyone's starting to just converge at the top side.
Frankie, yep, keeping tabs on an enemy is great, but overcommitting is not always a great outcome as well, because you're just giving away your position. And now the Bruneians had that coming up. Frankie is still lingering around the corner. The Vietnam first team trying to take up a challenge and want to take up a bit of a brawl, but nobody's taking up the bait yet. While Frankie just going to relay back the information towards the rest of the roster. They might want to move as well for this team, but they're taking a bit of more time.
Vietnam 1, they need to be aware that if they release those shots, there are other teams around them as well. Like what we saw earlier on when the map was open, many teams are on the northern side. So that's something they need to be aware of. And here's the answer to the question of who might be the king of Gakha Mountain. Looks like it's going to be Laos 1 who will be taking the hilltop.
It's still okay to take that since it's quite at the edge of the circle, but it's not really in the center of it. Now, if they have to climb down, it's going to be a bit of a problem, innit? But back to his Indonesian team. They're fighting against their comrade as well, which is going to be Indonesia's second team. Now, this is ironic as they both are really in the need of points, but both happen to be bombing into each other quite early on. This bunker's really going to help them for now for Indonesia's second team. But for how much longer? Because we do know the circle is really unpredictable, because Jogopol being separated with that long bridge in between, it might end up there as well.
Oh yeah, and that's really, really scary, right? Like, you need to guess like whether the circle will be on the northern side or on the southern side, or maybe your favorite bridge circle. It is still possible as well. So these teams, they're like, okay, we just choose the best position possible and not think too much about the circle, because you can't. At this moment, it's still 50-50.
Oh, here comes Ryan knocking on Indonesia's door, taking the fight head on Senko. Just gonna cooking up the net, hoping the projectile will be perfect. Coming up calculating this time, but not gonna hit anybody. Nobody's on top of a rooftop. Senko is actually on the second story. Oh, he's trying. Not really. He's actually on the outside, still on the ground. Indonesian separating into 1-2-1. Top rooftop taken by a force for now. Luxy really in the need of help, but nobody can able to save him. It's just two out there. It's just all eyes on Indonesian second team, and Brunei is really pushing him really, really hard.
Yeah, Luxy now has been held hostage by Brunei 1. There's no way for them to get him unless they win this fight, but there will not be enough time as Ryzen starts to cook up his own nade, tossing on to the other side of Brunei, but no, he decides not to hold on to his grenade. But there will be a confirmation that Luxy's point will be given to Beruang. So now it will be 4v3 for the fight in this compound as Philippines 1 drives by.
Oh, they might take up this opportunity as well. We do know Philippines, when they had a couple of gunfights, they would take just a bit of a camping there, but they're not parking themselves, so it's going to be okay for both teams to keep it going for both Brunei and Indonesian. But the problem is, there's not much retaliation coming from the Indonesian second team. That made me question, do they have enough resources in case they're being ambushed? Question is, might be not, because only a couple of nades being tossed out here, that's not enough to actually keep Brunei first team out from this compound.
Oh, but look at this. Beruang is starting to move it. The captain himself showing how to do it. He's going to toss the nade to the second floor, and yes, he will. Will the nade connect onto Indonesia too? Looks like it will not just yet. Okay, he's prepping up another nade right now while Global is waiting on behind, but GenForce gets one onto Beruang. Now they've evened up the odds. 3v3.
Perfect pick coming up from GenForce, but the rest of the team is still kind of stuck down there. But Ryzen coming out with a UMP, coming up from the flank side. Nobody spot him out. He saw them. He got a shot. Now one down, two down. What a clutch! Beruang's really now. Ryzen playing around the wall. He almost got it, but it's not in the back. One more person behind the GenForce, trying to make wonders with M416, but it's just so hard. They'll finish up the job here. But in the meantime, the blue closing in. The Brunei have to back out. They made mistakes. What a nice call from Ryzen and GenForce just now.
Oh, sneaky coming in from Ryzen himself. He got 2 knockdowns, and that immediately for Brunei's plan. But now we move on to Brunei 2 going up against Malaysia 1, and it's going to be Galaxy. Ryben Lee will be down and eliminated by Flax. And now Galaxy going up against 3. Is he the last man standing? No, not yet. He has still Zico together with Kizo with him, but they need to back him up.
Oh, it's going to be three-way war if the Thais are just walk in by as well. Zico with a UMP shot down 1. Finish off, seal the deal. Magic's going in for the kills and for the eliminations. But will it be enough? Galaxy, what a nice pick. And it's just high end pick all the way. He's abusing the walls. He knows so well in this terrain right now. He's using it so well. Galaxy trying to make wonders for the team, but will it be enough? Flax kind of cornered with Tony just giving off the pressure. There's no way out for Flax coming up from Malaysia.
Oh, but look at this. It's actually Gotuni eliminated Flax. Gotuni on the other side. They just had to butt in. Thailand will secure that elimination point. And Brunei will be left with Galaxy. And I believe there's one more player else somewhere. Not too sure where he is. But Galaxy will survive.
The entirety of the Malaysian team just now. First Malaysian team was knocked out and just been rested for now. While we have another Malaysian second team, the rest of them, including Thai's second team, are trying to fight over for Newsy, but they do have enough space on top of Ruins, but the circle is not on top of them. It's gonna be on the edge of the Gakam Mountains, northern side of it, just on the right side of Jogopur. Wow, this is gonna be a tough one if you're not on top of this. This is the moment for Laos.
Oh yes, it's the moment for Laos 1. They're currently at number 16. This could be their moment to get as many points as possible as the circle favors them at this moment, and they do have a high ground advantage. But look at the teams on the northern side. There's like what, 4 or 5 teams on the northern side. All of them are going to migrate at about the same time, and at the same time, Indonesia too is gatekeeping one of the bridges.
And they have a huge upgrade of loot with airdrop right in front of them for the Laos team. Now, Philippines, they know how crucial they are in the current state of being, they need to push forward. They have to transfer into the circle. But how? Look at that. They have to cross the bridge. But it's going to be Rankin firing upon the Myanmar, retaliating on the other end. Just going to knock him off. And he's on his knees for now. And we're looking over the teams that's desperate enough to get into the circle. Really don't have enough space to go into with Philippines trying to get down on another one. It's going to be Philippine first team as well. Beckham on the other hand. Laos is just having a great day.
Oh, we have one more left. Still standing for Malaysia too. The tapping coming in for Honda. Honda definitely has a good advantage on the high ground. Honda together with his teammates. This could be their redemption moment, their redemption round from yesterday. Honda still stepping away onto Malaysia too. Malaysia too. Still in this, but only with one player standing. And the nade from Newbie getting DZ. And definitely DZ will be playing Dizzy back into the lobby.
That's the leeway they've been waiting for, and Philippine first team finally make a go as well, even though they lost in some damage. So both Philippine teams, including the second one just now, taking out the Cambodian players. Seems like they're having a good run. Indonesians, on the other hand, they are swimming around the bridge. Ryzen, he did such a good clutch just now with Jan Force along his side, but it's going to be Walker and also Zero. The problem is they need to cut across. Red Face taking on Loki against Myanmar. Time is going. What? Jan Force! Ryzen is such a bait, and Jan Force is just the one doing the eliminations there.
That is insane, Ryzen. My goodness, this round is just so good. Whatever that he's done, whether it's off the weapons or when he has weapons, it's just as important. Now, Ryzen, his position has been compromised by Philippines too. Position notice, he needs to play it safely as Cambodia will be eliminated at 15th place, the second team to be out.
I'm loving this. They just utilize the power of duo as much as they can. Like yesterday we saw on Philippine first team as well when it comes to Momboy, and if I'm not mistaken with Rankin, the same thing happened. But now Frankie taking out Momboy. Speaking of the Philippine first team, and now jumping over to the Thais, Newsy hovering around the crosshair towards the Vietnam team who are actually just passing by. But the problem is they're not actually taking covers for themselves. The Bruneians are really an ordeal. There's only one member left, and it ended up in no man's land. For the next circle is just at the foot of the Gakka mountain.
Juju, if Laos can defend this location against Vietnam too, they are possibly winners. This is a prime position for them to get a lot of information as well as those long-range elimination points in the bag. And it will be Vietnam too. Possibly may stop them, but looks like one of the players from Vietnam too is going to be Porsche. He's down.
Definitely, I have to say, Lao doing a good, well-done job defending, like you mentioned here, Cloud. If they can defend, it's theirs to take. This is their moment, their highlight, and the opportunity to bring glory to their country themselves. Star-Lord, even though got himself just 2 first aids, but will it be enough? He got himself quite a number of luxurious gears, But as long as they have enough magazine, enough utilities to just hand over that nade to the other side, even a Molotov, to keep them at bay, will be okay for Laos. But the thing is, Vietnam second team is not going to be easily taken out or bowing out either. They're not going to go for this engagement, still hiking up this high mountain.
Oh, and there's another team. It's going to be Indonesia wanting to butt in as Beckham spots them out. Beckham now putting attention onto Indonesia on the left, and there's Vietnam on the right. They need to deal with these two teams to secure this location, as Kizo from Brunei too will be eliminated at 13th place. Looks like his ninja skills just went off, but that is also because the circle didn't favor him. But talking about circle not favoring Philippines, one have been eliminated at 12th place as well.
Now everybody wants to get where Laos at. Everybody wants to share a bit of a space, but this is not sharing is caring anymore. It's about sharing and try to eliminating. Definitely the Thai second team here being spotted out by Ferrari. Do they how these guys? Ferrari, especially when it comes to taking elimination, he's bad at it, but he got backfire. Ferrari, you need to take covers, but the moment he put himself quite high there, it's going to be overpeaking towards Laos team. Now he's kind of stuck for the side of Vietnam second team here. They need to get out from here. If not, they will be in such a turmoil. But the Thais and the Philippines, both second team, are actually kneeling down in front of them in an open field.
Oh, Mark now with the long range of the Philippines too. Shazam! Maybe Shazam the way to the lobby, but Mark is forced to move as the blue starting to put pressure onto him. And Laos, they still have the peak of this mountain. But where will the next circle go? Where is the favorite Laos? Laos, they are getting information, getting ready for the next phase of the circle. As Shazam will go down to McLaren. And now the next phase of the circle will show itself. Who will it favor? Who will live as Honda gets one?
Honda, he needs to move. He's burning out from the blue bomb. McLaren taking him out with a UMP from the back end. But he doesn't have enough time. Only a couple of band-aids. That doesn't work. This is going to be the 5th circle, by the way. We're jumping over to the 6th phase very soon. And they are not inside the center of it. Packham on the other end. Struggling to pincer himself into the circle. He's so sniped. He's sniping and sniped. The snipers are sniping each other. And Snipes is actually not being sniping anybody at all. Porsche on the other end taking on Flucat. Ties. They are struggling to keep the better flow, and Porsche just knows where to look from every corner.
Oh, and Vietnam too, now starting to be the king of the mountain, but they're not. But Laos, they're not done yet though. Thailand too will be eliminated at 8th place in this time. Porsche, we need to find a way into the circle. Les Lamborghini is going to come in on the left, but they need to deal with range. Range, the last man standing for Philippines too. Maybe nailed down, and range, super critical. 40% of health left. They know exactly where he is. They might want to finish him off. Range is not going to go down without a fight, but Vietnam, they will be prioritizing the circle.
Oh my goodness, both Vietnam team. It's just insane how they actually rotate with the edge of the blue alongside that. They're just going to make a long rotations for the side of first, the Vietnam team. Lamborghini, Frankie, Vitra and Rabies. That's just mind-blowing how they just position themselves, not being spotted out, but the rest of the teams actually on top in the high ground as well. By spot out Ferrari being shot, but nothing connects. V-Troy trying to find another one, but it's in an open field there. Oh, he even drove off the buggy. He was taking covers from it.
I know, right? It's like, hey, that's my cover there. But McLaren, spots on Thailand, gets one for himself, and Torres goes down immediately, but the counter fire on the McLaren. McLaren will be taking up a beer, and a Ferrari on the left. The good news is that they have the circle. They will build a barricade. Porsche will come in to pick up his teammate, and Mart, he will be on the back lines, but he will need to move further forward as he loots before he moves into the circle.
Oh boy, the Vietnam, both teams having so many men on the side. The Philippines only have one, but Ferrari being shot from behind. He didn't know where that shot come from. It's going to be coming out from the Thai first team, Straps, and the rest of ours, Ben Vintoris, start to push forward. They want to get into the center of the circle. They will fight for it. They want even to get the airdrop. They want to. Ferrari taking on Frankie. The Vietnamese are fighting against each other, and it's going to be an advantage for the Thais. And where is the Philippines? Look at the nade coming from there. And there comes a Thai. Take it easy, Porsche. It's down on his knees as well.
Oh, and we're not done yet with Vietnam too, as they try to take down one by one for the Thais. And now the Thais, they're struggling. But look at this, the circle favors the Thais at least. But Vietnam too will need to find their way in as Shreps. He will prep up his nade. He will keep watch on to Vietnam as Thailand will need to defend their ground.
The only person staying very low is going to be Philippines second team. Range, taking out the range between these guys, making sure he's actually safe. But in the meantime, trying to be as vigilant as possible, trying to take a couple of eliminations. But Ferrari, he's been cornered left, right, and center. There's no way out from there. How can they save them? The Thais coming in very strong. They're just full gun blazing. They don't care. They are run and gun just now.
Oh, we can look at the reaction from the audience the moment one of the Vietnamese players was gunned down, but it's not over yet for Vietnam. As Mark, he's still alive, he's still holding on as long as possible for Vietnam too. But Vietnam 1, they still have 3 more players. Thailand, on the other side, they have the circle advantage. They have the airdrop on their side as well. But Thailand, they need to defend this. They still maintain full squad as Mark goes down. And that will be the top 3 teams for you.
Oh, they got themselves the airdrop to take covers with. Also a couple of structures in between. A number of vegetations, a lot of trees there. Still with a UMP. Just gonna shoot over Vietnam. They're stuck in a rut there. Nobody discovered range just yet. But definitely, Thais, the first Thai team, they are so confident. They want to push forward. They got most of the circle. They got an 80% of it, and they will stay inside of it. Rage, on the other hand, straight in the line of sight of the Vietnam team. There's going to be the bane of the Vietnam. Rage. He can shoot and just jump and run if he wants to.
Or is he trying to hold on for number 2 at least? And he might be able to do so as Lamborghini being nated out by Ventores. But looks like Rage will be spotted out. Lamborghini and Rabbits will be taken out. And it is Rage. Did he get number 2? Did Rage get number 2? I really want to find out now. But Thailand 1 is back. Ladies and gentlemen, with this chicken dinner, this will bring them up to podium spot.
Finally, they got themselves the moment they've been waiting for with 11 eliminations. The Thais, they were against the odds just now. They're not on the high ground. They're quite far at the edge of the circle. Even tank a bit over the blue zone. But they managed to skirmish. They grind themselves into the center of the circle. I have to say, this is just one of the best games done by the side of mostly FaZe Clan, which is going to be Victorious, Bear, Shrubs, and Ice, and also the sub is going to be MR5. But what a first game on second day here, Cloud.
What an amazing first game. Oh my goodness. At some point, it would have been like Laos because they had that Gakha mountain. And then Vietnam just had to butt in. And Laos was sandwiched between Vietnam as well as Indonesia. There was so much drama happening. And one single finale. That was insane. And at some point, so it looked like it would have been a Vietnam all Vietnam finale because Thailand was in between the two Vietnamese teams, but somehow the butt-in had to happen, and at the end of the day, Vietnam, they need to be happy with, I believe it was a second place finish at the end of the day, but for Philippines 1, will their first spot be shaken after this round?
Definitely, they are not safe for now. Nobody is safe, and all the 16 teams cannot be comfortable on the second day here because everybody will be giving up all their best plays, their best cards, and taking a couple of photos. Definitely, these guys are more than happy. I'm loving their jersey, by the way. It looks so cool. But that circle just now, we have to agree, it was so unpredictable. A bit hard for the players to read it out. Even us as casters barely actually got ourselves that kind of circle in many tournaments.
I know. You're loving the jersey. You're loving the jersey that Beer wears. I know. I understand. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, very nice jersey as well. In case any representatives from Thailand or any other country would like to send us one, we're just saying we're putting it out there, you know. But Philippines won, interestingly. So it's not the best round for them for round number 1, but Myanmar one, I think they had a decent round. There is a possibility that Myanmar one might catch up to Philippines one, maybe.
And we have to also put it on mind that Philippines 2 range just now managed to survive till the end of the top 2 or top 3. So definitely that's going to still maintaining themselves in the top chart just now. But we did mention about the Thais. They're not that far off when it comes to the first page. They're still up there somewhere. But they just need a bit of a boost for today. That's what I said. When it comes to the second day, this is where everybody starts to slowly unfold their strategy. When it comes to the third day, that's where everybody's just going to, slam it down, everything that they got. But when it comes to the second day, the teams that actually performed yesterday have to be extra careful because definitely they are under the radar for all these really aggressive teams.
Yeah, I totally agree, right? Like because it's like 3 days, right? It's not only 1 day. If like you perform well in 1 day, everyone will be like, okay, this team, we gotta study what they do. What's their success story? How do we stop them? Because it's all about stopping your opponents on the top as well. It's not only about yourself, but you need to figure out a way of, okay, how are we gonna stop these people? Do we want to try to block their rotation? Do we want to try to siege down the checkpoints or whatever it is, right? So that is the scary part of being number 1 very early on. But this is also, of course, the challenge of maintaining that number 1 spot. If you want to be the champion, you must be ready to rise up to the occasion. And day number 2, like what you said, is where everyone starts to show their cards. And this is where teams that want to remain on top need to rise up.
Basically what Cloud is saying, if you want to be a champion, be sure that you are ready to be everybody's target. And you make sure that everybody's shooting at you. Even your own teammate might actually throw a couple of nades towards you just in case.
Yeah, I know, right? That's the thing about you want to be champion because everyone wants your spot. So when you're popular, everyone wants to give you attention. and that just happens. Even your own teammates.
They're giving you extra attention, not just a normal attention at that stage. Just now, I have to say, Philippines and also Myanmar, it seems like they still have a bit of a spice there in them still. But we're looking over today, new teams coming out very strong. Brunei is really having a hard time. That was a really tough decision making in the first few phases. We saw both Brunei teams going out quite early, but Venturas, Thais, I have to say, all of them are actually MVP. Their team play was sublime just now. With 4 eliminations coming out from this one person, one player alone. He has to be one of the best out there. And we do know he is actually with his longest elimination, 245 meters. But the damage, we've seen more before. But definitely, this is going to be one of the highs as well.
And I really like the Thailand logo, right? It's very game. Yeah, it's cute, right? It's like very game-ish. It's like this 8-bit game. I don't know how to say it, but it's cool.
Yep. And also, it's the 8-bit of graphic coming out from an elephant, which is going to be really one of the most famous animals in Thai. But back towards our match standing in the first match, second day here just now. It's not the overall, just within the first match on day number 2. 11 elimination plus another 15. That's going to be in total point of 26 with 20 smokes being used. A lot of puffiness coming out from the side of the Thai first team here. But Vietnam coming up with the 2nd and 4th place. Now this told us a lot when it comes to the Thai and Vietnam. They are in the middle bracket, by the way. There's gonna be a lot of swapping after this circle out.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But and also let's not forget that Laos one was at the last place as of yesterday, but this time around they finished up number 7 with 6 points. That should move them up a couple of steps as well in the overall charts later on. We need to review that later. But interestingly, you pointed out that 20 smokes by Thailand won. They basically created the haze inside of Erangel.
They're known to be face clan, so phased by the haze.
Wow.
But also at the same time, we saw Indonesia start to rise up to the occasion as well. Looking at them at the top 5 in the first match. But here comes the head-to-head. It's going to be Lamborghini versus Venturas. These guys are so close. I have to say, this is one of the best head-to-head we have for now. With the damage-wise, and we saw how also aggressive count Venturas, he was quite in the open. But same goes for Lamborghini and Ferrari. They are just really daring. Both team, I have to say, very similar when it comes to having that kind of a mindset when it comes in game.
Yeah, you need to have that fearless mindset, right, to a certain extent as well. And of course, these two players, they are veterans in the PUBG Mobile scene in their respective countries. They have shown up in big stages as well, even the global stages as well. So no stranger to the PUBG Mobile scene. If anyone has been following, these guys have been the OGs around. And of course, experience has taught them to be like, just be fearless, just execute whatever that you believe in and rake in the profits of it.
Look at that one single. I'm loving the Vietnam teams have themselves a twin tower, exactly with 6 elimination each. With only 100 damage or plus minus approximately in between. But if you hover around, the only team that having themselves the huge damage output and also highest elimination points is going to be the first Thai teams. This is what we're waiting for, and this is what they are known. But we're waiting for a Thai second team to do the same, but we might be looking over the team that yesterday performing will actually be, how do I say it, overwhelmed by the side of the Thais, maybe in just within this day, and the Vietnamese as well.
Well, I have to point out that Philippines too, their overall damage was 666, such a interesting number.
Brunei and Philippines 406 as well, 460 and 406. What?
What? Yeah, I know, right? Aluminium. But sad for Myanmar too, as well as Cambodia. They were the only teams to not get any eliminations at all in this round. So it's going to be 0 for them for round number 1. Cambodia did a decent amount of damage, 151, but unfortunately couldn't secure those eliminations. They were kill steal away. And here are our outstanding teams for round number 1. So it looks like it's going to be Vietnam dominating this round.
But still, number 1 is going to be the first Thai team with 11. I mean, like, they are the only team with a double-digit elimination just now. Second, Bastardom with 8 elimination by the Indonesian team, if I'm not mistaken. But the Philippines' second team, they're still maintaining, squeezing themselves just wherever they can, because all they need to do is one team to be consistent and Philippines to show promising. If the KHR really going real aggressive in the previous match, but they still have a shot in the second match later on. But Vietnam, they're a bit, how do I say, moderate. Yesterday seems a bit normal, but today they are showing they're giving off way more than yesterday. They have been improvised. They have the tactics on. They know what to do based on yesterday's performance and revised it and just, make it better for second day, yeah.
Yeah, for those teams that didn't do that well yesterday or just did so yesterday, they would definitely be looking to change a few things, try to do better. And today, like what you said, for Vietnam themselves, they were in the middle yesterday, number 6 and number 8 as of previous rounds. So they definitely need to do better if they want to climb up to the podium spot at least. And so far, it has been working out for them. Both teams coming up together at the same time. But this is where it matters, Chuchu. The overall standings, number 1 spot is still Philippines 1, but 1 point difference.
Wow, this is really, really close. Look at that. The 1, 2, 3. It's gonna be gold, silver medal, gold, silver, bronze medalist. Still unknown. A very close match indeed. 1 point shy and just 2 points away for Philippines to place. Vietnam first team, on the other hand, squeezed into with the same scores as Myanmar first team at 66, 4th and 5th place. This is a very tight fight, including Myanmar second team being pushed down. Look at how creeping into the 7th place. Vietnam second team as well, just 1 point away to cut off Myanmar second team on 6th place.
I know, right? Oh my goodness, it's so close. Up to like what? Number 5, the difference is only like 11 points from the number 1 spot. So it's super insane up there. At the bottom, as expected, Laos, they had a swap because they did okay in that round. So they went up to number 14. Malaysia too, unfortunately, they went down to number 16. Looks like the inclusion of QB, like what you mentioned, he may need some time to warm up. So maybe the first round is QB's warm-up moment. Hopefully he can come back in round number 2.
Hopefully it's not icy cold for himself, because he needs really fast warming up today. Hopefully that's enough for the team that's really have their jitters going on. They need to just ramp up and really power up their gears there, because it's all cylinders out for now. But let's jump into what our winner have to say just now, coming up from the ties. Anyway, host.
Đó chính là Bia, một vận động viên tới từ đội tuyển Thái Lan 1. Đội tuyển đã xuất sắc giành được winner chicken dinner mở màn trong ngày thi đấu hôm nay. Ngay bây giờ hãy cùng phỏng vấn Bia một chút nhé. Xin chào Bia, xin được chúc mừng bạn đã có được một chiến thắng vô cùng xuất sắc vừa rồi. Thảo Trang muốn hỏi Bia một chút này, đến với cả một đấu trường quốc tế như SEA Games thì các bạn có phải thay đổi chiến thuật như thế nào, lối chơi như thế nào hay lối di chuyển như thế nào so với các đấu trường quốc nội không?
So hello Pierre. Congratulations on your victory. So we have a questions for you is coming to an international area like 31st SEA Games, do you guys have to change your strategy like movement tactics or any play style comparing to your national tournament?
สวัสดีค่ะขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะคำถามแรกนะคะในการแข่งซีเกมครั้งนี้นะคะพี่คิดว่าเราต้องเปลี่ยนเทคนิคไหมคะเปรียบกับการแข่งในประเทศไทยคะ
ผมว่าต้องเปลี่ยนครับเพราะว่าทีมเรามาจากคนละทีมซึ่งทีมเดียวกันมีแค่3คนครับแล้วก็อีก2คนเป็นคนละทีมครับทำให้แผนเราต้องเปลี่ยนmomentum ให้เราเข้ากันมากที่สุดครับแต่เรามีเวลาซ้อมน้อย
Tôi nghĩ là cái chiến thuật của chúng tôi cần phải thay đổi, bởi vì trong nhóm của chúng tôi có 5 người thì chỉ có 3 người là đã cùng với team với nhau từ trước thôi và 2 người là được chọn từ những team khác, và do đó thì chúng tôi cần phải luyện tập với nhau nhiều hơn.
So Pierre said that his team member is evaluated from many different teams, so they have to change the tactics in order to adapt other player play style in this 31st SEA Games.
Không biết là các bạn đã được ghép vào đội để chuẩn bị thi đấu cho SEA Games bao lâu rồi, và việc mới được ghép vào một đội như vậy thì có khiến cho các bạn gặp phải một khó khăn gì đó hay không?
So how long have you guys been practicing with each other? And do you have any circumstances between internals?
ที่ไทยของเราได้ซ้อมกันนานเท่าไหร่แล้วคะแล้วก็เราจะมีปัญหาอะไรบ้างไหมคะ
One day.
Chúng tôi chỉ được luyện tập với nhau trước một ngày thi đấu thôi ạ.
So Bia said that his team only have one day before the tournament happens. So they have a communication issue in other among the teams.
Tuy là mới chỉ ghép lại với nhau được một ngày thôi nhưng mà Thảo Trang thấy là các bạn đang có được một cái sự kết hợp cũng như là một cái tinh thần thi đấu rất là tốt. Chúc cho các bạn sẽ thi đấu thật tốt trong những game thi đấu tiếp theo của ngày hôm nay. Cảm ơn bạn đã tham gia phần phỏng vấn này. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
ขอบคุณค่ะโชคดีนะคะ
Các bạn khán giả thân mến, như vậy là chúng ta đã khép lại game thi đấu đầu tiên của ngày hôm nay. Bây giờ mời các bạn hãy cùng nghỉ giải lao trong ít phút. Đừng rời khỏi livestream nhé. Chúng mình sẽ quay trở lại ngay thôi.
In PUBG Mobile, in order to take on the various battleground environments, it's crucial to have a vehicle capable of traversing any terrain. In the official version of Livik, we've added the brand new utility task vehicle, UTV. So, how does this vehicle perform in the game? Today, let's compare the UTV with Livik's other commonly used all-terrain vehicles, the buggy and monster truck. We're sure to help you decide which vehicle to use. Let's see the overall performance of these vehicles. The buggy is quite small and compact, which gives it exceptional handling. During intense chases, its agility provides a firm sense of security. The monster truck has a tall chassis with massive tires, enabling it to traverse rugged terrain with ease. The UTV has overall great performance and is very practical. Its spacious interior makes it convenient for large teams, whether it be paved roads or the wilderness. The UTV can smoothly carry your team to any desired destination. the all-new UTV has a fairly compact frame, plenty of passenger space, and excels in all terrain. Whether it's rugged mountainous terrain or narrow streets, or in the middle of an intense firefight, it's a reliable means of transportation. It might just be your ticket to the final circle. Dear PUBG Mobile players, hello! There are many changes in store for you in PUBG Mobile 2.0. In this video, we will introduce the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you'll like them. After 2 years of testing and improvements, the official version of Livik is finally ready for launch. We've kept the fast-paced battles of the test version, and we've taken another look at Midstein, Blomster, the Logistics Center, Iceborg, and other areas, substantially improving their look and fully optimizing their layouts. We believe these changes will enrich your battle experience with even more strategic depth. In the official release version of Livik, you'll be able to find a new all-terrain UTV. It's a small 4-seater vehicle that excels in all terrains. No matter how complex the environment is, the UTV will be able to quickly traverse the area. At the same time, XT weapon upgrade packs will be available in supply shops that appear in fixed locations. These packs can be used to upgrade weapons to their XT version, which increases their performance and control. These upgrades will be immensely helpful in battle in the official version of Livik. The official version of Livik has new ways to acquire supplies. When starting a match, an advanced supply zone will spawn randomly on the map. These areas have more supplies and shop tokens than any other place on the map. Naturally, the advanced supply zone will also attract more enemies. If you're confident in your shooting skills, come to the zone and fight for supplies. In the official release version of Livik, we've added random crates, treasure maps, wild berries, soccer challenge, vehicle ramp challenges, zip lines, airdrop markers, and other fun gameplay and mechanics. We hope these new mechanics will give you extra rewards, allow you to have even more fast-paced and exciting battles, and provide you with diverse sources of enjoyment. What's more, Livik's iconic volcano is getting ready to erupt again after many years of dormancy. When the volcano erupts, remember to be careful and take evasive action. The new PUBG Mobile Evangelion themed mode is coming soon. This mode features a special blue zone mechanic to make battles faster and more exciting. The 6th Angel has invaded Erangel. Witness the might of the Angel up close. Watch EVA Unit 01 battle the Angel and pick up supplies from the defensive fortress. This epic battle is about to take place right before your eyes. Experience this map in ranked mode now. In Erangel and Miramar, both for ranked and unranked mode, we've added a new item called the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. When deployed, the Emergency Pickup generates a hot air balloon. The balloon rises into the air, signaling a rescue plane to come pick you up. When you tap the plane, it'll pick you up and carry you towards the center of the play zone. You can choose to jump out at any time if you see a safe area that you prefer to land in. It's also worth noting that when you're in the blue zone, even if you're in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully about using the emergency pickup. In the new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've adjusted how the recall feature is displayed to make it easier to read. At the same time, we've added new quick chat messages and defeat markers to facilitate communication between teammates. When a defeated player is recalled, their view from the plane has been improved to make it easier to observe the battlefield. To enrich the gaming experience even more, we've added a haptic feedback system to the new version. When haptic feedback is enabled, you'll feel haptic feedback for various actions taken in the game. Real-time haptic feedback can be enabled for weapons, vehicles, character statuses, sound visualizations, and other triggers, giving you a more immersive experience of the game. Keep in mind that you can adjust the quality of the haptics in settings, and also adjust the strength of the haptics and customize them for different combat scenarios. With this much control, there's no need to worry about strong haptic feedback affecting your performance. In version 2.0, we've implemented a series of improvements to the control experience. The decline feature for follow requests now stays in effect for the whole match, and the collapse feature has been added to the item bar of the backpack. The buttons for graffiti and emotes have been merged in matches, and you can now bring even more emotes into a match. We've also adjusted the transparency of mark messages and the size of the throwable and consumable wheels. The display effects of the elimination messages and tips have also been made more obvious and clear. At the same time, in-match notices now appear when certain actions take place. We hope all of this helps your team perform even better in battle. As for in-match communication, enemies behind obstacles can now be marked with quick voice messages. The chat area has been enlarged, and new marked messages are displayed at the top to make it more convenient to communicate with teammates. In terms of weapon-related improvements, we've increased the hit damage ratio and range damage of the shotgun, slightly increased the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun, and improved the overall balance of weapons. Improvements have also been made to the smoke grenade effects, weapons animations against walls, the marking feature, and sprint controls to give you a smoother gaming experience. The new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers, and no changes have been made for Gold tier and above. At the same time, we've added themed core circle missions, commemorative titles, exclusive rewards that can be unlocked by collecting crates. We've also prepared many great new season rewards. Best wishes for ranking up and winning more rewards in the new season. And don't worry, we haven't forgotten about Cheer Park. In the new version, we've added a mini soccer field and a 4-seat wingman to Cheer Park. Invite your friends to experience it together. If you'd like to know more about PUBG Mobile, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Hope you all have a great time in the new version. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. PUBG Mobile 2.0 Classic Mode Improvements. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.0 is now available. In this video, we'll introduce some updates to Classic Mode. We hope you like them. Emergency Pickup. In both the ranked and unranked mode Erangel and Miramar apps, we've added a new mobility item, the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. Deploying the Emergency Pickup takes a little bit of time. Once deployed, a hot air balloon beacon will be launched into the air, as a beacon to guide the aircraft. Once the beacon is launched, you'll need to tap attach before the plane arrives in order to be lifted into the air. It can carry up to 4 players at a time.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. You guys are tuning into our South Asia SEA Games, our 31st SEA Games in Vietnam. I'm Chuchu, and this is going to be Sir Cloud hosting, analyzing, and also your casters for today. Which, speaking of today, starting off on second day, Thai teams, Thailand, the first team of Thais, which coming up from FaZe Clan, showing up really strong. Will it be a back-to-back like yesterday, Sir Cloud?
Yeah, it's very, very close with each other, right? In terms of the amount of points, only 1 point differentiator number 1 and number 2, and 2 points differentiator number 2 and number 3. But nothing is different here, as we have the SEA Games 31st anniversary exclusive rewards, including the voice packs of your favorite athletes. Of course, on screen here is Ryzen and Yuhai. Ryzen, he should have got an MVP mention if you ask me, for that fight against Brunei.
I have to agree. We saw just now how he played so well with Floss, and it was just flawless. I mean, like, I do want to see, like, the individual player got themselves the medalist coming up from Vietnam, right? If I'm not mistaken. Was it Vietnam or Philippines again? Sorry. It was Vietnam. Yeah, there you go. If they got themselves a character in the game just based on that solo player individual. It was so cool.
Yeah, it would have been cool, right, to see that happen. But maybe for the squad, we don't know yet. You know, we're putting out a lot of ideas here for our back-end stuff to actually work on. But here we have it, the scene in the stadium. The players getting ready for round number 2. On screen, you can see right now Malaysia won. Currently in the middle of the pack at number 9, Brunei won. As you can see on screen, they lost the fight against Indonesia, unfortunately. Hopefully they'll be able to bounce back stronger in this round. And we have on screen right here is Philippines 1, getting ready to get back to their consistency as what they found yesterday.
Yep, everybody's warming up at their hands, making sure that, I think it's not that icy cold in there, but you know when they get nervous, the nerve of your finger endings get a bit, feels like a bit tingling, and they need really the heat pad they're actually using just now to make sure their fingers are warm enough and the muscles, the fingers muscles are gonna responding really quick. But we did mention about the Malaysian teams. Both teams were being cornered back then, including, I think the last one we saw was right on top of ruins coming from Malaysian second team there, where there's two teams, if I'm not mistaken. It was Brunei's versus Malaysia, and as well as coming up from the Thai. So we can see the Thai teams really going all out aggressive today. They are almost everywhere.
Yeah, I know, right? Both Thai teams as strong, as good as what we can see here on screen. Thailand won. They got the chicken dinner, and it is their first chicken dinner in this grand finals campaign. Thailand too, as we can see here on screen, got Tuni, Nuzi. As we can see them, they'll be looking for their chicken dinner as well, because currently Thailand too, they are number 10 with only 35 points. The difference between them and their podium spot is 29 points. That is at least one game in hand.
I personally wouldn't mind taking another chicken for the Thais, because I really love their translator. She's just so soothing. The way she talks is just so calming. But speaking of a translator, thank you for our translators out there as well, giving us such a good experience to understand what the players is saying. Mentioned before by Bear, saying that they have very limited amount of time to actually work things out, the communication between the teams. So this is one of the biggest challenge I have to say, to be faced against all the teams out there in all the countries that are having a mixed team for their roster.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that that was an issue, especially for teams like Beer, like with Face Clan. They had to go through the play-ins at some point, so they were really busy. Like their schedule was super tight. For Thailand, maybe if assuming that they're involved in the play-ins, they might have only gotten like a week to train together before they come to SEA Games, and that will be even less than a week, because you must consider that the other preparations as well, the media day for SEA Games, all the plus things, the traveling there, and so on and so forth. So their days of training together as Thailand 1 and Thailand 2 is actually very less, including the Infinity as well. They were busy with the play-ins at some point.
But speaking of a very limited time to exercise and just trying to execute everything, we're going to drop ourselves towards a plane in Miramar for match 2, day 2, coming out from the outskirts of Montenuevo up towards the eastern side of the north, just on top of Al-Azhar. Now, we do know yesterday it's more towards Los Leones, a bit centralized as well when it comes to the first few games, and we had Montenuevo around there for the circles and on top of Power Grid as well for the ending. Will it be the same today? Will it be on the northern side, or will it be all the way towards the south on Minas Geral? Because today's circle is very different from yesterday, including the first game just now, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, we can expect Miramar to be as that as well. It's going to be a different circle, so they got to be prepared for all possibilities. As we can see here, the flight path somewhat in the middle. Malaysia won. Sometimes they drop in Ruins, sometimes they drop in Valdemar. This time they choose to go on to Valdemar. But will that be the right choice for them, as the circle will reveal itself shortly? Other than that, Myanmar 1, Myanmar 2 will be right next to each other as usual between Crater Fields as well as El Pozo. Malaysia 2 will be taking Montenuevo, so we don't expect to see early clashes for now, as this will be their regular draw spot, but it's going to be a fairly center circle. Power Grid again?
maybe St. Martin, whoever gets themselves that high ground just on top of St. Martin, it's going to be perfect. But like we mentioned, the circle is just so unreadable, unpredictable. We cannot put our fingers and pinpoint where to go just yet, especially for the IGL of every single team there is, every single country that's participating is going to be really a huge pressure for the IGLs. All they need to do is assess, adapt, and then have it a go again, just advance for these guys, because that's what they have been doing for the Thai teams. Interview, they mentioned they need to change something up. They do know they have been making mistakes, or maybe they always are not working out anymore and they're adapting to it. Now, can others do the same when it comes to their second match in the second day?
Yeah, adapting will be the question mark, right? Considering that we've already played like 2 Miramar so far. So today will be the 3rd Miramar of the Grand Finals. Let's see if anything changes, and let's see if the teams learned anything from yesterday. So far, in terms of draw spot, everyone seems to be in a harmonious draw spot. Yesterday's Miramar, we saw an early feud between Cambodia as well as Brunei too. First game, Cambodia locked down Brunei to taking down 2 or 3 of their players. Second Miramar, Brunei got their revenge and got the first blood against Cambodia through a scuffle of during the vehicle, trying to get the vehicle. So let's see if anything changes in this round. Who's going to get who, or are they just going to avoid each other?
Who gets into the fuffle scuffle? Yeah, sure, why not? But the thing is, if you notice, Clark, previously we mentioned in the previous tournaments, we cast so many together, right? We saw there's teams that they're opting out for late rotation, but in this case, in SEA Games, in our 31st SEA Games, I noticed that some teams that are rotating very late is actually taking longer rotations. They're not just purposely doing so to avoid any fights, they're actually looking for fights. The way they navigate themselves is to find victims who are actually trying to camp or just play it safe around the rim of a circle. So they have to be aware the fact that they're not very safe, even though they are coming late into the center of a circle and transferring in there. So all the teams, they need to step up even more here, because this is not the usual PUBG Mobile anymore. A lot of teams try to actually force the fight when it comes to trying at playing at the rim of a circle.
Yeah, especially like what we saw earlier on, right? When it comes to like certain teams, especially Vietnam 1, Thailand, they really like to take fights, and whoever who's right in front of them, they would just go at them. So that'll be something that some of the teams that like to play a little bit more passive, they need to be aware of as well, that no place is safe, even though if they have a compound that they felt that, okay, this will be their haven, but no, it's not going to be as easy as that. So they need to be alert all the time. And when it comes to a map like a Miramar, right? So Miramar, because it's a huge map, especially when it comes to first and second circle, there's a lot of space, meaning that teams will normally be quite far with each other. So if one team wants to crash into another team's compound, they normally would do it early, because of that is the opportunity to not get third party.
That's true. It sucks to be third party all the way. We saw how many teams taking advantage of it, but it's not wrong. There's nothing wrong as long as you can stay alive. It's all about the survival game in the end for these guys. But here comes our top eliminators, or top terminators we call them. For Vietnam, first team Lamborghini at number 1 place with 16, while we have 14 and 13 if I'm not mistaken. But still at number 1 placement, it's still going to be Lamborghini. So this is one of the players that should be looked out for the side of Vietnam, and also for the other teams. They should take this one down first if they want to fight against the Vietnam.
Yeah, it's a nice. I don't think there's an award for the top eliminators, but it's always nice to have your profile up there for them to like for people to recognize, right? So it's a nice recognition for Lamborghini at the end of the day. Plus, he is playing in home ground, and that will bring a lot of cheers to the fans as well. So far for Vietnam 1, they've been doing okay. They could do better. They're currently at number 5 with 66 points. For the minimum podium spot, they currently are at a 8-point difference with Philippines 2. Not too shabby, I would say. It just takes them one round for them to swap out to the podium spot, and that also means that Philippines, both of the teams, they need to be aware of this. They cannot be complacent. In the previous round, Philippines won, they dropped out early, 12th place, 1 elimination point. Philippines did fairly well with the second place finish, but Philippines won. This is the round that they cannot go out early.
Yep, I think the fans should shout out for the teams as well, as Bagan, the Philippines really need it. For the Cambodians, they have to say Susie all the way. Malaysia, for Malaysians, it's going to be Malaysia Boleh. What else? We do have the Indonesian gospel, or do I got that wrong? Definitely. And also, you guys are actually shouting out for us, for Custos. Thank you so much, Lee Caddy. We're really honored and privileged to be here as well. But I'm not sure what happened to Thai First Team and Pierre, who got interviewed previously, got into a chicken dinner. Now he's on his knees. They're being actually scouted by the Philippine second team. Now, I have to say, Philippine second team slowly just progressing. And it's just they're not going downwards, their performance. This is one of the teams that just keep on going strong, and there's no limits to their performance.
Yeah, arguably when it comes to consistency, they are slightly better than Philippines one. Philippines one because they had their really, really high moments. That's why they're still at number one spot as of now. But Philippines do, like what you said, they're kind of like the quiet type, that just shows up all of a sudden, and they are currently at a podium spot. And with this round, it's a good start for them because they took out their nearest competitor, which is Beer from Thailand 1, for that number 2 spot at least.
Beer finish off straight away. I agree. They are the type that walk the talk for Philippine second team here. They don't say much, but whatever they're saying, they're just using it with their sprays. That's just remarkable. I have to say, formidable players coming out from I'm looking forward to see more of Philippine second team in the future, because we can see a huge potential come out from them one day. But Indonesian second team, yeah, we do have very veteran players. I'm talking about ancient times, since the birth of PUBG Mobile tournaments. They were there, especially when it comes to Luxy and Ryzen. But it's just so hard to make things work for Indonesian teams right now. Are they falling behind?
Yeah, that's the question, right? Both Indonesian teams as well, like Indonesia 1 at this moment, number 8, they're at a middle point with 44 points. Indonesia 2, number 11, with 32 points. The minimum podium point now for Indonesia 1 is like, what, 30 points? That is quite huge. But what's huge as well is the circle, that everyone or most of the teams, they are still in the circle.
Most of them were fighting over that San Martin mountain. We're looking over how saturated it is right now. However, on the lower grounds definitely is not an advantage when it comes to Miramar map. It's always about the geography. It's always about the high places, high ground, vintage point, prime spot that is to fight over. And this is definitely one of vets. Indonesian teams already got themselves on top of San Martin, if I'm not mistaken. But Philippines second team is slowly closing up behind, coming up from Picado. The ones coming up from the northern, they do have a couple of spots on top of water treatment if they want to play around with it. But the ones that's not inside, I have to say this is going to be a tough call unless they got abundant of smokes to play around with.
Yeah, hopefully they can get like at least 20 smokes, as what Thailand 1 used to do in the previous round, and that got them the chicken dinner as well. But speaking about Thailand 1, here we have them on visual. Unfortunately, not a good start as they lose Beer very, very early on, and they seem to lose another vehicle. But the good news is that they are in the middle of the map, with St. Martin being the middle spot for now. And St. Martin is a good hangout place because it's a compound, it's a big it's a fairly big area, so as long as they stay at the circle, they can kind of chill here, despite them playing on a handicap.
Even though they take residency in St. Martin, but they have to be aware that they're not alone. Indonesian second team Jam Force, I'm loving how he paired up with Ryzen just now to play, a bit of a tug of war for the other teams. But Ice see through and just gonna spray over to Vaffel. The tap is a long distance shot, but still managed to connect a couple of dots there. Coming up from Indonesian second team again, Luxy trying to take up the mountain of St. Martin, but it's just not making it easy coming from Thais. They make it such a challenge for them to actually hike up. But again, this is the second day. Anything still can happen. Well, everything will be dropped on tomorrow, which is going to be a final day. A lot of teams are struggling on second day, including the one that actually still, I have to say, Philippine first team now slowly kind of, being smothered by the overwhelming performance all the teams rising up on the second day here.
Yeah, we do see some changes in terms of power play for some of the teams, like what we saw Thailand and all that. The bottom teams as well, Laos, they did better, I would say, than the previous day. So we can expect them to maybe continue to put on a good performance again today. And if they can do so, at least they can climb up to the middle spot. And who knows, right? With 9 more games to go, 5 more games to go tomorrow, maybe they might challenge for the podium spot. So we cannot look down on anyone at all at this moment. Everyone is the podium spot is still up for grabs for any team. All 16 teams can still do it.
And same goes for Myanmar first team. We definitely saw a lot of them coming up from yesterday. Hopefully it just keeps on going. But the other teams down there, especially when it comes to the ones that starting off from the 10th place to 16, it's going to be St. Martin all the way. Goodness me. Oh, as long as they can defend this from side of Indonesia second team and Philippines second team is there as well. They are very consistent when it comes to all the games here, and they're definitely desperate enough wanting that gold medal. But this is them taking the lead if they can secure this mountain. Coming up from Philippines again, this is the first team. They're a bit too late to as a party.
Oh, Philippines first team, they try to stop Myanmar from coming into the circle, but they're taking very different routes. So not too sure why they want to just shoot, but maybe just to show some power play. But talking about power play, it will be against Indonesia as well as Vietnam. Both second teams for their respective countries. Gen Force seems to be having the high ground together with Ryzen. Rabis gets one onto court from Brunei 1. So Brunei 1 looks like they're in trouble. But Indonesia 2 looks like Gen Force is going to bail this.
Yep, it seems like a good communication going on between Ryzen and Gen Force, whether he can take the fight or not. And Ryzen is not forcing him to take the head-on challenge, but they're trying to actually reposition themselves in a better place, in a better position to actually angle it out, so they can actually precisely pinpoint the location and position of their opponents for now. But coming up from Vietnamese two teams, second team, Mott try to be the entry fragger, try to pick over, but it's just so hard with this kind of terrain. There's so many valleys in between. It's just impossible for them to learn any vision or gain any information at this rate.
Ooh, but information on the elimination feed as Brunei 1 loses Colt. It's going to be global ticket out 0. So there's at least like 3 teams in the same area of Brunei 1 somewhere.
The thing is, Brunei's got the knockdown, but he's been stolen away by the side of the Vietnam team. This is what we're talking about. The third part of it. Here comes Smart. Now approaching to our Indonesian side, and this compound will be breached. They're sharing it for now, and they will transfer themselves into this compound for the side of Indonesia. Have been taken residency there for quite some time, but they have to be careful. Another Vietnamese team coming up from behind. It's going to be their fellow comrades, but this time it's not really friendly anymore.
Oh yeah, everyone's up for each other. And speaking about Brunei team, looks like this is going to be Brunei 1. Now we currently have visual onto them. Flex from Malaysia 1 will be taken out by Rankit from Philippines. As Stalker keeps eyes onto Vietnam from afar. All of them are in the circle, so not too worried for now. Everyone's just waiting for the 4th circle, since it's going to close anyway soon. So any of this is just going to be warning shots towards their opponents.
Stalker living up to expectation as a Stalker. Same goes for DZ, who's just going to be the 8 for Stalker. They lost 0 before this for this Cambodian team, and they are the only solely representative for their country. They have to be extra careful now. They are starting off a bit at a disadvantage with that casual team. Malaysia side, on the other hand, Magic's giving away his position by blindly just spray and now making a move. And all these teams we're watching right now is actually not inside of a circle. They were actually closing up by the blue, and it's going to be in the 5th phase. And that's going to be 3% damage per second, so they need to make a move right now. It's going to burn like hell if they are delaying this. But again, Power Grid being favored by the end of the day, Cloud.
Wow, if you remember Power Grid, it was an all-Filipino finish. In fact, both Miramas were all-Filipino finish. And Brunei 2 came in at 3rd place. Malaysia 2 came in at 4th place on yesterday's Power Grid circle. So will we see the same? Now that Malaysia 2, they are right in the middle of the circle, as Malaysia 1 gets 1 over Myanmar.
Frankie coming up from the flank. What a nice angle there. Why, he has to be careful. There's nothing to hide himself with. Just a couple of ditches there. Abusing the terrain so far. Malaysia jumper. On the other hand, taking the high ground, going for the scout, then spot out for Myanmar's second team. Magic still having it a go, but he's over-peaking himself, taken by the Thai Shrapes. First team of Thai, spawn them out. And it's going to be really an ordeal for Malaysian team if they don't exit out and disengage right now.
Yeah, but at least Frankie is there to pick him up, so they should still maintain a full score. But Jumper gets one, and Gotudi will be gunned down by range. So it's going to be Philippines versus Thailand at some point. Jumper is still alive. They do not have to circle at this moment. They're starting to rotate, but they will bump into Philippines one. Jumper shooting on the Demigod. Could this be a revenge? Demigod now down to 50% health. Can Jumper finish it off and continue on their rivalry?
Not sure where are the rest of the teammates coming out for Demigod. The Philippine first team happens to be part ways from the main roster here for Demigod. Frankie, on the other hand, risking way too much in jeopardy. Or Magic's just joining in with Scar L, hopping down from the Daisy and just going to toss a couple of nades, making sure they can secure the deal here. But straight into the welcoming arms of Jumper, shooting them out and about. It's going to be Thanksgiving Day, but not really yet, as they are in the center of the war zone.
Wow, Jumper! That was opportunity presented to him, basically. And now looks like Thailand too. Eliminated. Oh my goodness. Okay, we still have Thailand 1. Though keep your eyes onto them as Brunei 2. Need to find a way into the circle. Currently, Zico has been knocked down on the outside, but she'll be able to be picked up by his teammates. But the entire Brunei 2 will need to fight their way in.
Now, Kizo, start the engines. Oh, Malaysia's second team. It's going to be, first team is actually caught in a trap here. Magic's really low. He doesn't heal himself just yet, but Galaxy making sure they want to butt in and they want to go for the rush. Kizo just goes in. He wants to run. Look the wrong way. Oh, what an opportunity. Not being used, but Galaxy, lucky enough, he actually saved the day. Make a redemption. Oh,
what?
What just happened?
How? I'm waiting for the elimination feed.
It is actually Malaysia High and Magic's. What? Just
what?
How?
How? Okay, we need to watch back that replay in slow motion after this round. But that was crazy. It was just so fast. Couldn't even tell. Malaysia too. Basically, they butt in, and that's all I could tell from the elimination feed.
From what I've seen, I think Yuhai tossed over the nade earlier before, but it hasn't exploded yet. It was a couple more seconds to explode when the rest of Team Brunei actually jumped in for the rush and caused both team a lose-lose situation instead of winning. So it was a graveyard full of regretful players staying there for quite some time. We're down to 11 teams in just a couple of seconds. We are going to show over. The Blues are going to concentrate even further more into 6th place. But one more team eliminated just now. It's going to be Thai first team, but both Thais are out.
Well, okay, and well, yeah, both Thai teams are out. That means Philippines, both of them are still in this. They could create the gap, but they cannot be complacent as Vietnam 1 and Myanmar 1 is still in this round. Indonesia 1, on the other hand, still playing on the outside. The so-called newbie will gun down Astro from Cambodia. And Kato in trouble. 10% of health left as Kato. Right, he survived this. Alan tries to get one for himself, but Alan will be roadkill.
Valiant effort, Alan. We can all see that. A bit too courageous, but a bit too reckless at the same time. Vietnam second team, on the other hand, they got themselves almost at the rim of the circle. They barely make it in, but they need to make sure they got themselves the covers first. Smoke's being poofed out, but it's definitely going to give them a bit of covers just to transfer into the circle. Indonesian first team, on the other hand, they managed to still survive. Same games for second team of Indonesia, but the Vietnam first team just parked themselves, cornering around, but they got retaliated. Whoa! That nade was huge.
Oh, super close on to Lamborghini. Lamborghini now the last man standing unless he can pick up Frankie, but looks like Frankie will be down as well. While Molly tossed onto the side of Lamborghini. Lamborghini is still alive. He will evade 2 Mollys back to back. Lamborghini uses the first aid. Hopefully be able to recover himself. At least he's still in the circle.
Out of nowhere, Philippine first and second team just talked about it as well. We saw Demigod just gonna make sure they can get elimination points. Oh, flying! On! And he landed safely, but very low HP. Almost exploded the buggy. Anybody who shoots him down can get an extra prize for free. Micro Boy taking on the Vietnam second team. Mott is down. Porsche is going to be the next target. And Ferrari trying to take out the flanks by Indonesian team. Don't have any covers, but the blue zone, they're close enough to make it in.
The blue is just too much for Porsche to handle, but they still have Ferrari. Ferrari going up against 3 from Indonesia. And look at the Sissoko actually move away from them. They need to find a way into the circle as Porsche succumbs himself to the zone. And now Ferrari tossing out the molly onto the other side, trying to buy time for himself. But 30 more seconds on the clock. He needs to decide when will he be able to move as Brunei 1 is behind Ferrari.
And Philippines eliminated for now. I'm not sure what's really happening, but it's okay. Back to his Indonesian side. They're still gonna try to get into the circle, but quite far off. The one that actually on the north side of Power Grid right now have no clue how saturated this place is, but it's just so hard for them to squeeze in. A BRU of Brunei taking advantage towards Ferrari, the last surviving man just now coming up from Vietnam. Is gonna be gone and done and dusted. The Vietnamese team, second team plays himself at 10. We're down to 8 teams here. The Malaysian second team is still in there. And Laos again make it up to the top 8.
True. Actually, Philippines too, they got 10 eliminations already. And they're currently at number 1 spot with still a full squad. They are currently at pole position. But now we keep our attention on to Laos as they try to find a way into the circle. They need to go against Malaysia too with Yuhai. Getting one for themselves. Already 3 eliminations for Yuhai. As Yuhai tries to get more. He tries to defend his location, but he needs to consider that he needs to move too.
Oh, this is a scary prospect coming out from Malaysian team. They really have to have a lot of receiving and of bullets. Snipes couldn't even just pick anywhere. Yuhai have to make the call, have to make the play. Here's the sole survival. The entire Laos is done now. He got himself the space to revive. He needs to use the mech kit. It's only 1 first aid. But in the meantime, Philippines, they are raining here 4 men. Very strong double elimination points, and Myanmar first team is also in there trying to take down against Indonesia's second team.
Okay, could it be Philippines winner with a chicken dinner? But let's hold our horses. Let's not count our chickens before they hatch. But now Suave will be needed up at low-key. This could be an opportunity for Myanmar, but they don't have an opening. But at the same time, Genforce is going to be shot down from behind. It's going to be Shazam taking on Genforce. And now Indonesia, they'll be sandwiched by 2 teams. Myanmar is starting to move in with Luxie, the last man standing. And then Nate by low-key takes them out. It's going to be Philippines versus Myanmar for chicken dinner.
Oh, they are back. It's just 1 game of rest, and they are back with full momentum for both teams. Philippines second team Shazam going in. He located a couple of members coming up from Myanmar, but the thing is how to get there, how to move forward. How about we just toss over and barbecue them? But not just yet. They're gonna toss over a couple of hand grenades as well. Shazam, make a big rotation. Newbie on the ground, looking for help. 1 second, will not even waste any second, and shot Shazam down.
Oh, no second wasted indeed. He'll try to get those elimination points in the bag. Myanmar 1 looks like they're holding it strongly as Newbie confirmed eliminated by 1 sec. Shazam will be nated out by Sando. So now it's down to Rage. As well as Raimon, it's going to be 2v3. Can Philippines 2 get 2 chicken dinners? So far, can they be the second team to get 2 chicken dinners in the grand finals?
They already did this yesterday with Mombo and Ranky, the first Philippine teams. Why not for the second Philippine team doing the same thing as well? But for Myanmar, they are thirsty for this. They want the chicken. They go for Rich. Straight head on. It's down to 1 more. It's just 1 last person. It's going to be Ramon.
Open.
It's going to be the end. There's no way out. How's Mo slow and back? Loki. Finish the job. Winner, chicken dinner for the Myanmar.
Myanmar, winner, chicken dinner. This will definitely bring them up to podium spot, but will it be enough for them to get that number 1? Philippines won despite them going out at second place, but they got more than 10 elimination points. They could be the one to steal away that number 1 spot. Philippines 2, they could be the one to steal away that number 1 spot from Philippines 1.
Now we have to wait, and the calculation has been done because 10 eliminations as well coming up from Myanmar first team, which coming from the side of Margin Esports. So I have to say, 1 second, Baby Loki, Monet Sunday, and Romeo Boy, all these guys are just amazing. We saw how daring they were. They just, you know what? Let's not waste any more time. It's just one person that just straight rush in. It's 2v3 anyway. They just go in anyways and didn't think for a second. There's no doubt in that decision making. What a flawless ending.
What a flawless ending. That was a lot of confidence that's shown by Myanmar 1 indeed. Even though it's 2v2, but they made it like it's 2v1 and it's 2v1 again. That's how the level of confidence are for Myanmar 1. Amazing gameplay indeed from Myanmar 1 and well deserved of the podium spot after this. Now, I can't wait to see how far has Thailand 1 dropped because they did not survive that long or as long as the top contenders for the podium spot too. So it will be interesting to see again another big shift in terms of who will be that prestigious top 3.
I have to say, Philippines second team, Zap Battleground, have to just push themselves up there. They have been consistent since a second half of first day. They start to just, cylinders out, and now today they're showing us they always consistently getting themselves in top 5 and just now in top 3 both games actually, and that's definitely them up there somewhere. And I have a feeling the moment the Thais and the Vietnamese team just push themselves up, then they'll be pulled down again by the swapping of the overall rankings later on. If you saw how the Philippines second team plays just now.
Yeah, and also just to add to Myanmar 1, if we look at their entire Grandfathers campaign, they have yet to drop outside of the top 10. Number 7, number 3, number 3, number 3, number 6, number 9. So none of it was outside the top 10. So actually, they are very consistent as well. And now, of course, with the Chicken Dinner, again, they still maintain their status of that top 10 team. They are also like what we talked about, like Philippines too, not talked about that much. Maybe that one Chicken Dinner and that's about it. But actually, they are slowly climbing up. And Myanmar 1 is even more of a team that no one really talks about. And who knows, they are currently creeping into maybe even that number 1 spot.
I have to agree. Both teams and both countries are very methodical. I have to say, they're really assessing every single way possible. They know every nook and cranny. When it comes to Miramar, definitely we can see Philippines really strong. When it comes to Miramar, they know the advantage and the disadvantage of certain positions and certain compounds, and they use it very wisely. They're calling shots, barely actually making any mistakes at all. In the meantime, while on the side of Myanmar, we can see when it comes to firepower, both teams, Myanmar first team and Philippines second team, they broke the record yesterday with 20 eliminations. So far, the highest. Are we looking over them actually getting this momentum as a start again, breaking another record into more than 20 eliminations for Philippines?
Well, there could be. I mean, there's still a lot of games to go, and so far we can see the momentum is there for these few teams, like what we saw Myanmar earlier on. Philippines too, still bringing on that momentum from the previous day. In fact, Philippines 1, on the other hand, well, we need to see the overall chances to be sure before we come up with any assumptions. But let's check out the MVP, ladies and gentlemen, before we head on to the other stats. And our MVP for round number 2 today is going to be Yuhai. That solo show taking out the entire Cambodia team. It's just French kiss.
That was just one of the best clutch by far in the finals. You saw how he fought in the middle of a crossfire, taking out the entire team of Laos by himself, making sure he can try to survive as long, and at the same time trying to give aid towards his teammate. This is going to be one of the best assets of Malaysia's team and player when it comes to a player that can decide what to do first. Putting off the priority, what to do next for the next objective. But it's just he caught in a crossfire. It's just so hard for him to get out from there.
Yeah, and he did have the circle as well, so that was the best that he could do. But he basically eliminated 2 or 3, and that's almost the entire squad. So to me, it's well deserved for the MVP award for this round. But let's check out the match standings, and here it is. Of course, no surprises that Myanmar 1 is currently the top point holder in this round, 25 total points. Philippines, on the other hand, 24 points, just 1 point difference. And finally, we have Malaysia too, stepping it up with 16 points in total, and Indonesia too as well, while the teams at the bottom have 14 points for themselves.
Yep, stepping up the game for Malaysian and Indonesian team as well. But Myanmar, because of that 10 eliminations, they secure that first placement, just 1 point shy between the first and second. But looking over the 16th place, Myanmar's second team is actually with 0 points. They're very contradicting towards the first team of Myanmar. And the Thai suddenly just crashing down. They got themselves 15 with no points. Cambodia, at least they secure 1 point. But for Philippines first, Vietnam first, and Vietnam second team, they are placing themselves 11, 12, and 13 with 3 points only. A lot of fours there at 7 to 10 place. Brunei first team, Thailand first, Malaysia first, and Brunei second at 4 points. Well, Laos slowly pushing themselves every single game. It's consistently at 6 with 6 points. Previous games, still 6 points, but Indonesia first and second team both are slowly trying to get the momentum and adapting towards this tournament. So we're gonna see a lot of changes when it comes to the middle bracket later on in the overall standings.
Let's check out the head-to-head before we move on to the other stats. We have Sando as well as Range. Exactly 4 eliminations between the both of them. 456 for Sando, 617 for Range. He did a little bit more work. And the longest elimination distance, Range, like what we talked about Range yesterday, right? He's living up to this name. He likes his long range. So no surprise to see that he has a little bit more than Sando, actually a lot more. And damage received, Range tanked out a little bit more as well, 248 as compared to 108 from Sando. And for the longer survival, it was obviously for Myanmar 1 because they got the chicken dinner. But then again, I just wanted to point out that Range, again, he is a range player.
Yep, living up true to his name, definitely never letting us down. But Myanmar first team Sando, we barely actually see them because they're always rotating players. Every single player is coming from Myanmar team. They are all working so well together. Nobody's actually, you know, the only star player whatsoever. Same goes for Philippines second team. I'm looking for their performance more. I still remember how Ramon just driving over a huge steep cliff with that buggy, risking everything, but still managed to secure that chicken dinner just now. Here comes elimination and damage. Was a lot of the average of 4s and 2s there, but definitely when it comes to eliminations, the most is going to be the Philippines of Myanmar chasing over the first team of Myanmar, taking on 10 eliminations, really close by as well. But damage output wise, I feel really sorry for Malaysia first team, Indonesian second team, and same goes for Indonesian first team. The damage output is huge. Same goes for Vietnam second team. Most of the teams there have damage output that's really, really just amazing. But the elimination being stolen by a lot of teams out there.
I know, right? That's the thing about Miramar, because it's and plus that kind of circle that we saw that there's a lot of open spaces, so there's a lot of opportunity for people to steal away eliminations from each other. Hence, we can see some teams, despite them doing a lot of work, like what you pointed out as well, Malaysia too, they only managed to get 8 eliminations as compared to like what Myanmar 1 dealing less damage but getting more eliminations in the back, and that is where it matters at the end of the day. So yeah, so it's just how PUBG Mobile works. It's even sadder for Myanmar 2 and Cambodia. I mean, they dished out like 300-ish damage but not getting anything at all.
But for the top 4 this time, you know, what really matters is the elimination points, and it will actually be fruitful for the teams that making out for the top 4. Myanmar first team, Philippines second team, Indonesian second team, and Malaysia second team, with very different numbers when it comes to elimination and damage wise, but definitely Philippines with the highest damage and elimination still squeeze in here with Malaysian 2. Indonesians start to get themselves the engines, start running, but the thing is, can they actually being consistent here? Because we saw how the Thais first game bring us what a amazing performance, but the second match is just really down there.
Yeah, it is it is definitely something to reflect on, right, as we move on to the next round. So they need to find a balance at the same time. Like, yes, you can get a lot of eliminations, but can you like survive? Because if you try to attempt to go for those eliminations, you may risk yourself being eliminated on the same time, because you are fighting up against best of the best teams from Southeast Asia. So it's something for these teams to consider as well. What sort of fights do they want to take? But this is where it matters, and it's official, ladies and gentlemen. Philippines 2 is currently at the top spot, taking over from Philippines 1.
Oh, it's just 7 points away from Myanmar first team, who's catching back up on second place, pushed down Thai first team to the 4th place, in which is going to be a tie with Philippine first team at 80. Philippines still really showing that they are really one of the team that have so much potential that we're looking for the next performance. For Vietnam first team pushed down to the 5th place with 69. This is where the gaps kind of stretch out here. Indonesian first team at 6th place with 55, 2 points away. It's going to be Vietnam's second team at 53, 7th place. Myanmar's second team with 51 points only at 8th place. That's just 2 points difference in between. If you look at the first page here, Cloud, the gap is still reachable, and it's not impossible for them to turn the tables all around again.
I know, right? And considering if you look at the overall picture now, there's 8 more games to go. Like the swap can still happen. It could still switch around. It could still change. So all these teams, whether they're on top, they cannot be complacent. Whether they're not on top, they can also still hope for the best and just do their best in the following rounds. And you never know if things would swap out. If we look at the overall, right, who can go into the podium spot right now? Podium spot is 80 points. So if we can see that 50 points with 8 more games to go, it's still very possible. Like even like 50 points, 40 points, 30 points even, they can still make it out to the podium spot. Because we can see now that some of the teams are starting to lose focus and lose their momentum. And it's quite worrying for some of the teams, especially Philippines 1.
Yeah, this is kind of true. One game we saw 20 elimination points, definitely going to turn things around. But hey, let's listen to our winner. Host, take it away.
Phỏng vấn sau trận đấu, và bên cạnh Thảo Trang ngay lúc này đó chính là One Second, vận động viên tới từ đội tuyển Myanmar 1, đội tuyển đã xuất sắc giành được winner chicken dinner trong game thi đấu vừa rồi. Hãy cùng phỏng vấn One Second một chút nhé. Xin chào One Second, chúc mừng bạn đã có được một chiến thắng vô cùng xuất sắc. Thảo Trang có một câu hỏi dành cho bạn là trong game thi đấu vừa rồi, bạn ấn tượng nhất với tình huống nào?
Hi, One Second. Congratulations on your victory. On the last match, which combat do you think is the most impressive?
Philippines nàyတွေ့ရပါတယ်နောက်ဆုံးတွေ့ရပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ပို့ပြီးတော့ရင်ခေါ်ရတာပေါ့ကျွန်တော်ကစုံလုံးမပါတာတော့သူတို့ကစုံပိုက်တာနဲ့လာချတော့ကျွန်တော်ပို့ပြီးတော့စိတ်လို့ချတော့သူတို့ဘာလို့လာချရလဲဆိုပြီးတော့အဲ့ဒီမှာကျွန်တော်ကကတ်လာရဲ့ကောင်ဘုံနဲ့တော့ပြီးတော့နောက်တစ်ကောင်မှာကောက်ပြောပြချလိုက်တော့ဗတဲ့အပြောင်းပြန်ပြောသွားပြီးကျွန်တော်ကပြန်နိုင်သွားတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဖျက်လိုက်တော့အဲ့ဘက်တွေပေါ့အဲ့ဘက်တွေပါ
So he's talking about the last battle. So the Philippine players are chasing to them, and then they got the fast knock with the grenade. And then they are like their player, Myanmar player, are rotating there to eliminate the whole team. So yeah, the last battle. Thank you.
One Sec nói là trong cái trận vừa rồi thì có một cái pha thi đấu mà Myanmar 1 họ bị Philippines họ đuổi theo, thì One Sec anh ấy đã ném một trái nét knock được 2 thành viên phía Philippines, và đây cũng là quả nét mà gián tiếp đem về cái chiến thắng trong pha combat đó, cho nên đối với anh ấy đây là cái pha combat mà ấn tượng nhất.
Vâng, ngoài ra thì Thảo Trang muốn hỏi bạn một câu, đó chính là ở nội dung thi đấu đồng đội này thì bạn đánh giá đối thủ nào là đối thủ mạnh nhất đối với mình và tại sao?
Do you think is the strongest team in this tournament?
Ryzen by Indonesian demo. I think are strongလို့ထင်ပါတယ်
So he think the one with the player Ryzen, the team from Indonesia is the strongest. Yeah.
One Sec nói là anh ấy nghĩ là đội tuyển Indonesia, đặc biệt là đội tuyển mà có sự góp mặt của Ryzen và Luxy, là đội tuyển mà anh ấy nghĩ là đội tuyển mạnh nhất tại SEA Games 31 lần này.
Vâng, cảm ơn những chia sẻ của One Second và chúc cho bạn may mắn ở những game thi đấu tiếp theo. Thank you and good luck. Các bạn khán giả thân mến, như vậy là chúng ta đã khép lại game thi đấu thứ 2 của ngày hôm nay. Mời các bạn khán giả cùng nghỉ giải lao trong ít phút trước khi chúng ta đến với game thi đấu thứ 3. Đừng rời khỏi livestream nhé. Chúng mình sẽ quay trở lại ngay thôi.
flags by sundown. Tiger wings fight on alone. That's what we've been done. Waving flags by sundown. Tiger wings fight on alone. That's what we've been done.
Yeni sezon yeni heyecanımı takımı bu bak inancıda. Benim yerim senin yanında ve dolgurantayız olay tamam.
قلوبنا مفتوحة هربت خلعت كسرت في الابواب فريقي جاهز حاضر متمكن من كل شي عقبات رح كون الشخص الوحيد اللي باقي اقوى من هيك مقلع ملك وماشي متربع على عرشي ما انا هيك PUBG واجبتي صفقة تمت في علمي من تاني موسم يا عيني تحفيز وتطوير لاني زعيم عظيم من 4 سنين بلا وحدة لوحدة برسم باسمي للمهردج ودورنا ارض كامل التسحين
Satu persatu jatuh, collect another one. Kuasai lapangan, sing ada lawan. Jangan tes, coba les, guess. Langkah gue tembakan masuk, nadi gue SS. Gue bisa tahu musuh kena mental, main pada panik, nyali pada mental. Squad selalu siap, beda jam terbang, raja terakhir, makan ayam bang. Pada camping, modal scoping, bener setting, lama looting, lupa healing, pakai karbin, gila ranking, gue last king. All I do is win, all I do is win. Bendera putih, lo yang kibarin, taking over the game. Squad lain gue ratain, biar history winning streak gue yang jelasin.
Uau, uau, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol. Eu enfrentando a batalha sozinho. Uau, uau, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol. Ao pôr do sol, sempre ligeiro, verdadeiro. Meu compadre, meu squad, espalhado pelo mundo inteiro. Nós sempre almeja o topo, se correr nós alveja. Não importa o quanto difícil seja, fazemos o dobro. Se tiver na mira, se retira ou não mexe, pode ter crise, respira e não pira. Sabe, eu tenho dó de ti. Consciência lutando pela sobrevivência, I answer red shot. Inimigos diluindo, olha o tiro vindo, olha o tiro lindo. Sigo sempre evoluindo, existente mesmo sendo transparente, persistente, insistente. A dificuldade me fez resistente. Humildade e perseverança, lealdade te traz segurança sem maldade, senão você dança pras crianças obter esperança. Me veja brilhar, me veja brilhar.
Face mui cu win, știi că sunt bun la asta. Când vine cade pe mine, da, sunt pregătit. Fără ajutorul mamei știi că pot să o duc la cap. Emoțiile au dispărut, dar pericolul e prezent.
Ortalık karışabilir ve de buna karşılık verebilirim inan ki. Ne vakit sanki. Her taraf alevler içinde kalır. Hep adil bir savaş oynanır. Sayıda hak eden alır.
Hi everyone, welcome to PUBG Mobile's Step Forward launch.
Hello, I'm Ray. Welcome everyone.
A while ago, we launched the 4th anniversary themed game mode. Did everyone have fun? Thank you for your continued love and support. In this new year, we'll continue to challenge ourselves and step forward to provide you with more exciting and compelling content. Next, we'll reveal PUBG Mobile's plans for this year. Let's go!
Yeah!
Ray, where do you think this is?
This looks like Livik, but something seems different.
Exactly, because it's the updated Livik map, which will be released in PUBG Mobile 2.0 in early May. Let me show you around. Hold tight. After nearly 22 months of testing, tweaking, and polishing, Livik is finally ready to be officially launched. So what are the differences between the official version and beta version, you may be asking? At PUBG Mobile's exclusive 2x2 sized map, Livik matches are short, fast-paced, and action-packed. The official version of Livik retains most of the elements from the beta version while updating several themed areas, adds a new all-terrain vehicle, and introduces new weapon acquisition methods and interactables. Allow me to walk you through the many features. New themed areas. In the official version, we've updated several themed areas for players to enjoy and explore. At the same time, the distinct architecture and layout of these areas will shape different battle tactics. Players must take advantage of the terrain and adopt different strategies and tactics to increase the chance of victory. Midstein. First of all, we overhauled Midstein. The mix of buildings interspersed with roads and alleyways create a complex urban environment. Here, suppressive fire at vantage points and close-range alleyways will be the focus. Blomster. Blomster has been updated on the map. Wide roads split the area into several sections. Finding the perfect vantage point will be the make or break factor for this area. The newly constructed soccer pitch in Blomster also gives residents a great place for leisurely activities. Spectacular soccer games are held here every day. Come and show off your skills. Logistics Center. The original lumber yard has been upgraded to the new logistics center. Spacious warehouses and container yards ensure the steady supply of goods into Livik. This spacious zone is densely packed with plenty of cover. Players that are able to move fast around tight corners will dominate this area. Iceborg. The new Iceborg rises from a snow-covered plain. A tall church stands solemnly amid loosely aligned buildings. I think this is the perfect place to play hide and seek. New vehicle. Are you geared up and ready to take on these new areas? Despite the small map size, there is still some distance between areas. Never fear, in the official map, we'll be introducing a new all-terrain UTV. Compared to the monster truck, the UTV is more compact, which allows it to not only traverse mountains and hills, but also zip through urban roads and alleyways. The versatility of this vehicle is immeasurable. What's more, it can carry up to 4 passengers. Be sure to explore Livik with your friends once it officially releases. New ways to acquire weapons. Besides new ways of getting around, we've also added new ways of obtaining weapons in the official version. The Livik exclusive XT firearms bring more diversity to players' playstyles. In the beta version, the XT firearms were obtained from crates and airdrops. These methods weren't guaranteed. In the official version, the XT firearms have been added to supply shops in Livik. Some firearms can be upgraded to their XT variant by purchasing the XT upgrade crate from the supply shop. New map features. Advanced Supply Zone. Some players may feel that even though XT firearms can now be purchased in shops, that there's still the pressure to obtain enough tokens. We've added a new way of quickly collecting resources in the new official version. Of course, there is a trade-off to getting high-level resources. Players will have to compete with others in advanced supply zones. After entering a map, an advanced supply zone will randomly appear near the flight path. These zones will be rich in supplies, allowing players to quickly prepare for the match ahead. These zones will attract other players, so skirmishes are unavoidable. If you are confident in your gunslinging skills, I urge you to take the risk. Besides the advanced supply zone, other features that cater to different player styles have been added to the official map. Treasure Hunt. Although players can prepare more quickly in the advanced supply zone, let's not forget that a plethora of crates are
We back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3. This is the 31st Southeast Asian Games for the PUBG Mobile team category. And thank you so much to PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, as well as Lightspeed and Quantum Studios for having all of this. And thank you to organizers as well, Verissa as well as VNG, for organizing this tournament as well. We're your casters. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Choo Choo. Game number 3 coming soon.
Yep, can't wait. While our viewers are actually flexing about their phones, we're gonna watch over what's happening in PUBG Mobile. It's gonna be collaboration with Evangelion, the Angels robots falling from the sky will be joining in PUBG Mobile this time. Well, they don't happen to wear any phones or have any phones right now. But speaking of phones, right, Cloud and Evangelion, have you actually watched Evangelion, by the way?
No. So I have no idea how it is in the anime.
It's really cool, by the way. It's really cool.
So
But
I should
yeah.
watch it. Yeah.
Speaking of phones, I do wonder what kind of phones the player are using, since we're going to watch over what's happening to them. For me, I usually use public phone, but hey, it's a bit of a cutesy coming up from the teams. They're having a really good vibe for now. What are your thoughts, Clouds?
Well, I think some of them are really, really focused. Like what we can see here, I believe this is Indonesia 1, I think. Yeah, because they have 2 Indonesian teams, right? So I can't remember who's in which team. But I think teams like Indonesia, they really want to do well, considering that they have a status in the PUBG Mobile world. And it's still not impossible for them to get that podium spot. In fact, it's not impossible for anyone as well, including Cambodia, despite them only 25 points as of now at number 15. But with 8 more games to go, they can still do it. But this is the team that is currently still hard. Philippines, both Philippine teams at this moment still at the podium spot.
You know, what's worse than actually the players, the coaches and the analysts who watched just now waiting to see if they can make a comeback for some teams. I'm looking for Laos' performance personally, because I saw them having themselves a better... hello there. She's really cute. And I hope you guys are calm in your seats for the viewers watching on site or even online. Be sure you guys stay tuned, because the cameraman really love to give us memorable scene, as well as the Filipinas so far still rating at number 1 for the second team here. They really just clawed themselves up the way up to number 1 spot. Can they maintain taking the gold medal away when it comes to finish off all 3 days, including tomorrow?
So, if you're wondering what phone, if I am not mistaken, they are using the phone with the fruits, the 12th generation one. If I'm not mistaken.
Oh.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. So,
I
but
have
of
a
course,
lot of
those phones are
fruits.
provided by them. You have a lot of fruits?
Yeah, I use a great phone.
Ah, you use a great phone.
The
It must be
15
a-
gen.
The 15 gen great phone. It must be
Yep,
a
there you
very
go.
great one.
I want to flex my phones as well. Like, why not?
Why not? You can do that. I don't think there's any other phone names here. I'm just saying. But maybe not, maybe not. Maybe if we want to do that, they gotta come and pay us, They gotta come and pay us more.
Oh, wow! That's really blunt coming up from Circular. But next one, we're gonna have this very World Cup map, which we do know anybody can take it away, because next one is definitely back to Erangel. Sorry, I thought it was Sanhok. I got that wrong. But back to as a classical OG. Now, we did actually mention Erangel sort of have certain pattern to the circle if it's on the same day. Today's circle is more towards Jogo Pool. Is it going to be almost a similar first circle, maybe, Cloud?
So we had Jogopu, and then we had somewhere over Ferry Pier yesterday as well, and we also had a Pochinki circle. So if we look at the pattern, including the Jogopu one, like what you asked, all of the circles have been on somewhere on the left. So we haven't got a really right one, like a prison or a mansion yet, or maybe even a Milta Power. So I don't know, maybe one more to the left just to complete the end of today, or the final Erangel for today.
So yeah, the circle's always wrong because it's always on the left. It's never on the right. So let's jump straight into our Erangel circle. Enough with our puns and really dry jokes. We're back to our match 3 Erangel. Will it be maybe Son of Scar military base circle? Who knows? But the firepower coming up from Stalwart down to its Primos, cutting across Severny, Gutcart, Ruins, Quarry in between. But question is, it's more towards the left flight path. Will be the circle for the first time ever towards the right one.
For the first time in the grand finals, will it be in that direction? Well, let's see. As this flight path, most of the teams will be able to drop straight right into their drop spots, except for Philippines. They normally like to go to Milta Power. I believe it's Philippine 1, so they're going to travel a bit to their regular drop spot. Lipovka, Indonesia as well likes to drop there. So They're gonna travel a fair bit as well. For the rest of the teams, expect them to drop straight in, except for Thailand. To keep your eyes on Thailand too, though. Yesterday, despite them able to reach into mid-range, they still went into Primos and challenged Malaysia too. So I wonder if they're going to do something similar, but looks like it's not going to be the case. They're going to drop maybe into Caribbean. But this circle, no. This circle is a 50-50 circle.
Oh, man, I don't want to jinx it, but Sanoska military base entirely covered in that circle. Imagine it will be a bummer for the players if that happens to be it. It's gonna be the sunset all the way. It's really gonna be hilarious for us, but it's a bummer for the players because everything is at stake here for them. Like Cloud mentioned, the podium status is still managed to be swapping over between the players, but we do have a couple of skirmishes between Laos and Malaysia team on top of Gatka. Now I'm not sure who's got knocked down, or maybe just a couple of shots connected, but nothing happened yet. And a lot of teams, especially on the northern side here, Cloud, it's going to be a long journey for them if the circle shifts towards the downside all the way.
Oh, yeah. And the king of military base island is Thailand too. So they are the only team there. Not even Novo has a team. So they have the entire island for themselves. But of course, teams will also question themselves, like, do they want to overcommit and go straight onto military base island when there's still a possibility that this circle may end up in the main peninsula? I don't know what would their decisions be, but if I were them, I think if they're already on the main peninsula, they might as well just hang on there. Might as well just chill to the following few circles.
But do remember, yesterday we did have this kind of circle twice in both wrangles. In the first one, and some of them ended up in Punchiki, right on top of the urban area. Now that's really tricky to play because we mentioned before, there's so many buildings, there's so many angles to take a peek from. You can also play hide and seek, maybe like the new Livik, but in this case, hopefully that's not it, because it's going to be really hard for us to see players actually to stay as in sync as they can in the whole team if that happens, because once you get separated in Pochinki, it's almost impossible to get reunited again if you part ways with the roasted. Now that's a bit of a problem because you're going to start off fighting, people ambushing you, and you happen to be in disadvantage. But we talked about Pochinki, it's going to be a Vietnam first team taking it over, but question is, do they want to play the yo-yo thing or do they want to camp here because they are right in the center of it?
Yeah, for now, I guess knowing the trend of Vietnam One, they're the type that likes to play in the middle as possible. So since this kind of circle, Pochinki, even if they move, it might be slightly down south. But other than that, I think they might spend some time in Pochinki for now, just to wait out to see how the trend of the second circle is. And if the second circle happen to be like in the main peninsula, then they might still be around here. Maybe they might just shift themselves onto the hillside, the left side hill of Pochinki, and pretty much that's about it, assuming that that's the case. But if the circle goes down to military base island, then we might see them going somewhere in the middle, but still on the main peninsula.
Oh, gotta have to wait and see, because it's gonna be the third circle, as we call it, the judgment circle, to determine where the final few circles highly ended up be, because the second circle sometimes still very vague, and the fourth circle is where all the players were being forced to get into the battleground and have to force a fight. The crossfire will happen, and half of the team will be going down quite as fast as the circle shift. But back to his own Myanmar first team, Sando is one of the MVPs and one of the best players that is in the lineup. But I have to say, when it comes to teamwork, this is one of the team they should look out for as well. Nobody actually have Myanmar and also the side of Philippines under the spotlight as much, but now they are the team that they should look out for. Do they have enough information for the other teams in other countries? Did they study enough between these two countries, Philippines and also Myanmar, to fight against?
Yeah, even for Thailand, right? They're currently at number 4, and despite them having the same amount of points as Philippines won, 80 points ish, the tiebreaker kicks in. So Philippines won because they had more chicken dinners. That's going to be 2. Thailand won only had 1 chicken dinner, so that naturally puts Philippines 1 above Thailand 1. So as much as we talk about, even before the show started, right, we talk about teams like Thailand, we talk about Indonesian teams, we talk even about Vietnamese teams, but surprisingly, the teams currently on top is 2 Philippines team and 1 Myanmar team. So like what you mentioned as well, this is so far the rise of the underdogs, or if we were to call them based on their recent performance. And at this stage, or at round number 8, I think that these teams can no longer be called that. They are definitely a threat to other teams in terms of securing that top spot.
They used to be underdogs, now they're flying dogs. That's what you mentioned, I guess. Too long to read. TLDR version of it, maybe, possibly. But hey, thank you so much, you guys, actually watching with us the entire 2 days here. It's still not done for the second day as we're halfway through. We love you guys as well, but definitely be sure to root out for your country, because there's going to be the pride, the medals that are going to contribute to us, the entire SEA Games, our 31st SEA Games country tally medal as well. Back to us, the Bruneians. We're looking forward for their performance, but still they are struggling. They need to change something. Major changes need to be made. But what will they be? Because happens to be wherever they go, there will be a lot of skirmishes. They happen to be caught off guard every single time. In this case, Galaxy is really in a red zone right now, because right across them, there are a couple of teams, and it's quite far from the rest of the roster as well.
Yeah, around them are teams that normally will pass by, like Malaysia 1, for example. They will normally pass by this area from Severny, and then you will have Philippines 1 from the right will pass by here, considering that this kind of circle. Teams may just tend to just use this as one of their passing by spots, and also the Vietnam team in Pachinki as well, very, very close by. So they need to be aware of the teams around them. This is definitely not an area that they should look down upon, because the number of teams surrounding them is just a lot. Oh. And talking about teams surrounding them, Zico will be shot at down to 40% of health.
Feels bad. He wants to hop into that buggy just now, but being stopped definitely. And now he has to cross the big road, which Ramon will not let that happen. Here it comes. He's gonna go in, maybe take a bit of a rotation, different angle approach. But in the meantime, Range, just make sure he take the attention coming up from Zico to look over this side, because they're gonna stab him from behind. Now, Ramon, where is he right now?
Oh, okay. Not too sure. We can't see him yet on screen. But maybe his teammates are going towards him. As Philippines do, they start to converge with each other. But I don't think they want to spend too much time here, because the circle, I think, is slightly down south. So this is not really a prime position per se. So it's just more of like a power play towards Brunei. But now we have a confirmation that 70% of the possibility that the circle will end up in the main peninsula.
Yep. So far. Just saying, you know. It might hot shift downwards again. Who cares? Right now, it's still going to be on top of Pachinki. Everybody will saturate themselves, and the pool is too overpopulated as we're looking over and zooming out. So there's still a distance between the players. Like I mentioned before, the big boxes are actually 1 kilometer apart, and the small boxes are actually 100 meters for these guys. So there's going to be still a lot of distance, even though it look really close in the map. It's actually quite far. For the rest of the team that actually on just outskirts of the bridges, it's going to be really a tricky one to play with. If they happen to swim, then I have to say good luck, because you will be fished for sure.
Ooh, if it becomes a water circle, we haven't seen that for a while though, if we kind of think about it, right? Like a real 100% water circle where everyone just swims until the final circle closes onto everybody. We haven't seen that for a while though. I think something has changed in the back end.
What do you mean the back end? Nothing changes. Still PUBG Mobile. It's all about the wittiness of the players, how they play against this. Yes, consistency is the key, but the question is, can the circle be consistent as well? Because apparently it's not doing that, and it hates doing that, and the circle just loves to make the players question, where will I go next? And that's going to be the puzzle game for the players to figure out. Back to the Vietnam first team, Rabies, making sure you keep an eye out for the rest of the team. But for Thais, they got themselves the compounds, a huge compound to work with, a lot of spaces. But if one team rush into that warehouse, it's going to be hard for Ice and Bear to pick out as well. So they have to be extra careful, not giving away too much information towards the teams that's outside.
Right. Well, actually, what I meant about backend was the algorithm backend, that backend term. But anyway, so now we move over to Cambodia versus Brunei. Two teams at the bottom. So this is the bottom two teams going ahead at each other. Brunei one number 16 currently, and Cambodia number 15. Both, in fact, both of them with 25 points. One elimination from either side will leave them up on each other.
That's true. That's true. That's kind of true. That's very true, actually. But we have to wait for Stalker. Like usual, Stalker, I'm loving how Stalker just live up to his name. Every single time we have the POV of the player, Stalker, he just keep on stalking somebody. And it's going to be Bruneians being stalked by the side of Cambodians on top of farm. And we saw just now, it's not just these two teams, Cloud, that having themselves taken residency here, because Stalker start to shoot, but the Filipinos, if I'm not mistaken, is just behind them as well.
Ooh, yeah, they got to be careful of that. And Stalker got to be careful as well, because currently he is only with another teammate, meaning the two of them in the same compound. If Brunei one gets the right information and they know that they can get a knockdown to Stalker, they can rush into that compound and take the both of them out immediately. So they have to be aware about that. But at the same time as well, they need to be aware about the timing as the circle starts to close in. The third circle will definitely be crucial, considering that we are 63 players in, and it is 100% now on the main peninsula, and that is, I guess most of the teams will breathe a sigh of relief then.
Yep, for Vietnam second team, they're taking over the Pachinki Hills for now, but Farm Ridge will be really occupied by the side of Laos. Now, in between that, there's going to be a space where it's not really a flat plain. They do have a couple of pips and a lot of hills to play along, so they have to be careful where to pick the spot here, especially for Malaysian teams. They're not performing as they hope it will be. They're on 10 and 11 place, both teams there, but it's not impossible for them to play the catch up, as it's not really a huge gap in between to get into the top 8 first. But back to the Vietnam first team, definitely they just gonna go out for Pachinki, because it seems like Pachinki might not be the center of the last few circles.
Yeah, it's going to be likely now. And Vietnam one, they are anticipating that as they move out of Pachinki. But the moment they move out their safe house or their fortress, they need to be careful, as Malaysia too. They do have the high ground. They are on looking over Vietnam one at this moment. Vietnam one, they do not want to drop the ball, as at this moment Vietnam one, they are only 11 points from the podium spot. So they are definitely still in top contention for that.
I have to say, everybody's still in the run, as long as it's not the finishing of second day. Even the entire tournament has not finished. We have one more day to go. Everybody still have a chance to have a shot at the first top 3 placement for the medals. Back towards the circle. Now, this is going to be whoever's still inside of the blue. The third circle will actually cost them 0.8% of damage per second. But for Monkey, that's not going to be a 0.8. Definitely more than that, because of that grenade just now. He's going to bail this one out. Never mind. I don't want to fight you guys, because that's a bit too aggressive. Frankie making sure he shushed them away. Back to where Monkey is. Monkey stays. It's going to be between the trees for now.
Yeah, Monkey's lucky there, because his buggy was punctured. His back tires was punctured. So a front tire puncture is still okay, but the back tire puncture, you don't want to be in that situation where you're stuck in the middle of a couple of teams, and that just happened. So he made the right decision to bail, to converge back with his teams, because there's another team beside Malaysia as well on the hilltop that is unlocking them too. So it's good that they're together. At least they can back up each other a little bit better.
But so far, for coming up from the Thais, there's Team Victorious, Shrubs, and also Beer and Ice, taking each building for themselves. There's a huge compound playing at the edge, almost at the outskirts of Pachinki. Whoever's actually on the field of an open field of Pachinki is going to be a bit of a problem, because they can see every single person that's moving around in this corner. But the thing is, they're waiting for the fourth circle to appear, then they will make the decision whether to move or not. But apparently it already popped. It's right at the farm ridge as well. I'm not sure how much it actually included in the water ratio, but really nothing at all. It's really just on the northern side of Farm Ridge and on the southern side of Pachinki Hills. They need to move right now. You do see a couple of them already make it through into the center. It's going to be Vietnam second team and Indonesia first team as well.
Yeah, and look at the potato here. Immediately, Vietnam 2 moves from the potato hill. Just look at their playstyle. They go straight smack in the middle. Same goes for Indonesia 1 as well. But Vietnam 2, pretty obvious because they held a high ground. It's okay. They just want to go in the middle of the circle because the possibility of getting the next circle is higher. So they took that risk. So now they're in the middle. So now other teams that want to come in either have to take them out or just need to be aware of Vietnam 2. Now that they have a compound, that's basically their fortress. This is a good position to be in.
Is the perfect one, if you ask me. Vietnam second team and Indonesia first team getting themselves the only compounder actually in the center of the circle right now. The rest of them are quite in the peripheral of it, and the ones that are actually coming in very late will have to force a fight like the Thai teams who's trying to transfer but finish off by the Thai second team here. Again, they happen to have the same rotation for the Thais, and it's a bummer for them to have to fight against each other quite early on.
Yeah, it's not good news. Like considering that these two Thai teams, well, Taiwan especially, they are in the contention for getting that top spot. But unfortunately, they'll lose Beer again, going out fairly early for the second time around. Nuzi will be counterfired on by Schweppes, and now Schweppes is starting to close in. They want to secure that elimination point, but unfortunately, Schweppes, he does not have a vehicle. Oh, he does. The vehicle is still active, but it's smoking up now, and they don't have time. Circle's not on their side.
Oh boy! Stone forced to jump down because he wanted to help Nuzi, but the problem is Malaysian's team start to button as well. Yuhai start to toss every net he has and just gonna use all his resources as he can, because this is the moment they want to get the elimination points. They are in a good spot to force a fight, but in the meantime, they gave too much respect towards the Thai teams, give them the time and space to actually bring back up. Their team is actually down. While we do have Philippine first team David Gott taking against the Brunei, which trying to counter fire. We still have Malaysians also trying to fight for themselves to get to skirmish into the rim of the circle, which they got in quite late here.
Oh, Malaysia too. They're trying to stop another team, trying to stop Thailand from coming in, and they could do it as Yuhai gets another one. Frankie goes down to Raimon in another location, but Yuhai will secure another knockdown. Can he be the one? Can he be the kryptonite towards Thailand too? But then again, Malaysia too will need to make that move as well because they're not in the circle at this moment. But Steins will be burned down. Steins will eliminate Thailand 1, and this could open up another gap with Philippines.
The duo coming up from Damrud and Yuhai, it was a perfect combination for them, but they're still not done yet. They're not really in the circle. They're being actually ambushed by a lot of teams while they're moving. Same goes for Lambo, trying to get out from the trenches, but Frankie, coming up from Vietnam first team, the other Frankie, who's trying to force himself up the hill, but the problem is there's so many occupants already here, including the Malaysian first team and Philippine second team. But the circle just pops again. The only team inside of it is going to be Indonesian first team, and they are taking the entirety of the only compound that is inside of the circle.
Oh, very, very interesting because we have talked about Indonesia first team. They have an opportunity. They still can make it into the podium spot, but they need to put in a good, consistent performance. Look at the amount of fights happening at the top left side. Philippines too. They are currently fighting for their lives as well.
Oh boy, this is not enough. The only team that actually going to survive are the teams that's not fighting right now. Shazam tried to cook up the nate, hoping to toss over to Myanmar first team. Again, this is going to be the old rival since day number 1 of the grand final. A lot of fighters! Backstab shot from behind! My goodness, that's brutal. And now Malaysia fighting against another Malaysian team, and happens to be taking out the blue as well. They need to move. All the team here will not win it unless they start to move. Magix hops into the UAZ and they start to transfer into the circle, but then we might just bomb into the Vietnam team as well.
Yeah, if they don't move into the get to the circle, they'll be caught out. At the same time, Rankin will be taken out by Global from Brunei 1. Flags is starting to move in. Jumper will take his fight, and Jumper can he win it? No! Jumper still goes down to V-Choi. V-Choi wins the fight. Rabbit still lives to tell the tale another day.
V-Choi just gonna poof a couple of smokes, making sure he got himself covered, and the rest of the teams got themselves a bit more coverage to run over towards the top of the hill. But the problem is, another Malaysian teams, knocked down. QB getting on Sando, but V-Choi taking on snipers in 1 second. Now fighting against Lambor as well. Indonesia fighting against Indonesia. What is happening? All the teams all the countries have the same rotation, happen to bump into each other. Now Vietnam's second team here, McLaren, trying to get out from there because it's not right in the circle, but the moment he steps out, gone, blazing crossfire, war zone out there.
And that's what happens if you still have 60 plus players towards the final few circles, towards the fifth circle. And right now, Philippines won. They are the only one at the top 3 that is still alive. They can extend they can take over the number 1 spot after this, but they need to put in a performance at 0. Tries to get one over Brunei 2. Brunei 2 still survives. It's at 0. He's still playing on the outside, but good thing is that he's still in the rim of the circle. But Laos has moved in. 0. Tries to get one over Laos, indirectly helping Brunei 2, but unfortunately will not be enough as Brunei 2 goes down to Laos.
Within seconds, teams drop like flies. We're down to only 8 teams, half our team remaining in the 5th circle in the 5th phase. Astro come out from Cambodia, trying to actually take down Laos. It's not done yet. It has been going on for quite some time between Laos and Cambodia, but he cannot quit right now. Backham and Noah trying to actually make space for them to advance forward. But how? There's so many eyes keeping on tabs onto them. So they need to be careful. They need to make the judgment call. They need to be patient. As long as they got themselves a first aid, he got himself a couple of loot to take from the death boxes nearby. Backham, on the other hand, got himself a UAZ, but is it a bit too hasty to move right now? In the meantime, they don't have enough time. KHI from Philippines finished off by the side of Indonesia, who's been taking the compound forever.
Oh, Vietnam 2! One of them being gunned down. And Vietnam 2, they need the points in the bag and they want the podium spot. They cannot be eliminated now. Indonesia 1, they still maintain full squad. Malaysia 2, still in full squad as well. But the nade right in front of Yuhai. Snipes will take care on the other side. At the same time, we can see that Vietnam 2 trying to get into the circle. No more time as the circle is starting to close.
The top contenders are all out for the top 5. Now remaining 6 and 7! Ferrari down! Porsche, the last member, Malaysian second team, going in. Snipes, park his car, coming with a second person.
Here we go.
Snipes along the way, they got and secure Porsche. We're down to 6 teams only, while QB got ran down by his own teammate, but it's okay. It's not as well, but it's going to be all right for now. They need to recuperate themselves to get another go and just go into the circle if they can.
And look at this, it's already 12 eliminations for Malaysia too, and they still maintain their full squad, and they're currently playing by the rim of the circle. But now we put our attention onto Indonesia 1, also right at the rim of the circle as well. But they need to move further far in as Alan with his DBS tries to stop Laos from moving any further forward.
As long as they defend this, it's going to be theirs to take for Indonesian first team here to take the first ever chicken dinner for them. They sport out Malaysian team, second team of Malaysia being bombarded left, right and center. They're sandwiched here. They kind of stuck to move forward. There's walls in between. Their buildings were taken by Indonesian players. But Snipes making sure he got the space to go and move forward with a ghillie suit as well and just hide in the smoke. Now all he needs to do is stay quiet while QB trying to revive his mate. But we do have both Indonesian team taking the compound for themselves while Cambodians taking up Brunei at the sidelines.
And look at this, it's now number 6 onwards. All the top teams have been eliminated, so this will open up a lot of space for the top 3 to change. But we need to wait for the official results as Yuhai will be gunned down by Redface, Call will be gunned down by Luxy, and Ryzen will be burned up by Yuhai. So this is a revenge coming from Yuhai as QB picks him up.
Oh, Beckham knocked down to one more person for Cambodia player Noah. It's going to be 1v1, Cambodia versus Laos here. Just with the trees and the blue zone accompanying them. But back him! He managed to still survive for longer. And he needs to be revived now as the Indonesia still holding there. They're not giving this position away. This is the best place, the prime spot there is to survive. The only team that got 4 walls to actually hold on to, and Beckham finally finished off. It's down left to North for Laos, but for Malaysia's second team, how to bridge in? The wall seems a bit more higher than it used to be.
I know, right? The wall is just a nuisance to them, but I'm sure they'll find a way somehow. But unfortunately, while finding that way, Suavel gets one onto Snipes. Snipes will be gunned down, and Snipes is a little bit too far. Snipes will be finished off by Kaito for Indonesia 1. So it's going to be Indonesia 1 holding this combo, but Yuhai is in this, and Yuhai with the mutant on his hand, 60% health. Finally, Yuhai will be gunned down by Luxy, his old teammate in Indonesia.
Oh, Luxy! It's just right crossing me, but he closed the door. He can actually shut that down. Just now he was reviving with QB. And Yuhai is still on the ground. He managed to actually escape in the last tick of health. But Luxy, right right in the face for UI and Luxy. That's gonna be his own mate there. Even though friends or not, right now it's all about who's the better player. QB and Luxy now trying to save UI, but it's just impossible. Coming up from the side as well, QB. This is just so hard for him to fight against the entire team of Indonesia. 2 of them actually still inside of the circle. We're down to 5, Cloud.
But if you look at this, QB finally eliminated, but Malaysia to manage to garner 13 elimination points. That is good considering that how they performed yesterday. It's kind of like a comeback for the name coming from Ireland. Could this be an all-Indonesian finish? But then again, there's still 4 more teams to go. We need to see what happens here as Laos. No one tries to get into the circle, but Beruang is there to stop it at its tracks.
Oh, I feel like I can smell the chicken for Indonesia right now. Definitely, they are soaring and cheering with joy. But it's not impossible yet for Beruang and Global to have a two players going on. Brunei versus Indonesia is 3v2. Never mind, 2v4. Alan swap over to DBS. Never mind as well. But it's gonna be cut out, and Ratfish trying to corner out Beruang for now.
Oh, Beruang, where's Global? Oh, Global's on the other side. We could see an all-Indonesia finale as Beruang goes down. Now it's down to Global, the last man standing for Brunei. But here it is. It's going to be Indonesia one taking home the chicken dinner, the first chicken dinner in the SEA Games campaign.
I'm loving this. Today we have entire different teams and countries taking the chicken with 9 elimination, 500 overhealing, 2,000 over damage done. Indonesia first team, that was a hustle. They got themselves right timing, right perfect locations to be in the center of the only compound that's left when it comes to the last few circles. The Predator are quite right. Judgment call on point. And what's more important, they can defend it for the longest time there is.
I know, right? They made the right decision to go right smack in the middle of the circle. Not only that as well, they picked a game-winning compound and they defended that like everything mattered for them. So it all shows in the results. They managed to get that chicken dinner, but then again, I believe it was an all Indonesian finale towards the end. It was really, really close for Brunei to maybe get that second spot, but we just need a confirmation later on when the official stats come up. But that will also mean that we can expect to see some changes at the top 3 spots.
Possibly in the top 5. I have to say 2 teams might be pushed down here. But I have to say, if they didn't take up UI just now, it will be a really big problem for both Indonesian team because UI, the only person managed to breach into the compound. A little bit late, the follow-up coming out from QB. He was a bit hesitant, but it was really covered up nicely by Luxy. I have to say, it's just good reflex and good hunch coming out from the players. Indonesians, this is what we've been missing. And finally, they can actually say, hey, in the 31st SEA Games in Vietnam, we got ourselves that chicken. And that will be their turning point if they keep this momentum up.
Yeah, it could be a turning point, indeed, like what you said, right? But that also means that someone at the top needs to drop. One of the Philippines teams need to drop. Maybe even the Myanmar team needs to drop as well out of the top 3. So it is still possible for a lot of these teams. Look at all the smarts around here. Today we see a okay game for Philippines 1. Could have been better. A fairly good game for Philippines too, but we saw very, very good games coming from other teams as well who will be trailing behind them and will be challenging for their spot, so they cannot be complacent.
Yep, we're not done for day number 2 yet. We still have 2 more games. And remember, the next one, we're ever going to be a long break after this. But before that, just to remind you guys, the next one is going to be Sunhawk. Sunhawk is always about a wild card, Cloud. Just everything that happens. It's either you want to go for healing, but the problem is not everybody is going to go for the healing. There will be somebody disrupting the peace and start to, ripple the water and making sure that nobody can sit quietly, comfortably and trying to just play the bandage game all over.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough, right? Like so far that we see the Sunhawks that have been played, there was some healing game, but not to the big extent of like, oh, you see like 5 people being able to play the healing game towards the end, it just shows that it's starting to be very difficult in this stage of the tournament where everybody is just that good and nobody's going to give you any leeway to play that kind of strat. So let's see if anything changes in today's sign-out, because there's only one sign-out being played every day.
What's really interesting for me in the last match just now is that how many teams, the same country, sort of have the same mindset. Hence, they've been bumping into each other quite often. We're talking about, I think it was the Thai teams, and also we have the Malaysian teams fighting against each other. And we also have, if I'm not mistaken, Vietnam teams fighting against each other. But lucky enough, Indonesian teams, they fought each other quite a bit, but they go for a truce because there's so many players trying to take out the compound from the side. So their focus were actually shifted towards whoever trying to take down from them for that compound. So it's like very similar path, and maybe even the same sort of mindset caused them to have, you know, this kind of rotation. It just happened to bump into each other.
Yeah, and considering that that was the last Erangel for today, right? So there's no more Erangels after this. So whatever that they want to change in terms of their rotation path or their checkpoints and all that, it will be tomorrow. So we will not be able to see how adaptive are they in the same day. But we will have another Miramar for the last map of today. So it's interesting to see as well if Miramar will be any different as compared to today's Miramar. But what I'm looking forward to is, of course, to see the Sandhawk. But I'm also looking forward to see who is the MVP from this round. Could it be from Malaysia too, because of their haul of elimination points? And yes, it is. Second time, Yuhai.
Again, I have to say, this, I don't know where he got his wittiness, and his IQ is just on the next level. What? You had said 200 IQ. This is like 5 million IQ plays coming out from Yuhai. He squeezes in, sneaks in, and shoot people around when they didn't even realize he's actually shooting them from the blind spot. And Yuhai just knows what to do every single time. 1,100 over damage, 6 elimination by himself alone.
I know, right? Just by himself. He's been working hard for the team, definitely. Can't take that away from him. But let's look at the match standing. So 24 points here for Indonesia 1, considering that they got the chicken dinner together with 9 elimination points. And we have a Brunei 1 with 19 points. This is the best performance from Brunei 1 so far in the finals, in the grand finals. And then we have Malaysia 2 with 19 points as well. Indonesia 2 with 14 points. Laos 1 not too far away as well. 12 points for them in this round.
Everybody, all cylinders out this time, Cloud. I do have a feeling today it's very consistent coming up from Indonesian first team, and also Malaysia, it kind of alternating between the first and second team sometimes, but mostly second team for today, which coming up from whole gig fam. But on the side of Brunei, this is really good news for them. They starting to get themselves used to the rotations, used to the team fights there, and used to the plays of all the other countries. But on the side of Myanmar, this is it's a really coaster ride for Myanmar and also Philippines just in day number 2.
Yeah, and here we have the head-to-head. You are comparing Yuhai, who has gotten 2 MVPs so far, and you're comparing with Alan,
I love Alan.
The silver medalist for the individual category. And he was not only the silver medalist, he did a superb comeback in day number 2 to go up to the silver medalist spot for the individual category. So this is a very good comparison between the two of them. But of course, if you look at it from this round only, Yuhai has mastered it.
I have to say they both sort of having almost the same sort of playstyle. It's just Yuhai is a bit more daring. If you look at how he received the damage output, it's almost 5,000, which 461 damage output wise is definitely, well, he's just the rusher. He's the entry fragger for the team. He's the one that actually, you know what, don't overthink stuff. We're just going to move forward. If it happens, it's on our side, it's going to work out okay. But it doesn't, never mind. We're just going to go for the next round. I love his mindset, and you saw how his energy was when it comes to the play shot. He just keeps on smiling. it's so hard for us to see Yohai actually not smiling. But for Alan, this guy is so witty and sneaky. He loves his DBS so much.
Yeah, I know, right? His DBS, his high ground, we saw in yesterday's Irregular as well. He definitely is very creative with how he plays. But let's look at the total eliminations and damage from the previous round. So obviously Malaysia 2 gets the highest elimination points, 13. That comes with 2,785 damage. And the next one comes in is Indonesia 1, 2,009 damage with 9 elimination points. And then we have Brunei 1 with 7 elimination points with 1,003 damage. And it goes all the way down to Myanmar 1, 6 eliminations and 1,193 damage. So far in this round, only Myanmar 2 failed to get a elimination.
I have to say, Myanmar 2 performance when it comes to day number 2, they're really outcooled here. I'm talking about them. Really kind of lost when it comes to comparing to the first day, where they were really great, they were brilliant, but when it comes to second day, the only team that's still consistent is going to be Myanmar first team. Same goes for Philippines. In the first Philippine second team, when it comes to consistency, they had it going, but Philippine 1 or Philippine first team is always a roller coaster ride for both of these countries and teams. But back towards the overall rankings later, we do want to know who's actually topping off the chart because there's so many changes and swapping happening. But I'm loving we're looking over Indonesia finally put their flags up, including Brunei and Laos. They make it here as well.
Wow, okay, Laos. I mean, the last time we saw them, they were at the bottom. They were number 14 before this round, and they've managed to make it into one of the outstanding teams. Actually, the same goes for Brunei 1 as well. They were number 16 before this round started. So this round is pretty much dedicated to teams on the bottom half. Indonesia 2 was at number 9. Indonesia 1 was at number 6 as well. So this is the round of the bottom half teams, the page 2 teams, we call it.
That's why I call the second day the day of redemption, because this is where they redeem themselves based on their first day performance. But the thing is, the teams are actually in the top 5, if I'm not mistaken, in the top 5 just in the last few circles, all of them are gone. They were obliterated, decimated entirely. So they have a shot for the teams from the 6th placement to the 10th placement to really shoot up sky high up there, as long as they got enough of the numbers. Now this is where everything matters, Cloud. Filipinas!
Woo! Okay, still holding on to number 1, surprisingly, but it's only 1 point difference than Myanmar 1, and Philippines 1 is still at number 3. The podium spot still held by both Philippine teams, 83 points, but just right behind them, 2 points difference now. Now it's super close now. Thailand 1, 81 points. Indonesia 1 has a difference of 4 points with that number 3 spot, and then followed by Vietnam 1 as well, not too far away. And then after that, it's a little bit of a gap with Indonesia 2 with 60 points in total. So Philippines 2, Myanmar 1, Philippines 1, they need to be on their toes because everyone's starting to catch up.
Yep, we're almost cracking the triple-digit number for the overall rankings there, while Myanmar first team is also doing the same thing. While we're looking over the overall rankings or overall standings just now, starting from 6th or 7th placement down to the 10th, there's like half they have to catch up. If they want to really get themselves in the top 3, it's like 50 points, almost close enough, approximately 50 points gap in between.
Yeah, it's the gap is starting to widen. We're starting to see like if the minimum number 3 spot is realistic for any of the teams, but so far it's starting to shape up. We need to review that as we go along, right? We still have a couple more games to go today. Of course, 2 more rounds to go at least. Sanhok will be the next match. But ladies and gentlemen, after this, we will be taking an extended break. So if you want to go have your meals, this will be the right time. But before you go for the meal, make sure you stick around because you don't want to miss out on what Indonesia has to say in the upcoming interview. And of course, we'll be passing it back to our host at the stadium very, very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it from our winner chicken dinner. Indonesia, take it away.
Hãy cùng với mình phỏng vấn anh ấy một chút nhé. Xin chào Red Face, chúc mừng bạn đã có được một chiến thắng vô cùng xuất sắc. Thảo Trang có một câu hỏi dành cho bạn. Theo bạn thì trong game thi đấu vừa rồi, bạn cảm thấy tình huống nào là tình huống quyết định dẫn đến chiến thắng như vậy?
Hi Red Face, congratulations on your victory. Which moment on the last game do you think is the key moment that led to your victory?
Momennya di zona pertama sih kita udah langsung tabrak tengah buat ngambil di tengah zona, makanya kita bisa buat zoningnya lebih enak gitu.
Ngay từ đầu chúng tôi đã có một cái vị trí rất là lý tưởng, rất là đẹp ở ngay giữa vòng, cho nên giữa khu vực, cho nên là chúng tôi liên tục tiến lên thôi.
So Redface said that from the beginning his team has a very good position in the middle of the red zone, so that is the key moment, the key factor that leads to the victory.
Các bạn đang có được một phong độ rất là tốt trong ngày thi đấu hôm nay. Vậy bạn có muốn gửi một lời nào đó tới các đối thủ của mình tại SEA Games 31 không?
Do you have anything to say to your opponent on this tournament?
Kalau ketemu tim Indonesia jangan dilawan, lari aja nanti rata.
Nếu các bạn gặp đội Indonesia thì hãy cẩn thận, đừng có chống trả mà hãy chạy đi.
Well, if you meet Indonesia, then you better run.
Wow, rất là tự tin. Hy vọng rằng với tinh thần này thì bạn cùng với cả đội tuyển của mình sẽ thi đấu thật tốt trong những game thi đấu tiếp theo. Cảm ơn bạn đã tham gia phỏng vấn. Chúc bạn may mắn. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Các bạn khán giả thân mến, như vậy là chúng ta đã khép lại game thi đấu thứ 3 của ngày hôm nay. Và Thảo Trang muốn nhắc cho các bạn nhớ là ngay lúc này tại phố đi bộ Hồ Gươm, chúng ta đang diễn ra viewing party với sự góp mặt của đông đảo các khán giả cổ vũ cho đội tuyển Việt Nam. Các bạn có thể tham gia cùng với chúng mình nhé. Còn bây giờ, mời các bạn cùng nghỉ giải lao trong ít phút. Đừng rời khỏi livestream nhé, chúng mình sẽ quay trở lại ngay thôi. Hi everyone, welcome to PUBG Mobile's Step Forward launch.
Hello, I'm Ray. Welcome everyone.
A while ago, we launched the 4th anniversary themed game mode. Did everyone have fun? Thank you for your continued love and support. In this new year, we'll continue to challenge ourselves and step forward to provide you with more exciting and compelling content. Next, we'll reveal PUBG Mobile's plans for this year. Let's go!
Yeah!
Ray, where do you think this is?
This looks like Livik, but something seems different.
Exactly, because it's the updated Livik map, which will be released in PUBG Mobile 2.0 in early May. Let me show you around. Hold tight. After nearly 22 months of testing, tweaking, and polishing, Livik is finally ready to be officially launched. So what are the differences between the official version and beta version, you may be asking? At PUBG Mobile's exclusive 2x2 sized map, Livik matches are short, fast-paced, and action-packed. The official version of Livik retains most of the elements from the beta version while updating several themed areas, adds a new all-terrain vehicle, and introduces new weapon acquisition methods and interactables. Allow me to walk you through the many features. New themed areas. In the official version, we've updated several themed areas for players to enjoy and explore. At the same time, the distinct architecture and layout of these areas will shape different battle tactics. Players must take advantage of the terrain and adopt different strategies and tactics to increase the chance of victory. Midstein. First of all, we overhauled Midstein. The mix of buildings interspersed with roads and alleyways create a complex urban environment. Here, suppressive fire at vantage points and close-range alleyways will be the focus. Blomster. Blomster has been updated on the map. Wide roads split the area into several sections. Finding the perfect vantage point will be the make or break factor for this area. The newly constructed soccer pitch in Blomster also gives residents a great place for leisurely activities. Spectacular soccer games are held here every day. Come and show off your skills. Logistics Center. The original lumber yard has been upgraded to the new logistics center. Spacious warehouses and container yards ensure the steady supply of goods into Livik. This spacious zone is densely packed with plenty of cover. Players that are able to move fast around tight corners will dominate this area. Iceborg. The new Iceborg rises from a snow-covered plain. A tall church stands solemnly amid loosely aligned buildings. I think this is the perfect place to play hide and seek. New vehicle. Are you geared up and ready to take on these new areas? Despite the small map size, there is still some distance between areas. Never fear, in the official map, we'll be introducing a new all-terrain UTV. Compared to the monster truck, the UTV is more compact, which allows it to not only traverse mountains and hills, but also zip through urban roads and alleyways. The versatility of this vehicle is immeasurable. What's more, it can carry up to 4 passengers. Be sure to explore Livik with your friends once it officially releases. New ways to acquire weapons. Besides new ways of getting around, we've also added new ways of obtaining weapons in the official version. The Livik exclusive XT firearms bring more diversity to players' playstyles. In the beta version, the XT firearms were obtained from crates and airdrops. These methods weren't guaranteed. In the official version, the XT firearms have been added to supply shops in Livik. Some firearms can be upgraded to their XT variant by purchasing the XT upgrade crate from the supply shop. New map features. Advanced Supply Zone. Some players may feel that even though XT firearms can now be purchased in shops, that there's still the pressure to obtain enough tokens. We've added a new way of quickly collecting resources in the new official version. Of course, there is a trade-off to getting high-level resources. Players will have to compete with others in advanced supply zones. After entering a map, an advanced supply zone will randomly appear near the flight path. These zones will be rich in supplies, allowing players to quickly prepare for the match ahead. These zones will attract other players, so skirmishes are unavoidable. If you are confident in your gunslinging skills, I urge you to take the risk. Besides the advanced supply zone, other features that cater to different player styles have been added to the official map. Treasure Hunt. Although players can prepare more quickly in the advanced supply zone, let's not forget that a plethora of crates are peppered throughout Livik. To help players locate these crates, we've added a treasure map to the official version. Players can use the map to mark crates on the minimap. Soccer Challenge. I'm sure you'll stop to admire the soccer pitch when passing through Blomster. Just like the hot springs which can recover energy, the soccer pitch isn't only for show. Players can participate in the scoring challenge and show off their skills. They might just win rewards in the process. High-flying vehicles. If playing soccer is a fun urban activity, then there should also be a fun rural activity. Besides the previously mentioned treasure hunt, we've also introduced vehicle ramps for all the thrill seekers out there. Hit a ramp at high speed to launch into places you can't normally reach on foot and acquire exclusive activity rewards. Zipline. What about high flying without a vehicle? Try out ziplines. Traverse the map quickly by using ziplines. Berry hunt. If you're tired of all the excitement, slow down and enjoy the surroundings. If you look carefully, you might find edible berries that can restore energy. That wraps up my introduction to the official Livik map. I'm sure that the new map will be full of surprises and add to your gaming experience. See you in May for PUBG Mobile 2.0. Look forward to the official version of Livik. How are you feeling, Ray? Step Forward is more than just an updated Livik map, as we're always pursuing the best gaming experience possible for all players. In Classic mode, we've also upgraded the overall experience from game mechanics, UI, basic controls, systems, and more. Let's take a look. New map mechanism, emergency pickup. In the upcoming version 2.0 release in May, we will add a new emergency pickup map mechanism to Erangel and Miramar in both ranked and unranked mode. The emergency pickup is an item that helps players escape the blue zone and reach the play zone faster. When players are far enough away from the play zone, they can deploy the emergency pickup in an open area. The emergency pickup will generate a hot air balloon, which will inflate and summon a rescue plane to save the player. When the player taps the plane, it will carry the player to the middle of the play zone. In addition to being used to move to the play zone, the emergency pickup has many other strategic applications. However, even while they are in the air, players will continue to take damage from the blue zone. Royale Arena Assault Sandhawk. In version 1.9, we expanded the map section for arena mode by adding classic battle royale maps to the arena so that players can get used to the intense close-range firefights in the final play zone in battle royale modes. In version 2.0, an arena version of Sandhawk will be added. We'll be adding many arena areas in Sandhawk so that players can get ready for the final battle in different parts of Sandhawk. Other basic control improvements. In addition to adding new map mechanics, we've also made many control-related improvements. Haptic system. We'll launch a haptic feedback feature to give players real-time feedback for various actions, which will give players an even more immersive experience of the game. The haptic feedback will be used with weapons, vehicles, character statuses, sound visualization, and more. When players shoot, the device will trigger haptic feedback to reflect the recoil of the weapon. When players are driving a vehicle, its contact with the ground will be conveyed to players via haptics. When players run, jump, or get hit, haptics will clearly reflect the change in player status. The device will also vibrate when new footsteps, gunshot, or vehicle sound markers appear on the minimap. In addition to providing you more quality and fun content, we also hope to introduce you to a fair, safe, and inclusive gaming environment. Since the launch of the game, we've been committed to combating cheaters. Ensuring that our players get to enjoy the fairest PUBG Mobile gaming experience has always been a goal of ours. In 2021, we revolutionized many ban-pan security system features to crack down on cheating in many ways. Now, in 2022, the ban-pan security system will receive another major upgrade, and ban-pan security system 2.0 will be launching soon. Yes, you heard that right. In the upcoming PUBG Mobile version 2.0 to be released in May, ban-pan 2.0 will also be made officially available to all players. ban-pan 2.0 has many new and cutting-edge security features that will ensure a fair playing field for each match. Today, we'll uncover the mystery surrounding ban-pan security system 2.0, so let's see what new updates there are. In ban-pan 2.0, we provide better, smarter, and faster anti-cheating measures to all PUBG Mobile players on 3 major fronts: new anti-cheat features, match reviews, and player reporting. First up are the new anti-cheating features. ban-pan Security System 2.0 is equipped with the latest cutting-edge anti-cheat technology, the Fog of War anti-cheat system. The Fog of War anti-cheat system is able to thoroughly combat X-ray vision and other methods of cheating by cutting them off from the source. Are you curious as to why the Fog of War anti-cheat system is so effective? That's because of the unique way that this system operates. In a normal match, players' positions, movements, battle data, and other game behavior are all sent to the server. The server will then process all the player interactions and send the synced data back to their devices. It's through this method that players are able to have multiplayer interactions and battle one another. However, this method also presented a problem. Since all information is sent back to player devices, by hacking local clients, some cheating software was able to retrieve the match information of all players, and by using this data, produce the X-ray vision cheat. But now with the Fog of War anti-cheat system, players' in-game view can be intelligently identified. By taking into account the map's buildings and terrain, the server will only send data of each player's visible range back to their local device, while info outside the player's in-game visual range will not be synced locally. Since players will not receive out-of-range information even if cheating software is used, it won't be able to retrieve the positional data of other players. They will be obscured by the Fog of War system and won't be able to see anything. In previous versions, the Fog of War system was launched in a limited capacity for testing to ensure that the feature had a high accuracy rate and low impact on actual gameplay. In Banpan 2.0, it'll be gradually integrated into the main classic mode to ensure a fair gaming environment for all players. In addition, we've also upgraded the Banpan system's AI by building various machine learning modules. It can detect a wide scope of suspicious player behavior and impose penalties accordingly. If a suspicious player is detected, they'll first be isolated to ensure that other normal players are not affected. Further analysis will then be carried out to ensure that accurate assessments and penalties are given to these players. The new AI will greatly improve the accuracy and coverage of cheat detection and safeguard the gaming experience for all players. For match reviews, we've added a new Eagle review system, and authority will be given to some senior investigators. They can monitor suspicious players in real time to give more accurate assessments on cheating during a match, work together with us to ensure a fair gaming experience for everyone. Finally, we've improved the UI and overall process for reporting cheaters and checking report feedback. It's now easier to report cheaters than ever before, and report feedback is updated quickly and efficiently. We believe that Banpan 2.0 will vastly improve the player experience by cracking down hard on cheaters and upholding a fair gaming environment for all.
Apart from the new implementations to Classic Mode and the security system, we've also been striving to provide more interesting and fun crossover content for players, and introduce more fresh elements into the world of PUBG Mobile. Next, we'll reveal the upcoming major collaborations this year.
In fact, besides our development team, our players and creators have also been a crucial part of the PUBG Mobile ecosystem. Because of everyone's remarkable creations, there's more exciting, diverse, and rich PUBG Mobile content within the game and community. Since the launch of Topia Design Project in 2021, we've held more than 8 global creation competitions and implemented more than 30 items designed by in-game players, but I'm sure everyone's craving for more. Therefore, to prepare a bigger stage to showcase the creative talents of our players around the world, we'll also reveal our new upgrade plan to you guys. What is the 4-year-strong PUBG Mobile? A top-level mobile battle royale released in over 200 countries? A phenomenal IP? A global social hub? Maybe it's all of these, but surely there's still more to go for PUBG Mobile. PUBG Mobile is now aiming to be a versatile game that incorporates and caters to everything. And a key step to achieving this is the Topia Design Project, PDP. For the new PDP, we plan to introduce an urban city block for players worldwide. We hope creative minds will collide and bring forth even greater content. Perhaps new characters to cosplay as, or new comics, or maybe lots of creative people of different industries will all create things for the game. The official announcement is coming soon, so we'll conclude with a preview video. Everyone, please look forward to it. Well, that's about all the main content we've got to announce for now. We'll continue to work hard and step forward together by continuing to implement optimizations and upgrades to bring you more interesting and exciting surprises. So please look forward to it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
In PUBG Mobile, in order to take on the various battleground environments, it's crucial to have a vehicle capable of traversing any terrain. In the official version of Livik, we've added the brand new utility task vehicle, UTV. So, how does this vehicle perform in the game? Today, let's compare the UTV with Livik's other commonly used all-terrain vehicles, the buggy and monster truck. We're sure to help you decide which vehicle to use. Let's see the overall performance of these vehicles. The buggy is quite small and compact, which gives it exceptional handling. During intense chases, its agility provides a firm sense of security. The monster truck has a tall chassis with massive tires, enabling it to traverse rugged terrain with ease. The UTV has overall great performance and is very practical. Its spacious interior makes it convenient for large teams, whether it be paved roads or the wilderness. The UTV can smoothly carry your team to any desired destination. The all-new UTV has a fairly compact frame, plenty of passenger space, and excels in all terrain. Whether it's rugged mountainous terrain or narrow streets, or in the middle of an intense firefight, it's a reliable means of transportation. It might just be your ticket to the final circle. Dear PUBG Mobile players, hello! There are many changes in store for you in PUBG Mobile 2.0. In this video, we will introduce the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you'll like them. After 2 years of testing and improvements, the official version of Livik is finally ready for launch. We've kept the fast-paced battles of the test version, and we've taken another look at Midstein, Blomster, the Logistics Center, Iceborg, and other areas, substantially improving their look and fully optimizing their layouts. We believe these changes will enrich your battle experience with even more strategic depth. In the official release version of Livik, you'll be able to find a new all-terrain UTV. It's a small 4-seater vehicle that excels in all terrains. No matter how complex the environment is, the UTV will be able to quickly traverse the area. At the same time, XT weapon upgrade packs will be available in supply shops that appear in fixed locations. These packs can be used to upgrade weapons to their XT version, which increases their performance and control. These upgrades will be immensely helpful in battle in the official version of Livik. The official version of Livik has new ways to acquire supplies. When starting a match, an advanced supply zone will spawn randomly on the map. These areas have more supplies and shop tokens than any other place on the map. Naturally, the advanced supply zone will also attract more enemies. If you're confident in your shooting skills, come to the zone and fight for supplies. In the official release version of Livik, we've added random crates, treasure maps, wild berries, soccer challenge, vehicle ramp challenges, zip lines, airdrop markers, and other fun gameplay and mechanics. We hope these new mechanics will give you extra rewards, allow you to have even more fast-paced and exciting battles, and provide you with diverse sources of enjoyment. What's more, Livik's iconic volcano is getting ready to erupt again after many years of dormancy. When the volcano erupts, remember to be careful and take evasive action. The new PUBG Mobile Evangelion themed mode is coming soon. This mode features a special blue zone mechanic to make battles faster and more exciting. The 6th Angel has invaded Erangel. Witness the might of the Angel up close, watch EVA Unit 01 battle the Angel, and pick up supplies from the defensive fortress. This epic battle is about to take place right before your eyes. Experience this map in ranked mode now. In Erangel and Miramar, both for ranked and unranked mode, we've added a new item called the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. When deployed, the Emergency Pickup generates a hot air balloon. The balloon rises into the air, signaling a rescue plane to come pick you up. When you tap the plane, it'll pick you up and carry you towards the center of the play zone. You can choose to jump out at any time, if you see a safe area that you prefer to land in. It's also worth noting that when you're in the blue zone, even if you're in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully about using the Emergency Pickup. In the new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've adjusted how the recall feature is displayed to make it easier to read. At the same time, we've added new quick chat messages and defeat markers to facilitate communication between teammates. When a defeated player is recalled, their view from the plane has been improved to make it easier to observe the battlefield. To enrich the gaming experience even more, we've added a haptic feedback system to the new version. When haptic feedback is enabled, you'll feel haptic feedback for various actions taken in the game. Real-time haptic feedback can be enabled for weapons, vehicles, character statuses, sound visualizations, and other triggers, giving you a more immersive experience of the game. Keep in mind that you can adjust the quality of the haptics in settings, and also adjust the strength of the haptics and customize them for different combat scenarios. With this much control, there's no need to worry about strong haptic feedback affecting your performance. In version 2.0, we've implemented a series of improvements to the control experience. The decline feature for follow requests now stays in effect for the whole match, and the collapse feature has been added to the item bar of the backpack. The buttons for graffiti and emotes have been merged in matches, and you can now bring even more emotes into a match. We've also adjusted the transparency of mark messages and the size of the throwable and consumable wheels. The display effects of the elimination messages and tips have also been made more obvious and clear. At the same time, in-match notices now appear when certain actions take place. We hope all of this helps your team perform even better in battle. As for in-match communication, enemies behind obstacles can now be marked with quick voice messages. The chat area has been enlarged, and new marked messages are displayed at the top to make it more convenient to communicate with teammates. In terms of weapon-related improvements, we've increased the hit damage ratio and range damage of the shotgun, slightly increased the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun, and improved the overall balance of weapons. Improvements have also been made to the smoke grenade effects, weapons animations against walls, the marking feature, and sprint controls to give you a smoother gaming experience. The new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers, and no changes have been made for Gold tier and above. At the same time, we've added themed core circle missions, commemorative titles, exclusive rewards that can be unlocked by collecting crates. We've also prepared many great new season rewards. Best wishes for ranking up and winning more rewards in the new season. And don't worry, we haven't forgotten about Cheer Park. In the new version, we've added a mini soccer field and a 4-seat wingman to Cheer Park. Invite your friends to experience it together. If you'd like to know more about PUBG Mobile, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Hope you all have a great time in the new version. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. PUBG Mobile 2.0 Classic Mode Improvements. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.0 is now available. In this video, we'll introduce some updates to Classic Mode. We hope you like them. Emergency Pickup, In both the ranked and unranked mode, Erangel and Miramar apps, we've added a new mobility item, the emergency pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. Deploying the emergency pickup takes a little bit of time. Once deployed, a hot air balloon beacon will be launched into the air as a beacon to guide the aircraft. Once the beacon is launched, you'll need to tap attach before the plane arrives in order to be lifted into the air. It can carry up to 4 players at a time, and you can choose to jump at any time in the air to reach the play zone. It's a new strategic mechanic that allows you to move around quickly with your teammates and also gather battlefield intel from high up in the sky. With the help of players' ingenuity, the emergency pickup can be used in actual combat to create more thrilling scenarios. It's also worth noting that as long as you're in the blue zone, even if you're up in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully before using the emergency pickup. Tier adjustment. An all-new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, and Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers. There's no change for Gold tier and above. We wish all players the best. Recall optimization. In this new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've made some adjustments to the recall mechanic. We've also added a quick chat message, I'll recall our teammates, and minimap death markers to facilitate communication between teammates. Recalled players will have a clearer view of the battleground from the plane. The thing you'll need to remember is, in the Erangel and Livik themed mode, as long as you have a recall remaining, you'll respawn automatically when you're defeated. Your teammates won't have to recall you from a recall tower. In the ranked version of the Livik map in Classic mode, the recall mechanic will be added as a limited time event feature. Haptic feedback system. In order to enhance players' immersion in the game, we've added an interactive haptic feedback system to the new version. The various actions of in-game players will be reflected through vibration and haptics, further enhancing the game's immersive experience. When players interact with weapons and vehicles, interactive feedback will be transmitted to players in real time in the form of device vibrations, allowing players to experience differences in different interactive environments. When a player enters different states such as running, jumping, and being attacked, the device's vibration allows them to better feel the difference in their own state. Even when the minimap is marked with footsteps, vehicle sounds, and gunshots, the haptic feedback system will also react in real time. The haptic feedback system has 2 quality settings, high and low, and needs to be enabled in settings. At the same time, players can also set the vibration strength and customize the haptics under different combat scenarios. Do keep in mind that high quality requires a device with compatible hardware before it can be enabled. Firearm optimization. For firearms, we focused on adjusting the shotgun's attributes, increasing its hit damage ratio and ranged damage, and slightly increasing the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun. At the same time, S12K's capacity has been expanded to 10 rounds, and S1897's bolt action speed has also been improved. We hope that this series of adjustments will improve players' experience with shotguns. General improvements. We've also made tons of optimizations to improve players' general gameplay experience. Now, when players drag the sprint button, accuracy is further improved. The movement of players holding weapons close to walls has also become smoother and more natural. At the same time, in the new version, players will be able to mark shops, recall towers, and zip lines, improving communication and teamwork efficiency among teammates. From a visual perspective, we've also optimized and adjusted the smoke grenades effect. Well, that's it for improvements to the Classic mode in PUBG Mobile 2.0. We highly encourage you to play and see what it's like for yourself. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile, please follow our official community. See you next time!
We are back with the 31st SEA Games Vietnam, and this is brought to you by Tencent Games, PUBG Corporation, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. Also, thank you for Verita and VNG Games. You guys are tuning into the team, how do I say it? Team department? Team
Category?
Team category, there you go, forgot the word. For PUBG Mobile, for our second day, and also 3 days, I'll be Choo Choo, your host, caster, and also another same case for Cloud. As always, blue as ever.
And we'll be checking out what we have in store for us inside of the game before we go into our next match. And of course, this is our season reunion, which will begin from the 13th of May to the 29th of May. So make sure you log into your game and redeem all this amazing loot as well. And there will be some challenges for you to complete as you collect these items. So do check it out in game. If you have not, do log in to see. But of course, do that after the SEA Games is over for today, because you don't want to miss out on the action for the last 2 games. And our next map will be in the smallest map possible in the competitive scene. That's going to be Sandhawk.
Yep. Nothing is free in this world, Cloud. You have to earn it. You have to deserve and earn it. Like how these players have been doing when it comes to the gold medal, silver and bronze in the 31st SEA Games. Yeah, we're walking into the wild card map, which is going to be Sandhawk, as you mentioned. But question is, so far we do see the Philippines are really strong when it comes to miramar. Erangel, do you have anybody in mind that sort of we can crown them in the SEA Games as king of Erangel by far?
Well, king of Erangel, I don't have hard numbers with me now. I'm just looking over at who does well in Erangel. So it's still Philippines actually. If you talk about like Erangel, because of whatever happened yesterday, and even like today's Erangel as well, not too shabby. If you look at it, Philippines too still got a 2nd place finish in today's Erangel. So I think if you want to talk about it as a nation in general, perhaps still Philippines for Erangel.
There will be any different when it comes to Sandhawk, because I think Myanmar will really love Sandhawk. They love the fights, they love the skirmishes. This might be it for them.
Yeah, in fact, you're right. Yesterday, Myanmar got a 3rd place. Got a 3rd place finish in Sandhawk. Yes, that's right. And the one who got the chicken dinner in Sandhawk was Vietnam. So if you look at these numbers, they are the teams that like to take fights. Even for Malaysia one as well, they were the 2nd place finish in Sandhawk as well. Another team that likes to take fights, compound fights as well. They're very confident with Jumper being the in-game leader, leading the team to just take necessary fights where possible. So like what you said, with such a small map, it will open up a lot of opportunity for these teams who like to fight to gather as many points as possible.
But the thing is, it's about 2 contradicting gameplay that we're talking about. When compared with Malaysia, they're not really the type of team that really want to, brawl it in the open for Sandhawk. We do know they love the healing game. Same goes for Indonesia. It's sort of a trend coming up for them. But on the side of Vietnam and also Myanmar, they really love the brawls. They love the duels. They love the skirmishes, which might be the advantage for them if they are really proactive and start rotating quite early on.
Yeah, so of course, whether you rotate early or whether you rotate late is a flip of a coin, right? So sometimes you get it right and sometimes you don't. So it really depends on scenarios. There's a lot of variety of possibilities of what makes it a successful round in a certain game in PUBG Mobile. But let's check out what's happening over the arena. But I also want to point out that actually, if we kind of think about it, today Malaysia too have been quietly sneaking up the charts.
That's kind of true. I did mention as well the teams that seems like performing a bit better, way much better than yesterday. It's going to be Indonesia and Malaysia, both teams there. Same goes for Laos. We just saw them just now. Everybody looks very happy, but we can sense that they are very focused. There's tension in this arena, and also always pretty ladies. I'm loving this. We're all loving this. You guys can't deny that. We want to go there. We want to see them personally, but back to as the players, which is more important right now, I guess. Never mind.
Yeah, I just wanted to give you your moment there. You seem to be extra happy. I don't know why. But
of course,
yeah.
I'm loving the scene.
There you go. And also the players themselves as well. If you look at over at their social medias and their stories and all that, a lot of the stories that they make are among themselves, but also a lot of other stories they make are with their handlers or their talent handlers or their guides, whatever that you call it, right? And they seem to be very happy there, I must say.
Yep, everybody is super happy right now, including us, including you guys watching as well. keep it cool, keep it calm, everybody. I know you guys want to fly there so bad, but definitely this is gonna be the day where we witness so much beauty in PUBG Mobile. Definitely when it comes to comebacks, and also when it comes to second day, everybody is really thriving. We can see how desperate they are because we're almost done for second day here. We're second last match on second day. It's down to the final day tomorrow. Everything will actually unfold for us to see.
Yeah, we are already like almost more than halfway actually, because we're already down to the last 12 games, including the next game coming up out of our. It's not last 12 games, 7 games more out of 15 games. So we're actually more than halfway right now. And that's why the chart is starting to shape up. But then again, it's still not impossible for some of the teams to actually slip into the podium spot. Like what we talked about, Malaysia 2 today actually has been their day. Malaysia 2 in the first game today, they got a 6th place finish with 1 elimination point. Game 2, 4th place finish. Game 3, 5th place finish. So it's 6, 4, and 5 for Malaysian 2 today. And this is a team that I think that not many people are talking about just because of how tight is it on the top. But I think they should also be given attention at this moment, especially by the teams at the top. If not, they'll be overtaken by a surprise team down there.
Yeah, we can pretty much say because within just one game, they can actually flip the coin over with the moment we saw back then. Still, the record holder is going to be the Philippines teams with 20 eliminations. Now, it's not impossible for any team, if they're desperate enough, if they're hungry enough to get the podium stand or to get that medal for their country, to just get over 20 elimination points, because this is where everybody just have to go for something, because they have nothing else to lose anymore. You know, it's okay to get the last place right now, because as long as you have that sort of drive and sort of that mental fortitude that they have and the discipline to go for it, they can actually do so. Just winning one game can change everything.
Yeah, even if we want to talk about the teams at the lower end, right? So we have Cambodia as well as Brunei too, both with 31 points at this moment. And if they manage to get like 20 points, assuming that the top teams also move a little bit up, they will still close the gap and maybe at least be just below the halfway mark of the charts. And with another game, they could be something like what Malaysia 2 is doing at this moment. They are in the middle of the charts at this time. And one more good game, who knows, they could be in the top 5 after that. So with 7 more games to go, it is still possible for even, I would say it is still possible for even the bottom team. So I would have that thought that even the bottom teams at this moment, whether it's Cambodia or Brunei or even Thailand 2, Laos 1, they still shouldn't give up yet. Anything can happen in 7 games. And the same goes for the top teams as well. You shouldn't be complacent with 7 games more to go.
Yeah, but especially Laos, I want to highlight more towards this teams, because back then in day number 1, they pretty much have nothing on their plate at all. One of them, very few teams that's really disappointed when it comes to their first day, but they came back stronger. For second day, they definitely pump up their engines right. Well, I can say that the fact that they got everything all out today and they've been consistent. That's the thing. Consistency is always the key. Yes, that's true. But in the meantime, you have to put also in the equation that the circle never does give sort of consistency. The flight path always changes. Everything changes. When those two change, the rotation will change as well. How can one single player and one thing as a whole team, as 4 players, to keep the consistency with so much things that's not really consistent in the team? That's pretty hard to achieve, actually.
Yeah, you pointed that out right, because today they finished like number 7, 6, and 4 in the first 3 games today. So we can see that they're on a rising trend. And this is a lot different than yesterday. Yesterday was 15, 11, 12, 15, 11. So it's all on the outside of the top 10. But today it's all within the top 10. So with that, we can see the improvement for Laos 1. But Sanhok, if you look at yesterday, Laos 1, they were out at 15th place. So it's not good feng shui for them so far. But then again, it's a brand new day. They would have learned something new, and they would have readied their plans to be to adapt to other teams. So let's see what turns up for Laos 1. I'm looking forward to teams at the bottom half, really, because it seems like it's their day today.
But still, sadly to say, it's only 3 teams that will get away the medals. We're gonna fly over to Sanhok to see what will they bring us. Will there any be surprise at all? As the greenery of Sanhok, the circle is the most important one. If it ended up as a Heartin circle, now that's gonna be really difficult.
Yeah, Heartin circle is never fun, especially if you're not the type of team that likes to drop in Heartin. So, if we talk about Heartin, Myanmar likes to drop in Heartin, I'm just saying. Indonesia also drops in Heartin as well. So, these 2 teams would have that upper edge when it comes to the Heartin Island. But we'll need to wait and see as the drop starts to happen now. So, perhaps the drop will be the same as yesterday. So Malaysia one takes over Langkawi. They leave Sahmi to Vietnam. They're not going to contest it anymore. But that also means that the Brunei one needs to let go of a little bit of Langkawi. So they're going to have Kampong for themselves. That should be okay. But it's also interesting to see the widespread of Indonesia too at the southern side. But it's not going to be a Heartin circle. It's very unlikely now. Now that it's going to be a Paradise Resort centered circle.
Feels like it might just be as well. If it ended up on the southern part of Paradise Resort, we might see over bootcamp. Maybe there's a possibility everywhere because it's a very small map. The smallest there is. We don't have a meter map anymore since it kind of being removed. But speaking of this map, now, so far, it's good news for the teams. The fact that nobody actually bombing each other or we have any early clashes. But we do know the fact that a couple of more seconds, they might force themselves to get the fight because this is where I'm talking about them forcing the fight because that's not many information that they can gain in Sanhok map. It's the least map that being played, so it's an opportunity and also an advantage for the players to try to ripple down a couple of teams that really peaceful and feel sort of comfortable in their own respective compound.
Yeah, despite it being like the least played map of all, right? So far we can see that the teams they're starting to balance out in terms of the drops. So glad to see that there are no very early clashes. In fact, yesterday we had like 2 very early eliminations. I think by this point we would have had 2 if we were to compare yesterday. Today, at least we can see that all teams have a comfortable start, to say the least. So with a comfortable start, we can see the best of the teams as we approach the next few phases of the circle.
Yep, overall, Painan used to be one of the favorites of the circle, but these days not anymore. It's more towards Paradise Resort, obviously. Myanmar's second team is not performing as great as their sister's team, which is going to be Myanmar first team on second place. They are still reachable up there if they have themselves this game in the back. This match is everything for most of a team that's not on the top 10, especially even on the, I have to say, 9th to 16th place. It's still reachable, and we haven't got ourselves 100 mark yet, but we'll wait and see if Philippines' second team, which is going to be Zap Battleground, going to make it happen for us, or will be Myanmar first team first that's going to be happening or be doing that.
You know, I like to say that the Philippines too would be the first one to get the 100 mark point, but then again, if they were the first team to go out, then it would still be open. So Myanmar one will be the next realistic one to get it, 2 points from the 100-point mark, and then followed by Philippines one, which is 17 points away. So 70 points is quite hefty. So they need a good round to actually touch the 100-point mark. So I think we can expect to see that Philippines 2 and Myanmar 1 to get that 100-point mark by the end of this round, considering that they are also fairly consistent since yesterday. Oh.
But wait, hold that top 4 second. It seems like Thailand versus Philippine first team having to go in a different compound entirely, exchanging fires and trading players. But on the side of Vietnam, Lambo is taking his own sweet time. Here comes Momboy, knocked down, if I'm not mistaken, earlier, but he's been revived by his teammate, which is going to be H2R is playing. Well, Tony, he still will be picked up by the rest of his teammate. They got smokes a lot. So Philippines going really aggressive and against Thailand as well. I'm not sure if this is good news for both or bad for both as well, because we do know early skirmishes didn't fare well for the teams that want to drag it towards the late few phases of the match.
Oh, Nuzi seems to have the high ground advantage, but he's not pushing it any further forward. But this means if Philippines one gets eliminated, it's going to be bad news as they're currently at number 3 spot with only 2 points difference than Thailand 1. Ranked gets 1, so that's good news for Philippines. But Thailand, we know that they're capable of getting this revenge. As Stone with a long range onto the other side, they need to pick up Fluka, who's currently down at the front.
I'm loving this. Both teams actually trying to outplay each other by trying to corner from the outside, taking longer rotations. But the same thing is done. That's said by the Thai second team. Now, they're kind of trying to corner each other out, but both teams thinking the same way. And now Tony sharing the same pool, having a good swim day. Momboy landed himself with the DBS, and now he got himself back in the water. And now Tony got himself one small space to stand! Momboy! Oh, you! Tony! That was... Oh, he's drowning.
Oh, God, Tony, he definitely knows the angle to play with, but he'll be shot at by the rest of Philippines. And now Philippines 2 H2R trying to get the angle, but not able to do so as Stone gets one onto Demigod. Philippines 2, they're left with the last 2 members as Gotuni goes up on land by Gotuni. Morboy is giving information on where exactly Gotuni is at, and News is starting to move in as well as Red Kid goes down. Philippines 2 down to the last man.
Oh, H2R! He needs to do a big play, but the first team to be out. I don't want to say nobody jinxed it, but it's a different Philippine team. Still, you got the 91 on top, but the third place now in jeopardy as another Philippine team out. It's going to be Thai, Indonesia 1, and the rest of the team that's on the top 8 can actually take over third place anytime soon. That's going to be bronze placement. But we're not done for just today. Tomorrow is still another day. But here comes Indonesian first.
I know, right? Another round that Philippines one couldn't produce. Unfortunately, they're the first team to go out. Damroot is down as well. Taken out by Alan from Indonesia 1. So there's a very high possibility now that Thailand 1 can overtake that number 1 spot, or maybe even Indonesia 1 with this elimination onto Damroot. Okay, looking at the circle currently, Thailand 2, they have an advantage of the circle because we can see that they have an easy entry, but we can't say the same for Vietnam 2, who is really, really far away. But Indonesia, the team that likes to play the healing game, is trying to stop Malaysia 2 from making that rotation with QB seems to be the last man.
Yep, and the thing is, Indonesia first team right now, they're trying to go for a longer rotation, trying to go down south because their unit is quite saturated when it comes to crossing Hartin's bridge. I'm not sure how to get into the mainland at this state if they want to go across that bridge because there's so many eyes watching, so many gatekeepers. But the side of Paradise Resort, it's really a paradise for them for now. And this, in a couple more minutes, it will be the most contested compound there is in this entire map. V Choi definitely gonna park himself towards a position where he can easily exit out if things happens to go really south. But back to a Myanmar first team, they have a chance to crack the triple-digit code yet, but they happen to be sharing the same neighborhood as their sister teams or the same country comrades, which are going to be Myanmar second team next to them each other, but they didn't spot anything yet. This is a problem we mentioned before, Cloud, earlier today, that the chances are the same country will bump into each other quite early on because based on their habits of playing in their own regions or qualifiers back then.
Yeah, they're so used to like, oh, okay, this is how we play, this is how we move, and that's why we see a pattern, especially when it comes to mixed teams, right? So mixed teams, since you don't really have your own signature move per se, so you depend on like, oh, what's the general thing that normally people do. And we also saw that Thailand 1 did clash in with Thailand 2 before this in one of those rounds. So that could be also one of the reasons why they happen to meet each other. And you know, as a country, you would want at least one of the teams to actually do well at the podium spots. At least you can bring home some glory to the country. So as a priority, you would, as much as possible, you would want to try to avoid each other. But you know, it's PUBG Mobile, the elimination feed, you can't really tell. Everyone's wearing the same thing, no special skins, so it's hard to tell. You, at the end of the day, you just think about yourself, I guess, until the final results come out.
Yep, the only friend that you have right now is going to be your squad, is your own teammate. That's it. Everybody else, whatever country, whichever country that is, it's not going to be your friend for now. But I do notice a lot of teams quite peeking. It's going to be staring game between these two. They definitely know each other's whereabouts. But regarding about how desperate the teams actually want to finish or close off day number 2 in a very good way, we saw a couple of teams actually swap in and out their sub players, including even Thai first team. Bears not playing for FaZe Clan, coming up from FaZe Clan. That's going to be swapped over with MR5. The same goes for the Philippines KHI of Philippines first team, which they are subbing a H2R in. So maybe the other teams are doing the same thing, but the Philippines, you just mentioned before, and it seems like they're having another challenge against the Cambodians there.
Yeah, Shazam has been knocked down, but he still can be picked up. But we can see that the Indonesians, they're getting away. Yubi tries to get a revenge, but not able to connect those shots as GenForce will be able to escape this. Now, Philippines too, no problem for them to pick up Shazam. Shazam has already recovered himself and they managed to reset. Now, GenForce being all alone in the open, he will not force the fight.
Oh my god, this is just as hard team circle, honestly speaking, because of the water ratio is still like 30% in there somewhere, but the ones that actually hope it to be Paradise Resort definitely will be disappointed. And the moment they saw the circle pops again, Vietnam first team just straight away going into the center of top mock. Same goes for Thai's second team. Now that's going to be interesting because Thai's second team spread out quite thin between their members. If they were being ambushed by the whole team that's going to go in straight into that compound, Thai is going to be having a bit of a problem to have extra hands from the back.
Yeah, just look at this, right? There's already Indonesia, there's already Vietnam in the middle, and I think Indonesia got information that Vietnam is already there, so they're not going to force the fight inside of this compound. So they're going to let it go for now. They're going to let it slide. But Thailand, they park themselves on the outside. They've always been there. This is their natural drop spot, their natural habitat. Indonesia decides to go on the other side of the road. Now, Thailand too, this is their time to defend their area. It's very likely that the final fight will be to this area as Loki gets one, so there will be 1 point in the bag for Myanmar. One more point and they will hit the 100-point mark.
Same marks and same points at standing with Philippines second team here. For the Thai first team, they're being pressured from the high grounds players, which is going to be Myanmar first team. Well, in the meantime, tossing out a lot of nades and utilities, both traps and also eyes, if I'm not mistaken. It's just not really having a good time. It's just them trying to get out from here, but how? But at the same time, they don't really need to get out from there as quick as possible. The third phase is commencing as the blue zone is shrinking. Marnet still keep an eye out, making sure that Myanmar's second team cannot even pick out. He's taking this angle by himself, while the rest of the other teams are looking over the different position and different angles entirely. They want to stay up here for as long as they can to avoid any fights. Well, we have a couple of team. Potato? Patatas? I'm not sure about this.
Potato tries to make mashed potato of someone else, but not able to connect enough to take down the teammates of Vietnam. But now they're going to seek revenge. They stop actually on the outside of the zone just to wait for Potato so that they can shoot him down instead.
Yeah, this is a bit risky coming up from Indonesia first team, but his mates are not that far off. Frankie taking on DZ. He didn't see that one coming. That was straight from his blind spot. His back is barely being covered at all, and Potato got himself this opportunity if he want to move forward. They're definitely being knocked down here, but he has no clue who's being knocked down. And there he goes, coming up from the Potato, making sure he just chose a different angle, and it worked well for him. It's Porsche is actually helping Indonesia along the way on top of this mountain, but at the same time, Potato just walking into his own grave the moment he just wants to secure the eliminations.
Unfortunately, they underestimated Potato's flanking. They were tunnel vision. They look at the same spot where Potato was at. Potato did a good move as well. He was very active to open up the flanks, and that got him 2 points in the back. But now, unfortunately, Porsche, he has the high ground advantage, but it's a disadvantage for the two teams as they are both tanking on the blue without that many first aids, only 5 in the hands of Porsche.
And they're not even nearby that we're looking over the map right now. It's quite far. And now that's kind of worrying because both teams might just lose this match because firstly, definitely resources-wise, it's not enough for them to survive that much longer. Here comes Zero coming up from Cambodia. Even though they are at full disadvantage with heavy casualty on this side, it's going to 2v against the world for the side of Cambodia, the only representative coming up from this country. And Astro trying to actually get out, trying to find a new angle, how to get into the circle, how to transfer only 2-person, but there's so many gatekeepers out there, whilst Indonesia is still struggling against Team Second of Ties.
Oh, and here we have it. Indonesia 2 down. They need to recover quickly as Thailand too starts to move in. Fluke together with Nuzi at the forefront. Stone on the left side. At the same time, we can see that Thailand White Straps gets one onto Myanmar as Porsche will be eliminated by Red Face somewhere else.
Nuzi, he's peeking. Oh, it's not connecting. Vafel is still there, hugging over the walls. And now Nuzi trying to just find another point, another direction, another angle to take himself to just make sure they can get out of there if they need to defend this as long as they can. But Jaden making it so hard with the crates, going around the corner, playing ring around the Rosie, but Jaden playing it very patiently as well.
Oh, here we go, Jaden. He's going up against them, but then again, Gen Force is in trouble. Gen Force will finish up, but we have a civil war between the two Bruneian teams somewhere else as well. As Thailand, they start to close in on the Indonesia. 4v3. Thailand, they have the advantage. Thailand too, definitely they need the points in the bag if they want to challenge for the top spot.
Finally, Myanmar fighting against Myanmar's second team. They're fighting each other after such a long pause. Back to Vietnam versus Thai. But Thai second team still trying to push forward against Indonesian second team. They're not happy they're sharing this residency and they want to take the compound and dominate this over. But who will actually try and might just as well win this game because Cal seems like the best place to take covers. But it's more than enough to share with one team. Definitely two or three will actually butt in as well. Myanmar too. Retaliating against the first team while Thai first team might take the advantage at all.
Oh, one sag immediately eliminated. That means Myanmar 1 is out. So Myanmar 1 is out. Thailand 1 will not be challenged any further in this round. But speaking about Thailand 1, we see them here on visual trying to get into the circle. Vichoi trying to get that long range onto the other Thailand team on the other side. They do have the circle advantage as shots will be gunned down by Ravage from afar.
Tapping and connecting. Oh god, Tunny just finished off swaps. And while Vichoi trying to butt in as every fight as he can, Tadmok will be not in the circle as well. Whoever leaves Tadmok to enter into Cal, they will have to face so many crossfires in between. Well, Malaysia coming up from the northern side of Cal as well. We're looking at Vietnam first team still trying to get out from here and advance forward, but there's so many teams chasing their tails from the back.
Oh, yeah, we can see only two teams inside of Cal for now, which is Thailand together with Indonesia. Laos, on the other hand, they're playing on the outside of the circle. The circle is starting to close in about 8 more seconds, actually. Circle will close. Beckham will need to cross the rope, but it's just too open for him as he'll be gunned down by Lamborghini.
Lambo has been waiting here forever. This is Thanksgiving for him. Almost knocked down on Honda. Got eliminated entirely. Vietnam got 5 eliminations in the bag. Just because Lambo just wanting to stay there for a bit longer, it was well deserving.
Oh, very good angle there taken by Lamborghini. But now, let's put our focus onto Vietnam again as they still have the circle, but not fully. They need to move a little bit further forward, which might expose them to Philippines that has the high ground at this moment. But Brunei will be eliminated by their own circle war country fight. And now Beruang was the last man standing. Lamborghini with the long range on Philippines 2. Philippines 2 may lose 2 team members as Rage is in trouble.
Oh, a lot of them in trouble if they didn't get in the center of the circle. Honestly speaking, Rabies, keep on spray and pray there. Well, Lambo just gonna push forward. He doesn't care. He's so reckless, but at the same time very brave. But I'm not sure if that's a wise decision there. He caught himself in a trap where there's no exit out. Oh, Lambo, why you put yourself in that situation?
Oh yeah, okay, it is very interesting to be in that kind of situation, but let's hope that it works out for him, as now the next circle seems to still favor majority of the Vietnamese. And the Philippines too, they're starting to recover themselves. They lose Shazam early on, but now they're playing as a trio without the circle. 15 more seconds on the clock as they need to move in. And look at the circle, it favors Vietnam.
What is this circle giving cow? It's just fake hope. Fake hope of cow, and now down south all the way to no man's land. Touching at the rim of it is going to be Vietnam team, and definitely dares to take, but Malaysia head to head with Thai teams right now. 4v4, but can they angle their shots right?
Oh, yeah, they need to find that good angle. And they need to find it quickly, though, because the zone is starting to close. And now Frankie Pragwell is only tossing onto the ties. And will it connect? Yes, it will! Onto Stone! This is an opening for Frankie! He moves in together with the Vector on his right. But he didn't check his flanks behind him. Whoa, that flick from Frankie! That flick to the back! And now with 4 eliminations in his bag, Frankie just did the impossible!
What a swing coming up from Frankie, Malaysia first team just now. Even though he saw them through the ball, Newsy gonna be booming. There's gonna be one Kobe towards Frankie. Newsy making sure they are snoozing, but Newsy has nowhere to go as Frank's waiting. Oh, Frank! Franking it out. What a nice respawn, a reflex, and now they need to move forward, but there's no room to advance. Malaysia's been trying with a Molotov, and the blue is closing in at the same time.
At the same time, we can see that Newbie's probably playing the healing game on the outside, but Vietnam is starting to open. They're starting to take down the Indonesians with Luxie being the next one going down in the hands of Frankie. Newbie actually will be stealing it away. Newbie stole it away from Vietnam. And that means that Philippines too will be eliminated at the last moment. Now it's going to be between Vietnam as well as Malaysia. Indonesia's Jaden is still waiting at the corner.
And now it's gonna be the wall of grenades and the wall in between them that's gonna separate them between this game. It's still 14 to go. Limbo taking out Magic's back. Take that back, your grenade. But here comes Jumper! Jumper going in! Oh, Flax helping with Jumper being the big boy! What just happened? Frankie! Taking down another Frankie! That's your twin from different mother and different nation entirely, but Frankie just shot down Frankie! Finish off Malaysian at 4th or 3rd place just now.
Oh, and looking to play the healing game is going to be Galaxy, the captain of Brunei too. He'll be playing the healing game. He knows it's done. Chicken dinner definitely to Vietnam, but Brunei to somehow they survive onto a 2nd place finish. And Vietnam, just look at the rejoice from the fans. Vietnam won. Now with this chicken dinner, they will be up in the podium spot.
What a nice call of judgment when they try to get themselves into cow, but really not in the center of cow. They got themselves at the rim of it, and it was fruition in the end of the day with 13 elimination points. They don't even heal as much, but look at that damage up, 3,000 over by this entire team. It's just what a nice moment for both Frankies.
Yeah, what a good moment. What a good ending here for Vietnam one, who's also in contention for the top spot. But look at the happiness that Vietnam. He's like, Lamborghini. Look at the camera.
He slapped him just now. But maybe that was like how you call it, bromance slap. Maybe if you have it in your dictionary, that's one of it. But congratulations to Vietnam first team. We mentioned this earlier before, Cloud. It's either Myanmar and Vietnam who love to do skirmishes, who love to go for the brawl. They might take this in the back, and this definitely it. Vietnam first team coming out from the side of these Xaviers. They do love to fight so much.
Oh, yeah, they definitely do. Just look at this, 13 elimination points. Plus with their winner chicken dinner, that gives them 28 points in Sandhawk. And considering that Sandhawk is a very hard map to play, they managed to overcome. And plus, they got this chicken dinner inside of Thailand 2's house. Basically, Thailand 2 drops there. It's like their home ground, but somehow they managed to win against the home ground of another team. This is insane coming in from Vietnam 2, Vietnam 1. And I can't wait to see the score tally at the other day. I think there is a possibility that they might be number 3 because Philippines 1 got eliminated at number 15 earlier.
That's kind of true. There's going to be a lot of swamping when it comes to the entirety of the overall rankings, because we do know some teams, they earn a couple of points, and that's going to change a lot. Even though it's just 1 or 2 points, we did actually see before in the overall rankings, there's so many ties. Even though it's different numbers of the ranking position, but there's so many teams that actually have the same amount of points collected. And also, speaking of which, just now Malaysia, that was a nice, how do I say, spread coming out from the side of Vietnam. They do know the fact there's a wall in between. They have one Frankie to place the other side, the flank side. It's a bit risky. He's alone there, but it was well worth it, because that's the only angle that they can land the vision onto as the Malaysian players.
Yeah, and he needed to win that fight fast, right, as well. So because the zone was also closing, and even Malaysia had the same thought as well, like, okay, we need to win this fight fast. If we don't just take our chances, we'll be taken out by the zone, and then it's just not beneficial to anyone at all. But talking about the Malaysian teams as well, I think we got to highlight the fact that, who was it again? Was it the Frankie, or was it Flex? Oh, it was Flex. Flex with that flick against the Thais. That was crazy. He walked in, he didn't know that someone was behind him. He got shot at first, but with a 360 or 180 degree flick, he took out his opponent. That was insane.
That swing. That was just a great swing he did. And it was a nice reflex come up from Flax. Well, his name is Flax. Definitely there's a reason behind it somewhere. But also, I do want to see the head-to-head for this. I'm not sure if we're going to get it or not. If we have a Malaysian team head-to-head with the Vietnam team, Frankie, for both Frankies. Because they took out each other just now. I was like, which Frankie shot which Frankie just now? But we're going to look over for MVP. And this is definitely going to be the Vietnam side, I think. But I'm not sure. Is there anybody else?
Okay, let's see. Let's go one by one. But let's look at the first Frankie. Now, I call him the Malaysian one Frankie. And I call this guy, I call the Vietnamese guy Frankie, because he has double Ys. So 5 eliminations, 1, 2, 3, 7 damage. If only it's 1, 2, 3, 4, it'll be perfect, right? Then it's a 140 meters longest elimination distance, and obviously the longest survival time. Basically, if you talk about Vietnam 1, they are one of the star-studded teams. You have Lamborghini, you have Frankie, you have all these veterans in one team, and of course they, as the Xavier, they have all the merit to be there.
I personally feel like all the players are veterans at this state right now, because they are, and they do. We have been in PUBG Mobile for like, well, it's now a 4th anniversary anyways, but Frankie definitely, when it comes to his firepower, it's one of the best. It's always one of the best in South Asia, and he got himself that consistency going. And even though it's not a very long distance, but we saw how it seems a bit reckless, but it's very strategic coming up from Vietnam team to advance and move forward as fast as they can. But here comes one match standings. They have 28 total points with 13 eliminations. It's more than enough to actually get themselves in the overall rankings, shooting up way high up there. But when it comes to eliminations with 11, we have the Malaysia first team as well in there. I think this is the first team. Yeah, there you go. With total points of 19. Will this change when it comes to the bottom rank as well? Definitely yes, because Malaysian first was not as consistent as the Malaysian second team earlier today.
For sure, the bottom will change as well, because we can see here Brunei 2 also got a good amount of points collected, 15 points. As you can see, Indonesia 2, they're the middle pack team, the last we saw them. So they were at number 7 with 60 points, but with 12 points to move up to top 3, maybe not yet, but to move up to top 5, maybe so. Other than that, Philippines 1. No points at all in this round. They slipped from number 1 to number 3, and now outside of the top 3 for sure. Someone else will take over them. But again, yeah, this is the second time. Production is having fun.
Thank you so much, production. So I got what I wanted, and this is it. Malaysia team won Frankie, or Vietnam won team Frankie. Definitely very different when it comes to the step, but when it comes to elimination, almost the same. But damage received, this Frankie is more of a tanker, while we have on the sniper's mode coming up from Frankie mostly. But his elimination distance not as far. It's almost the same, but damage output wise, definitely this Frankie with his glasses on, he knows where to look and which angle to actually sneak.
Yeah, they definitely know. They definitely know. That's why they are Frankie and Frankie. But interestingly as well, that Frankie from Vietnam, he received 0 damage. He was invincible in that round.
He's a ninja, that's what I mentioned. Like, he knows where to look, the angles. You know, definitely there will be nobody here. He knows that nobody actually will be stabbing behind my back, but I can see everybody. He's so smart when it comes to picking up the choices of his position. But here comes when it comes to elimination and damage output wise, it's going to be a very tall tower coming up from Vietnam first team. If you compare it to the second team, that's really contradicting.
Oh yeah, I know, right? It's so crazy. Not only in terms of the eliminations, but also the damage output as well. Now, of course, we also like to see what's happening on the other end. So Malaysia too did phenomenal for the first few rounds today, getting a lot of elimination points. But in this round, in second round, it doesn't seem to be their round. No elimination points at all. Cambodia goes home with nothing too. And of course, very concerning for Philippines one, as again, another round that they did not do well. In fact, this round is probably their worst round today, that they hadn't got a single point at all. So it is definitely confirmed that they will be out of the top 3 spot for the first time since the start of the grand finals.
It's quite alarming for the Philippine first team. They are actually trying best because they're subbing in H2R. Now I'm starting to question, is that the right decision? The players are tired, exhausted, but this is a marathon. But this is going to be our outstanding teams, our top 4 teams coming up from Vietnam first team, Brunei second team, Indonesian second team, and Malaysia first team. I'm loving the fact that Brunei is an Indonesian team making a consistency here when it comes to Danum to singles for Malaysia, but it's alternating between 1 and 2. But for Brunei and Indonesia, they have been previously got on South Chicken Dinner, and now this is going to be another Indonesian team with Bruneians showing up when it comes to themselves, getting into the game, adapting, and advancing forward as well.
Yeah, if only they can collect the points and put them together, right? Then maybe they're like, okay, so it does look pretty good. But then again, well, the format is as it is, right? So it's either, it just happened to be either like Brunei 1 showing up, or if not, then Brunei 2. Same goes for Malaysia 1, if not Malaysia 2. Indonesia as well. But for Vietnam, on the other hand, Vietnam 1 has been fairly consistent. Actually, they're pretty okay so far throughout today. 3rd, 8th, and also 10th place finish with something in the back every round. But this is a confirmation. So looks like Philippines 2 is still on top, but Philippines 1 dropped very far away to number 6.
Because a lot of them hitting that triple digit very soon. It's just 8 points in between the gap for the first and second place. Vietnam is still in the chase for the gold, while Myanmar, on the other hand, stuck with the 99 the last we saw them, and they're still stuck in 3rd place as well, while Indonesia is still a double digit with a twin number 88, but that's going to be like 11 points away to chase up to the 3rd place where they can go for the bronze. But the team's actually on the bottom on the 2nd page, 10th place to the 16th place. This is going to be tough, but it's not impossible, but really have to grind it really rough.
Chuchu, if I were to tell you before this tournament started that Thailand 2, consisting of players from the Infinity, is currently at the bottom 3, would you believe me?
I mean, like, maybe, I don't know. I mean, this is where sometimes we didn't expect with additional teams. We rarely see from the pro scene like the Myanmar or Laos, because of them editing these teams. We put in the equation into the entire tournament. It just changes entirely how the other players have to view the game here. They have to adapt to it, like or not, for the side of the Thai team coming up from the Infinity.
Yeah, I know, right? But okay, that's all from us. Let's hear from the players. Let's go interview.
Và ngay bây giờ bên cạnh Thảo Trang đó chính là Frankie, đại diện cho Việt Nam 1. Chúng ta sẽ cùng phỏng vấn Frankie một chút nhé. Xin chào Frankie, chúc mừng bạn và cảm ơn bạn đã đem về được một chiến thắng nữa cho đội tuyển Việt Nam. Trong game thi đấu vừa rồi thì bạn cảm thấy là cho tới hiện tại thì trên bảng xếp hạng tổng lúc này đó chính là cuộc đua song mã của Philippines và Myanmar. Tuy nhiên thì trong game thi đấu vừa rồi, hai đội tuyển hai quốc gia này lại gãy khá là sớm. Vậy thì bạn tự tin bao nhiêu % có thể đem về được huy chương vàng ở trong thể thức thi đấu đồng đội này?
Hi Frankie, congratulations on your victory. On the scoreboard today, Myanmar and Philippines are racing to the top one. But on the last game, they were eliminated early. So how many % do you think Vietnam has for a golden medal?
Phần trăm thì em không chắc chắn, nhưng mà em và team của em sẽ cố gắng hết mình để giành được chức vô địch lần này.
So Frankie is not so sure about how many % that he has, but he will try his best to do the best for a golden medal.
Wow, một câu trả lời rất là tự tin. Bây giờ thì chúng ta có lẽ là hoàn toàn có thể đặt niềm tin vào các chàng trai của đội tuyển Việt Nam 1 và Việt Nam 2. Hy vọng rằng họ có thể đem về được huy chương vàng cho Việt Nam. Đến với cả SEA Games 31 thì điều khiến cho bạn cảm thấy thích nhất là gì?
What do you like the most about this tournament?
Em thích nhất là huy chương vàng, với lại được ngồi sân khấu và chiến đấu cùng đồng đội của mình và giành được top 1. Cảm xúc rất là vui.
Frankie said that he loves the most about this tournament is the golden medal, and the second one is to be on a big stage and compete with his teammates, and to achieve the winner is very exciting.
Thảo Trang và các bạn khán giả của PUBG Mobile Esports Việt Nam cũng rất là yêu huy chương vàng và hy vọng rằng là Frankie cùng với những người đồng đội của mình sẽ đem về được huy chương vàng cho đội tuyển Việt Nam. Cảm ơn bạn đã tham gia phần phỏng vấn và chúc bạn may mắn ở những game thi đấu tiếp theo.
Thank you and good luck.
Các bạn khán giả thân mến, như vậy là chúng ta đã khép lại game thi đấu thứ 4 của ngày hôm nay. Ngay bây giờ mời các bạn cùng nghỉ giải lao trong ít phút. Đừng rời khỏi livestream nhé, chúng mình sẽ quay trở lại ngay thôi.
Waving flags by sundown, tiger with fight on along. That's what we've been waving flags by sundown, tiger with fight on along. That's what we've been
Yeni sezon yeni heyecanımı takımı bu bak inancıda. Benim yerim senin yanın ve battleground'dayız olay tamam.
قلوبنا مفتوحة هربت خلعت كسرت في الابواب فريقي جاهز حاضر متمكن من كل شي عطبات رح كون الشخص الوحيد اللي باقي اقوى من هيك مقلع ملك وماشي متربع على عرشي من هيك PUBG واجبتي صفقة تمت في علمي من تاني موسم يا عيني تحفيز وتطوير لاني زعيم عظيم من 4 سنين بلا وحدة لوحدة برسم باسمي للمهرج ودورنا ارضب كامل التسحين
Satu persatu jatuh, kill another one. Kuasai lapangan, saya nggak ada lawan. Jangan tes, coba les, guess. Langkah gue tembakan masuk, nadi gue SS. Gue bisa tahu musuh kena mental, main pada panik, nyali pada mental. Squad selalu siap, beda jam terbang, raja terakhir. Makan ayam bang. Pada camping, modal scoping, bener setting, lama looting, lupa healing, pakai karbin, gila ranking, gue last king. All I do is win, all I do is win. Bendera putih, lo yang kibarin, taking over the game. Squad lain gue ratain, biar history winning streak gue yang jelasin.
Uau, uau, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol. Eu enfrentando a batalha sozinho. Uau, uau, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol. Ao pôr do sol, sempre ligeiro, verdadeiro. Meu compadre, meu squad, espalhado pelo mundo inteiro. Nós sempre almeja o topo, se correr nós alveja. Não importa o quanto difícil seja, fazemos o dobro.
Se tiver na mira, se retira. Quando mexe, pode ter crise, respira e não pira. Sabe, eu tenho dó de ti. Falta essência lutando pela sobrevivência. I answer red shot. Inimigos diluindo, olha o tiro vindo, olha o tiro lindo. Sigo sempre evoluindo, existente mesmo sendo transparente, persistente, insistente. A dificuldade me fez resistente. Humildade e perseverança, lealdade te traz segurança sem maldade, senão você dança pras crianças obter esperança.
Me veja brilhar, me veja brilhar.
Face mâini cu win, știi că sunt bun la asta. Când vine cade pe mine, da, sunt pregătit. Fără ajutorul mamei știi că pot să o duc la cap. Emoțiile au dispărut, dar pericolul e prezent.
Ortalık karışabilir ve de buna karşılık verebilirim inan ki. Ne vakit sanki. Her taraf alevler içinde kalır. Hep adil bir savaş oynanır. Sonunda hak eden alır.
Hi everyone, welcome to PUBG Mobile's Step Forward launch.
Hello, I'm Ray. Welcome everyone.
A while ago, we launched the 4th anniversary themed game mode. Did everyone have fun? Thank you for your continued love and support. In this new year, we'll continue to challenge ourselves and step forward to provide you with more exciting and compelling content. Next, we'll reveal PUBG Mobile's plans for this year. Let's go!
Yeah!
Ray, where do you think this is?
This looks like Livik, but something seems different.
Exactly. because it's the updated Livik map which will be released in PUBG Mobile 2.0 in early May. Let me show you around. Hold tight. After nearly 22 months of testing, tweaking, and polishing, Livik is finally ready to be officially launched. So what are the differences between the official version and beta version, you may be asking? At PUBG Mobile's exclusive 2x2 size map, Livik matches are short, fast-paced, and action-packed. The official version of Livik retains most of the elements from the beta version while updating several themed areas, adds a new all-terrain vehicle, and introduces new weapon acquisition methods and interactables. Allow me to walk you through the many features. New themed areas. In the official version, we've updated several themed areas for players to enjoy and explore. At the same time, the distinct architecture and layout of these areas will shape different battle tactics. Players must take advantage of the terrain and adopt different strategies and tactics to increase the chance of victory. Midstein. First of all, we overhauled Midstein. The mix of buildings interspersed with roads and alleyways create a complex urban environment. Here, suppressive fire at vantage points and close-range alleyways will be the focus. Blomster. Blomster has been updated on the map. Wide roads split the area into several sections. Finding the perfect vantage point will be the make or break factor for this area. The newly constructed soccer pitch in Blomster also gives residents a great place for leisurely activities. Spectacular soccer games are held here every day. Come and show off your skills. Logistics Center. The original lumberyard has been upgraded to the new Logistics Center. Spacious warehouses and container yards ensure the steady supply of goods into Livik. This spacious zone is densely packed with plenty of cover. Players that are able to move fast around tight corners will dominate this area. Iceborg. The new Iceborg rises from a snow-covered plain. A tall church stands solemnly amid loosely aligned buildings. I think this is the perfect place to play hide and seek. New vehicle. Are you geared up and ready to take on these new areas? Despite the small map size, there is still some distance between areas. Never fear, in the official map, we'll be introducing a new all-terrain UTV. Compared to the monster truck, the UTV is more compact, which allows it to not only traverse mountains and hills, but also zip through urban roads and alleyways. The versatility of this vehicle is immeasurable. What's more, it can carry up to 4 passengers. Be sure to explore Livik with your friends once it officially releases. New ways to acquire weapons. Besides new ways of getting around, we've also added new ways of obtaining weapons in the official version. The Livik exclusive XT firearms bring more diversity to players' playstyles. In the beta version, the XT firearms were obtained from crates and airdrops. These methods weren't guaranteed. In the official version, the XT firearms have been added to supply shops in Livik. Some firearms can be upgraded to their XT variant by purchasing the XT upgrade crate from the supply shop. New map features. Advanced Supply Zone. Some players may feel that even though XT firearms can now be purchased in shops, that there's still the pressure to obtain enough tokens. We've added a new way of quickly collecting resources in the new official version. Of course, there is a trade-off to getting high-level resources. Players will have to compete with others in advanced supply zones. After entering a map, an advanced supply zone will randomly appear near the flight path. These zones will be rich in supplies, allowing players to quickly prepare for the match ahead. These zones will attract other players, so skirmishes are unavoidable. If you are confident in your gunslinging skills, I urge you to take the risk. Besides the advanced supply zone, other features that cater to different player styles have been added to the official map. Treasure Hunt. Although players can prepare more quickly in the advanced supply zone, let's not forget that a plethora of crates are peppered throughout Livik. To help players locate these crates, we've added a treasure map to the official version. Players can use the map to mark crates on the minimap. Soccer Challenge. I'm sure you'll stop to admire the soccer pitch when passing through Blomster.
And welcome back to the final game, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, you are still watching the 31st Southeast Asia games happening currently in Hanoi, Vietnam for the PUBG Mobile team category. Brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, as well as Lightspeed and Quanta Studios. Thank you so much to Verissa as well as VNG for organizing this tournament as well. We're here, your storytellers. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Choo Choo, and the last game will be played in Miramar.
The biggest, dry, dusty desert, 8 by 8 kilometers, definitely will be the best finish, I have to say, especially when it comes to Myanmar and also Philippines. They're really loving this map, by the way, but we do know so far the Philippines, they're very close, especially in second Philippine teams is in the race for the gold, silver or bronze, and so many teams are trying to snatch it away from them based on today's performance. We're looking over Indonesian teams catching up, same goes for Malaysian teams. They start to rise up to occasions, and also the Bruneians are not sitting quietly anymore. We're looking at even Laos trying to actually squeeze into this, but will it possible when it comes to Philippines? We do know they're very strong in Miramar.
Yeah, let's check out the strong teams in the arena. We have Brunei 2 on screen right now. Brunei 2 got a second place finish earlier on by playing the healing game. Galaxy did it, and it was the first time actually playing the healing game in Sanhok, and it worked out for them so far. And now for Malaysia 1, they are above Malaysia 2. They still need some level of consistency to break into the podium spot.
Now we're hovering around all the players, seems like relaxing. I like how they just try to poke each other out sometimes when the camera happens to be right in front of them. We're looking over the coming up from Indonesian teams. They're looking very happy, but at the same time, we do know the pressure for them. The race towards the gold, silver, or bronze medal is just these 3 races they have to focus on. No matter what their rankings are right now, they need to focus how to get up there.
Yeah, the focus is definitely on how to climb further. There's still 6 more games to go, including 5 games tomorrow, so it could still happen. Any of the swap could still happen though. Don't be surprised that even maybe like the bottom teams, like even Cambodia, can actually suddenly go up if the worst case happens to the top teams. I mean, we did learn our lesson today as well. Not really learning our lesson, but we did see an example. The Philippines one, they were number 1. They were in top 3. They were in the podium spot for the longest time until the previous game, and now they're number 6. But it's still not impossible for them to climb back up. For them to go back at least to a podium spot, the difference is just 16 points. It can still be done in 1 round.
Yep, that's kind of true. Anybody can be pulled and pushed either forward or backward here. And definitely the ones that are being pulled in is going to be us viewers, because the grills are happening. Definitely, I love this cameraman. They know how to spot a talent and how to spot a very... I'm loving the fact the audience these days is a mixture of all the age, the extremes of age, very young, very old, in between. Who cares? As long as we have the same passion in esports, that's definitely going to be PUBG Mobile this time. But also to cheer the families, to cheer the friends, to cheer your favorite team and your country as well. You guys, if you have that responsibility, give them that morale boost as we might close day number 2. Is it going to be the same team on top? Will they be pushed down by a different team entirely? We have no clue, but you guys can change it by just dropping in the comment section. Share it with your friends, give them a bit more morale boost, and things might and will change.
Yep, show your support to your favorite team in the comment section, as they will need it. And trust me, by the end of the day, they will look back at the live stream and they will read your comments. And if you have more, and if you show your support through that, that will definitely give them the boost for the final day. But one team change that I noticed from that player visual is that Brunei won. They made a change. Colt played in the last game. He was substituted out. So now it's going to be Bear, Global, Senko, as well as Fafu is going to be playing for Brunei 1. So far, that's the one that I noticed. But we may see more as we head on to our final game today. And that is going to happen in Miramar.
A lot of players been swapping in and swapping out for the subs. Seems like a main player may as well, because every team, some players might having a really rough day, some of them exhausted. It's a marathon we mentioned before. It's 3 3 days straight of playing PUBG Mobile, and a very, very, how do I say, short time of break in between. So this definitely going to stretch out their mental fortitude, like we mentioned before. Do they have enough strength physically and mentally to go through all the grind here? And when we talk about the final game of day number 2, how we close our second day to move forward for tomorrow finals, let's walk straight into Miramar, the biggest map there is in our 31st SEA Games Vietnam.
Oh yeah, here we go, Miramar. So just a little bit of a recap. Earlier today, the Miramar was won by Myanmar 1. So Myanmar 1 so far, today's Miramar is theirs. But yesterday, both Miramars were Philippines. And they had the Filipino finish, the 2 Filipino finishes in Miramar. So Kings of Miramar so far is still Philippines, but they need to be aware of the challenges coming in. Myanmar 1 got the chicken dinner here today, and let's see if anything changes for them. As we can see, the flight path begins from the lower end up north to La Corberia.
Yep, previously we saw the circle ended up on top of Power Grid as twice right now, including yesterday's as well, where Power Grid kind of being favored a lot by the circle. It depends on the first circle, where will it pop? Because if Power Grid is in it, they have to put in mind there's chances are we might see a lot of teams saturated on top of Power Grid here as well.
Yeah, if it's Power Grid again, I don't know what to say. It's been like a couple of Power Grids so far. Let's see if anything changes this time. Maybe a Southern Circle instead. Indonesia seems to be changing their draw spot a little bit. They changed to the southern side of Los Leones, and okay, a little bit of a different kind of circle this time. This time we see a between a Junkyard and Hacienda kind of circle.
But at the same time, there's Minas Generalis, which yesterday's second match, if I'm not mistaken, or the first one, we actually ended up there as well. But it's not this far up north, where Torre Ahumada, Campo Militar Tierra Bronca is actually quite vacant. But even El Azhar, such a big city, also not been taken by most of these teams. Most of them really love on the western side of it, while leaving a lot of vacancy. If they can get that fast enough, definitely. So we mentioned about this before. Vehicles is definitely compulsory when it comes to this big map. But question is, can they land any of their teammates one? At least Indonesian first got themselves quite a number of vehicles on top of Puerto Paraiso.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see that. We have seen this circle before, and well, for now it's all Filipino, right? Especially when it comes to day number 1. For the teams in general, I think that we won't see any big clashes so far. Maybe Thailand 2 just beside Thailand 1, and they still seem to be looking for vehicles as a Brunei 1 snatches it away from the Thais because they need to go to their regular drop spot on the northern side. But so far, no casualties as a start, so it's going to be okay for now.
Shazam, and now ranking. H2 are still playing. There's no one player playing for the others, and they're going to stop in H2R for now. Instead of, I think, Demigod is still there. Ranking is Momboy actually being subbed out for now for PHI. For Philippines, KHI, Philippines first team here. And they're really being pushed down quite far. You mentioned earlier, Cloud, that they were in the first top 3, first, second, and third place. The past day, definitely yesterday, up to the earlier today, but then down to 6th place. Now, something must have gone wrong somewhere, and they need to actually fix it fast, because if not, they'll be pushed downwards even furthermore.
You know, this could be the theory of like what you mentioned earlier today as well. If you're on top, a lot of teams will give you the attention, and it's a matter of you adapting to other teams looking at you and trying to counter whatever that you do. It does feel like Philippines 1 is kind of suffering from that, kind of suffering from all the limelight from yesterday.
Yep, they definitely have bullseyes behind their back. For the next couple of seconds, we're gonna witness everybody just gonna do the same thing when it comes to PUBG Mobile. You drop, you loot, you survive as always. But the thing is, the second circle and the third one is the most crucial to know and justify for your team where to go next. The IG are gonna play the most important part when it comes to third and fourth circle. The great migration happens, and that's where half of the team will be out or maybe less than half, but usually it's around half. Back to a circle, most of the teams, some of them actually trying to play as late as possible. We saw around Valdemar, definitely it's not a bad thing to actually rotate in very late, but at this stage in SEA Games circle, we haven't seen teams that really can secure a win by far by playing it very late in this match.
Yeah, it does seem that a lot of teams, whenever they secure the middle very early on, like what we saw in Sanhok just previously, Vietnam, they just went in straight into the middle. It doesn't matter whether that's Thailand two's house or not, they just go straight in, they find a good compound for themselves, they hold on to that area until the end, and they got the chicken dinner. And I think it has been the same case for most of these rounds before that. And I think it has been the trend so far for the SEA Games. But of course, that also depends on how comfortable these teams are in executing such strategies. If they're not, they might just want to say that, okay, hey, we're comfortable playing by the rim. But if they're comfortable in taking those fights, in defending their location, they can do like what Vietnam 2 just did in Sanhok.
That's kind of true. It depends on how well they adapt towards the situation, I must say. But for Myanmar, I do notice they really love their CQCs, the close quarters combats, quite a lot. But when it comes to the Philippines, they are pretty much can do everything at this range. Middle, far distance, or CQC works well for them. But slowly, other teams are starting to get the momentum and the tempo is going in. One of them is going to be Indonesian teams. Both Indonesian teams actually doing quite well today. But we haven't seen a lot of flashy plays just yet. Maybe we've seen in the previous match, but when it comes to miramar, I haven't seen that much of, uniqueness of certain players that we've seen yet, except for, maybe just flying cars and flying motorbikes somewhere, someplace when it down to, climbing down that steep cliff.
The flying motorbike reminds me of what happened in the first Miramar today. I believe it was Jumper getting 2 onto Philippines 1 as they flew with their motorbike and they were at mid-air, and that basically was easy targets, because if you're mid-air on a bike, there's no way you can shoot. You're basically just flying targets.
Feels like a Hollywood movie. So dramatic entry coming up from those guys, but ended up really sad ending. But both team ended up actually, if we just recall it again, both team actually ended up there. It was a graveyard entirely, because another team happens to be passing by. I think it was a Vietnam team, if I'm not mistaken, being the third party. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it was somewhere around there. But okay, civil war happening here as King gets 1 onto baby Loki, and he will only know who he shot down once he finish up that fight, but he's not able to do so as the counterfire coming in from Marnet from another angle. Will he be able to pick up Loki? Maybe yes, but will he want to? Maybe not.
Oh, again! The entire day! Myanmar Team 1 versus Team 2. The whole day today. But, you know what? It's okay. They can do it. Romeo is not a boy anymore. He's a man. But at the same time, there's too many bullets shooting across there. Ozone will be trying to back off for a bit. Monkey trying to take one down. It's going to be 1 second knockdown here. And this is going to hurt when it comes to overall ranking, especially for Myanmar 1, which they still haven't cracked the triple-digit number. So close, yet being stopped here by another fellow countryman. But this is the fight for them, for the medals. If they want to, they have to earn it.
Oh, and the fight for the medal looks like it's going to start with the first blood, whereby King got it. So it's going to be Myanmar 2, but Myanmar 1, they're the ones in better contention for the title, or at least the podium spot. Myanmar 2, yes, they still can, but it's still a few games to go. But Myanmar 1, they cannot lose this fight. Now, Myanmar 2 is not going to overextend this, as they know that the circle is starting to close in. Other teams will start to get closer and closer. They don't want to get third party, so they're not going to take that risk, and they focus on the rotation instead.
Okay, we have our next circle here. Just pops. It's going to be Is it going to be Walter treatment? That's going to be one of the favorites. Same goes for Junkyard. Between these two, possibly. But sometimes you want to shoot up to Chris Deville. Why not? It's a huge city. It's a huge place. And so many abundant of structure to work with. So they can take covers. They can actually angle and put some traps for the other teams who actually came in late. But for some teams, though, like Brunei's second team and also Malaysian, I think that's the first team. If I'm not mistaken, is it was second or first? They are playing this very, very slow.
Yeah, they're still tanking on the blue at the moment. I think because it's of their drop spot. So like Malaysia 1, for example, they drop in Valde Bar. Brunei 2 drop in Los Egos, which is their second drop spot. So if that's the case, that is a little bit far from the circle. So first, second circle, it's still tankable. That will allow them to scout out a little bit more, but of course they cannot spend too much time on the outside. But what we can spend time on is to admire these players. Lamborghini is still at the top eliminator chart.
Yep, 2 Vietnam players in the top 3 when it comes to Terminators. And Ramon is actually the only Philippine still reigning up there with the second place. But the difference is quite high. Lambo and Frankie, both Vietnam players, really knows where to shoot and how to shoot. Including right now they're fighting against each other as well. McLaren taking down on Rabies as Frankie trying to rotate the other way around. They lost Rabies, a bit of casualty quite early on. But they're making a big U-turn. Are they sure they want to get into fights quite early in the second phase here? Because this might just cost them everything when it comes to the standings later.
Yeah, it's a big risk. Plus, it is still like 16 teams, so you might not want to take those kind of risks. You want to take the lower end risk for now because there's still many teams. But speaking about teams, Thailand won, taking out Philippines won. Again, Philippines won. One of them went down, but Ventores, there could be a three-way happening somewhere else. Shazam, again, possibly one of the first ones to go out for Philippines too.
Scouting a lot for the team, always being the entry fragger, but sometimes questionable the position that he's actually at because there's nobody having his back and he's quite stranded there alone. I'm not sure how the rest of the teammates can save him. Apparently he'll be the sacrificial lamb for the team because Venturas just finished him off straight away. A lot of pickoffs here and there for most of the team. A lot of the 3 teams by far already losing one of their members. Now Snipes taking over to McLaren, knock him down, but that will be a very far distance as we speak because they're not going to push forward here.
Yeah, they're not going to push just yet. Maybe that's not enough at the opening, or there's other players on the other side that they realize. But what we do realize is that Snipes, his vehicle has been exploded somewhere else, unfortunately doing the rotation. And Malaysia too, the position has been compromised as Yuhai will be gunned down by Noah from Laos from afar. As Vietnam too, they are overlooking this with interest.
It's going to be quite a distance. Starlord, there's like what, 300 meters of distance. He needs to actually drive himself forward. And now with the Scar L ready to gun blaze upon the side of Malaysian team, but still questioning which angle he should take covers from, because there's both left and right. There are teams hovering around his whereabouts as well. While the circle pops, it's going to be right on top of Sender de Patron at the junction there. Between those places, that's where everybody wants to go. Then air drop as well for one team, getting themselves a huge upgrade of loot. But Laos walking into the door of Vietnam team. Ferrari and Mott taking on the backside, while Backham has actually tried to go for the entry frag.
You know, it's almost like Laos, they had interest in Malaysia at first. But then again, as they try to go towards Malaysia, suddenly Vietnam shows up and it's like, oh, Vietnam. I think this person is prettier. Let's go for Vietnam instead. And now they're starting to see Jiang onto Vietnam with Vietnam 2 Ferrari being burned down. Hard Ferrari as Beckham survives the nade.
Oh, that's nasty. This is just too cheeky. Beckham is just, I'm going to toss and burn you out. But now I'm going to drive backwards.
Ooh.
Honda, where did that coming out from? Laos really had it go when it comes to CQC. Well, Mott trying to reposition himself, but is it a bit too late now? Most of his teammates are dropping and falling off the chart. Now he needs to get help for the side of McLaren and Ferrari as they will be cornered by Beckham and Honda, who's already inside of their compound.
Oh, Ferrari now is still active. Mart, what can he do? There's nothing much that he can do. Ferrari needs to win this fight. 1v2 is probably going to be a clutch, maybe, if he can do it as Beckham recovers himself. Ferrari will pick up his teammate, but Mart needs to buy time for him, giving him the information as Starlord goes up to the high ground, tries to find an off angle, but Ferrari will save McLaren.
Thing is, Porsche knows exactly where Starlord straight away is going to shot him down. You tried to get the high ground. I'm watching you from behind. While Beckham seems like their plans is falling out of place here. They're in shambles as they got back on their feet. Mart is actually knocked down here, bleeding out. But McLaren, Ferrari, and Porsche definitely knows where to stand, where to pick, which angle they should cover, which corners is the most best defense for them.
Yeah, but they need to win this fight quickly. They cannot defend too long as they do not circle and the zone is starting to close in. And McLaren can get one, but McLaren's life is just too low. McLaren will be taking up the zone. Now it's down to Porsche, the last man standing. Will it be worth it to pick his teammate up? Will there be enough time? He needs to calculate it right.
This is a third circle. Definitely, it's more than enough time with 0.8% damage per second. So definitely, he got himself a lot of health utilities. The healings, the first aids, the band-aids will work in the third phase. It's gonna still effective for now, but for the side of Noah, he just have to build the chip. He's just gonna build it and just find himself a good spot to wait and survive as long as he can. But it's still being actually tailed by the side of a team that he actually tried to take down just now. Whilst we're hovering over to us on the northern side, northwest of the circle, just on the outskirts of water treatment, the Philippines already parked themselves exactly where they want.
Ah, look at this. The zone is unkind to Vietnam as they will be taken out one by one by the zone. The fight was just too long. That's all I can say. That the zone came in and is now, maybe they can only survive with the last two members. That's about it. But other than that, nothing much else that they can do. But now we look at the circle. Vietnam 1, Choo. Vietnam 1 is in the circle.
Again, they know exactly where to stand, and every single time they're actually in center of circle. Now it's out down to about defending, and they got themselves a huge compound to work with as well. While we're looking over on the southern side, the Thais versus Malaysian second team, both second teams are going at each other's throat. There's another Vietnam second team going a very, very long rotation. Porsche and the rest of Ferrari might butt in here, taking the high grounds and try to shut down both Team Thais and the Malaysian teams.
Oh, Thailand 2 going up against Malaysia 2. Both teams pretty close to each other in terms of points. The difference is only about 14 points. Yeah, okay, it's close, but not that close. But at the same time, Frankie gets one to Kaito. So that's going to be one traded there as Stone tries to lock down Malaysia. But Malaysia, slightly advantaged because of the circle, but disadvantaged because they don't have the space to play with.
Yep, they can't move much. They want to actually disengage if they can, because they can actually gatekeep this, but the terrain is just so tricky for them. It's so hard to land the vision with their slight high grounds there above them as well. Fluker and Stone just advancing forward while you are already waiting and cooking up the nade. It's going to be an explosion here. Will it be a Kobe? Almost Fluker's dodged it at the right time, but Flax on the other hand, taking against Kato, Indonesian player on the other side. Different plays entirely.
Yeah, both Malaysian teams at this moment taking fights on their own. As we can see here, Microvoy will be naded down somewhere else. Fluke trying to find a good entry point towards Malaysia too, as he'll be shut down, as he'll be gunned down by Damn Rude.
Tony waiting. Yuhai, the miracle boy, still a miracle. He worked wonders with whatever he has. UMP, make it M416, make it grenades. But can he do this alone? He needs his entire team. Everybody have to work things together here when it comes to the tournament. But QB, with a Scar scouting out for the rest of Vietnam, who's actually just passing by. Porsche waiting. Both Vietnamese teams are here right now, but taking the higher grounds. Porsche want to take this into his own hands as they got themselves this advantage to work.
Yeah, Vietnam too. They know that something's happening on the other side, but Ferrari will be gunned down by Gattuini. Right now, Porsche looks like he's in trouble. 60% of health left. Porsche, he needs to win the fight against Gattuini first. Gattuini, 80% of health. He's going to rush in together with his UMP. Gattuini knows exactly where Porsche is at, but there's Laos on the left, just stopping Gattuini on his tracks as Gattuini is in trouble. And Gattuini, did he get eliminated?
Oh, feels like really close to. I'm not sure where he is at right now. He tried to knocked down by Porsche's nade. That long stick of health didn't manage to actually re-heal himself. QB and the rest of Malaysian teams taking advantage. Just spot out Porsche straight away, shooting him down. But he's trying to heal himself up. This terrain is just so uneven. It's just so hard to land the shot and so hard to get information, but still securing the elimination points. QB gets to as a flank side, but this circle.
What?
Vietnam first team. Frankie again got himself in the center with an airdrop, and this they are the only team that's complete with the roster and another airdrop. What is this craziness?
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Even the second airdrop favors towards Vietnam, right smack in the middle. And now everyone that wants to go towards Vietnam, they need to fight with each other. This will allow Vietnam to climb up in terms of placement points at least. But their nearest rivals, Philippines 2, as well as Myanmar 1, they are still in this.
Newbie taking on QB. Now can they help? It's too fast. There's a clean execution coming out from Newbie, but that cost him quite a lot as well, as they've eliminated the #1 spot. This is open for Vietnam first team here because they're already in the center. They got double upgrade, huge loot right in front of them as well.
Yo, Thailand 2, they somehow managed to find a way into the circle, still alive with Gotuni still alive somehow. But Nuzi now will be fired upon as Yuhai has a high ground advantage against Gotuni. Gotuni still alive, so Yuhai will become the fire upon. Gotuni will give cover fire for his teammate. Gotuni will need to buy time for Nuzi to recover himself as he tosses out a molly onto the other side. Now the zone is starting to close in, as we can see here. H2R will be taken out as well.
Nuzi trying to snap it down. Oh, so close. There you go. Barong, now he's swapping over to AK, which is really hard to just control the recoil and the distance. Newsy shredded almost his helmet and his vest as well. Now trying to snipe out another one, but been taken by the side of the other teams, which eliminated Brunei and the Philippines. Both Philippines are out in this miramar map. Definitely Vietnam is actually in the run, the closest one to get the gold medal. If they maintain, ended up in the second day, they can have a good start for tomorrow.
Yes, because Philippines 2 have been eliminated, Myanmar 1 has been eliminated as well. And this is an opportunity for Vietnam 1 to go up to the #1 spot, as what you just mentioned. Cambodia will be out at 7th place, but 5 eliminations already in the hands of Vietnam 1.
It's going to be Indonesia versus Malaysia's neck. Damroot deciding which way to go. He definitely pumped himself up with a lot of booster just to get into the entry fragger point where he needs to be, doing so by force. Vafel and also Jaden already plays himself in such strategic way. It's almost impossible to let Damroot go. UI start his engines and just going to build his mate. He has to do so to make sure they can secure themselves inside of a circle. While another Malaysian team still far off, we have Lao Noah finally show up in the last minute.
And Choo Vietnam, although by the rim of it, they still have the circle at this moment. Indonesia 2 will need to find their way in, but Yuhai, he has the high ground advantage. Damroot is currently down. Yuhai will need to pick up his teammate, but then again, Damroot is just too far off. You need to leave Damroot alone. Now Yuhai will need to take care of his back as Thailand starts to make their rotation, starts to open up their position.
Risky play from Yuhai, but Sunny definitely with UMP trying to shot down. Just gonna shoot everybody, everything that moves, everybody trying to move forward, but he needs to make himself out of the way of the blue as well. It's really close to the rim. Circus spotted Yuhai. Yuhai straight away proning down. It's gonna be 1v1 between these two guys.
Oh, here we go. Gotuni cooking up a nade. He will toss on to the side of Yuhai. Yuhai super low at this moment. That one, they should be able to take it down. But Yuhai evades the nade. But Gotuni will still get him down as Malaysia 2 will bow out at #6.
That's really close, but Luxy didn't actually take it down Frankie just now. It's too far off, finish off by the play zone instead. Dan Force will be actually revived by the rest of the team. We're down to only 4 team with 10 players remaining. It's not all 4 squad except for Indonesian second team. This is a bright future for them. And saying this for Vietnam first team, this is the time. Definitely they already cut across. They got themselves first place by the end of this match.
Oh yeah, okay, it's definitely, no doubt, nothing can stop them at this moment for getting their #1 spot by the end of this match, but it's just how far they can extend their lead now. Vietnam 1, they will be playing without rappers, they're playing at the lower ground, but not too sure if the other teams do know that Vietnam is at the lower ground because they still need to get focused onto the other side. But Indonesia looks like they know for sure. Luxy tries to find out where their opponents is at, but can't seem to get a good angle.
Indonesia slowly tried to push forward. They tried to make space for the rest of the team to conquer most of the circle. But the terrain making it so hard with his hills. And also the cliff in between is so steep. Now God Tani on the other hand tried to play as far high up as possible. Saying this for Newsy, the Thais really playing as a duo. While the rest of Team Vietnam got themselves the compound. The only compound with 4 walls to take covers is actually taken up by them. But will they be favored by the last few circles here?
Okay, we'll find out really soon if Vietnam again gets the circle. But before that, let's get focused onto the fight onto the other side. We can see that the two teams, Laos together with, I believe it's Thailand, they're getting very close to each other as Newsy now at the forefront together with Cartoony, the duo from the Infinity basically. We can expect them to have good chemistry. But the circle moves up. This is now very hard for Vietnam.
Noir plays himself at 4th place. That's well deserving. He's been surviving alone for such a long time. That's what Sonia and Newsy, they're gonna just ram it in. They don't care anymore. This is not the time to overthinking. It's all about their hunch. But on the side of Vietnam, they have to climb a high hill here. It's definitely the hardest one. Indonesian Gen Force got themselves here first. They take down on Newsy. This might be it. Indonesia will close with another chicken dinner. They got themselves this terrain. They got the circle. All they need today is defense. Fighting against Lambo. Take another one!
What? What? Seriously, the high ground lost, the lower ground won. Vietnam, okay, going up against a full squad of Indonesia. First, full squad. Second, they have the circle. Vietnam does not have the circle. The odds are against them. If they can clutch it, this is one of the best finale plays.
Yep, they got themselves right where they want to be here for Indonesian team. It's going to be 3v4. It's not really an advantage here for Indonesia because we do know the Vietnams are really good when it comes to placing themselves in a certain angle that nobody can actually see it. Jan Force tried to approach towards the airdrop slowly, hoping that somebody can loot out from. But it seems like they'll be looted out by the side of the Vietnam team number 1. Back to his Vijoy. Frankie giving off the pressure. That's not a good sign for Gen Force. He needs to get out from it, but it's actually smoke. They want to move forward. It's a bridge of smoke created by the side of Vietnam to actually advance to an Indonesian side, but they didn't know Force is in it.
Oh, and look at the amount of smokes. Looks like Vietnam, they are opening up the flank. So Vichoi is going towards the right as Indonesia, they don't seem to know that the flank is exposed. So this could be opportunity for Vietnam as they start to close in. They'll be forced to move in by the zone and Gen Force going to be at the forefront. Lamborghini spots on Gen Force and he gets one! Oh, this could be it. They've even up the odds. 3v3!
Oh, they didn't have the higher ground, but who cares? As long as they shoot things right and nothing goes wrong with that. But Vichoi being counter-fired, but it's not Jaden trying to hold on for the rest of the team. Buffalo is there as well. Jaden trying to give the sprays, but it's just so hard. They're just moving in smokes. Frankie couldn't spot them out as well, but he saw one. He tried to take on Jaden. He's the key player here, but Jaden making it so hard for the side of Vietnam.
Oh, Jaden, he needs to find a good angle now. Frankie is praying that they don't spot him just yet. And yes, he'll be able to pick up Lamborghini. So now they're back as a duo. Lamborghini just need to reset with the first aid. That should be enough time as Luxy finishes off Vichoi. And that's going to be 2v2. Could this be Vietnam's moment of going against the odds and sealing this chicken dinner?
19 seconds for the last circle to shrink in. Jaden slowly crouching towards them. But can they actually touch it? Buffel will be left out to be bait by the right. Actually, Vietnam Frankie is going to jump and shoot in. Never mind that. Hey, Buffel is finished off. It's back to 2v2. Never mind, it's a 2v1. 2v2 again. Another duo versus duo.
Another duo was a duo indeed, as Jaden with a micro Uzi, and this kind of range is a medium range micro Uzi that we're talking about here, as Jaden waiting for the right moment. Luxy has another angle onto the left, as well as we can see here, Vietnam, they're two together, they need to open up. Jaden now have a little bit of elevation there to play with, as well as Frankie, he doesn't have the elevation. Jaden waiting for the right moment, he sees his opponent, but he can't take that shot just yet. He takes the right shot, tries to find the right angle, but Frankie almost taking out Jaden. Oh, it's 1v1! 1v1 in that! Whoa!
Whoa! Chicken dinner to the side of Vietnam. What a nice, what a bang of a game! Lamborghini, that was just mind-blowing!
Whoa! The first team to achieve 3 chicken dinners, Choo Choo. The first team to achieve. Just look at this. Even Laos is cheering for them because this is crazy. It was 2v3. They were at the low ground. Indonesia had everything against them, but somehow they managed to beat the odds and win against Indonesia. And we're talking about Indonesia. We're talking about the country that has a track record of being the world champions. This is just next level gameplay from Vietnam 1.
Oh my goodness, I have to give it, like, Lamborghini, his decision making, his recoil control, his swings, his flicks, his flacks, everything is on point. Up to the point that we can't see any flaw coming out from that. And now they're discussing for Indonesian team that just wipe off the smile of their face because that was theirs to take. It was being denied by the side of the duo just now. Last fight, it was 3v4 at first. They got the high grounds on the side of Indonesia, but it's just so hard to land the shots.
You know, Chuchu, I have only one answer to this.
Yes.
Home ground buff. That's all. That's all I can say. It's home ground buff. It's crazy. They didn't have the circle. They were at the lower ground. You tell me what sort of stat did they had that was better than Indonesia. Everything was against them, and somehow they still managed to seal the chicken dinner. They become the first team to achieve 3 chicken dinners in the grand finals. Vietnam is dominating it today.
I have to agree. And just now, if you actually notice the last circle, it starts shrinks on the side of Vietnam first, and they're being forced to actually push forward. And just now, I think Jaden decided to go to shoot on the right side instead of left side, which is quite already open for him to shoot down. He was contemplating, he was hesitant when it comes to the decision making, but look at how Lambo just go in, deciding, you know what, just go for it. He didn't whiff.
He didn't whiff all his shots, and the reset for, was it a Ferrari to pick up a Lamborghini? That was crazy. Like in a solo scenario, he somehow found the courage, he somehow found the angle to reset, and they managed to do so, and they were so calm. Like that reset, if that reset didn't happen, probably they would have lost it. But they made it, they evened up the odds to make it 2v2, and somehow they managed to find a way to win that fight. It is like, it is unexplainable.
We were at the edge of our seats here. We're talking about that because we have no clue who's winning that. Even though, yes, they have more men at first, but Vafel, he was too close to the airdrop. He's being knocked down first. And he's actually in front of the airdrop, making it so hard for his teammates to actually revive him. But the reset, like you mentioned, Sir Cloud, they're being knocked down multiple times between those two Vietnam players. But they managed to take, you know what, they managed to revive each other up. It's just insane. I'm like, how can you actually... Are you zombies? You're just so hard to defeat them.
Yeah, I think I'm in the multiverse right now. I don't know what I'm watching here. It's crazy, right? But this is arguably the best chicken dinner, not only in SEA Games, it's one of the best chicken dinners that I have seen in recent times across all sorts of tournaments. It's crazy.
Yep. I totally agree with that. And not just that, Lamborghini definitely have more elimination numbers on the stats right now because we know he's one of the most formidable player. But here comes Luxy. I miss this guy. I miss this guy so much. He looks really sour because he's not happy with his performance last minute just now. But when it comes to damage output, even though it's just one elimination, look at that damage done by Luxy. He's being trying to help his teammates so much to get the eliminations there.
You know, this is probably the MVP with the lowest elimination in history. I know,
Might
right?
be true. And
Yeah.
not really.
Have you seen an MVP with one elimination?
A couple of times for me, but okay. In this SEA
I wonder
tournament,
who.
not
I want
yet.
to find out.
In SEA Games, not yet. This is the first one. But look at the longest eliminations, by the way. This is the furthest, I think. Almost 250 meters there. So far, we've seen like, what, 200-ish, 20-something. But this is going to be the longest elimination distance for now. But for the match standings, Cloud, this is just insane. Look at that.
I don't know how to read this anymore. Vietnam 1 shouldn't be at that spot. It should have been Indonesia, but just because of Okay, anyway, to be fair, they got a lot of eliminations, right? But anyway, it should have been chicken dinner for Indonesia, but Vietnam won just insane. 26 total points in that round, 18 points for Indonesia. It could have been 20 points for them with that chicken dinner, but hey, it just happened. Followed by Thailand with 13 points, and we have Malaysia with 12 points, and we have Laos 1. Oh, did fairly well considering that they are one of the bottom teams. They still managed to get a double-digit finish in this final game.
I have to say they're very consistent today. If only they have been doing this since the first day, they're not having a bit of a problem to push up all the ranks there. But definitely there's going to be a lot of changes when it comes to overall rankings later. But when it comes to head-to-head, Frankie and Jaden, oh my god, these guys, they're just so good. Jaden is just, it's all about which direction he was looking over in the last minute. It was just something that is a 50-50 chance for him.
Yeah, well, if we do look at the stats, right? So Jaden, obviously, in terms of eliminations, Frankie has double, but when it comes to damage, they're very close. So pretty much they did a lot of the work for their team as well. And the longest elimination distance is 72 for Jaden as compared to Frankie with 223. Damage received, Jaden received a little bit more damage as compared to Frankie as well. So they've been working hard for their team, no doubt. So survival time, I thought, Frankie would have gotten it. But hey, maybe it's just like, that fraction of a second because they were like the 1v1 towards the end.
Yeah.
So I can kind of understand it from that perspective as well. But all in all, I must say that Frankie, he's like Frankenstein, he can't die.
And they die at the same time with them. But look at this towers. This is a beautiful one. Because most of the team got themselves elimination, except for Brunei too. They being ambushed, I think quite early on, they just having a hard time to loot things over. But Vietnam, that 1,500, actually Indonesian have more damage output than they actually do. But the elimination is just doubled up for Vietnam first team.
Yeah, it was a civil war between Brunei 2 and Brunei 1 during the early phases. I think that time it was still 16 or 15 teams. Hence, they happened to meet each other. And I can say that it's pretty much like almost like a revenge for Brunei 1 because Brunei 2 did the same to them in Sandhawk, eliminating them fairly early on as well. So they kind of like swap places to a certain extent. Besides that as well, like what you pointed out, other teams, they managed to get at least one elimination each. But again, this is very concerning again for Philippines 1. The entire day right now, it has yet to be their day. It's very likely they will slide further down on the charts.
We're already finished off our second day today. This is where the real race of gold, medal, silver, and bronze starting here, Cloud. With Vietnam, Indonesia, second team, Thailand, second team, and Laos coming up for the outstanding teams coming up for match 5, the last match of the day. But look at this. This is just, their damage average has to be 1,000 over. But I'm loving Laos squeezing in here as well. And seeing this for Indonesia, today is the rising up occasion for most of the team that didn't perform in the first day.
Totally agree. Even like Vietnam 1 as well. Day 1, they had like number 11, 15, 13. Yes, they get one chicken dinner just to cover things back up, but they ended the day with number 13. So it wasn't the best performance from Vietnam. But today, it's crazy for Vietnam. Today, it's like number 3, number 8. Well, number 10. But then again, they got the chicken dinner, so they covered that back up. And considering it's not only about them, the opponents around them as well start to drop. Philippines 1 starts to drop performance. Philippines 2, yes, they had a good start, but towards the end, it was a little bit shaky. Myanmar 1, good start as well, but a little bit shaky towards the end. Vietnam 1 took advantage of that, and we might see them at number 1. And yes, true enough, and they have a 16-point gap with Philippines 2.
It stretched out quite a bit. Then the previous one was like 2, 3, and then 8 in between. And now they're stretching over with also extra elimination and that chicken dinner in the last one. And the most chicken dinner team, like you mentioned before, the only team got themselves triple chicken dinner in the SEA Games. While Philippines too being pushed down, but it's just 1 point, not really, 8 points away with Myanmar first team. Finally cracking out the triple-digit code here for Myanmar first team. Indonesia and Indonesia first and second is just 1 point away. Oh, they're so close. But looking over the other teams, you have Thai, Philippines, Malaysia, both 8 and 9 place. 10 place Vietnam, 11 Myanmar second team, 12 place Thai second team, Laos at 13, they pushed up quite a lot, but 14, 15, 16, now they're stuck here for Brunei first, Brunei second, and Cambodia. But the race for the medals is going to be the top 3, and it's still reachable for everybody up to the 8th place, especially.
Yeah, well, with 5 more games to go tomorrow, right? It could still swap. I mean, even number 1 is not sealed yet. Vietnam 1, they still have to be on their top performance tomorrow as well. I think we can expect to see that the 1, 2, 3, at least the 3, will be played onto the final game tomorrow. So ladies and gentlemen, make sure you stick around because you don't want to miss on the action on the final day of the SEA Games. Who will bring home the glory for their country, whether it's bronze, silver, or gold medal? Everyone wants a piece of that. Everyone wants to go home hanging that on their neck. But ladies and gentlemen, that is all for us. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Choo Choo. We'll be seeing you again tomorrow. Make sure you stick around, same time, same channel. Don't forget to follow whichever channel that you're currently watching this, whether it's on YouTube or on Facebook. But we'll be passing it back to our host over in Vietnam. Take it away.
Đội tuyển đã giành được winner chicken dinner trong game thi đấu cuối cùng của ngày hôm nay. Hãy cùng với Thảo Trang phỏng vấn anh em một chút nhé. Xin chào anh Thành Rabbit. Bây giờ thì anh đang cảm thấy như thế nào? Cá nhân em cùng với các bạn khán giả ở trong đây thì vô cùng là xúc động và tự hào. Bây giờ thì sau 2 chiến thắng mọi người đã có tinh thần tốt hơn chưa?
Hi Rabbit, congratulations on your victory. So you have 2 winner chicken dinner already. How are you feeling right now and how's the team spirit? Is it better now?
Với 2 chiến thắng lần này thì bọn mình tự tin là ngày mai chúng mình có thể giành được huy chương vàng cho Việt Nam.
So Rabbit said that with 2 chicken today, he's very confident that Vietnam will get the golden medal tomorrow.
Tất cả chúng ta hãy cùng đặt trọn niềm tin vào các đội tuyển của Việt Nam. Hy vọng chúng ta sẽ giành được huy chương vàng trong kỳ SEA Games này. Câu hỏi thứ hai, quay trở lại game thi đấu một chút. Trong vòng bo thứ 4 trong game thi đấu vừa rồi, em có để ý là đội tuyển Việt Nam đã di chuyển ra khỏi khu vực nhà kho để tiến thẳng khu vực thùng thính. Tại sao mọi người lại đưa ra được quyết định như vậy?
So on the fourth red zone, you guys move to the airdrop. Why did you do that?
Với cái vòng bo nãy thì bọn mình quyết định là di chuyển ra ngoài, là em call team nhưng mà các thành viên trong đội chưa có làm theo được, nên là khi mà địch công vào thì bọn em sợ bọn em chạy để bỏ lại em lại chết.
So Rabbit said that on that act, he was the one who called the team to the airdrop, but they didn't do it until they are chased by another team. They're too scared and they run.
Tuy là anh Rabbit có bỏ mạng lại nhưng mà anh lại được chứng kiến cũng như là được call team ở ngoài, đúng không? Trong cái tình huống cuối khi mà phải chứng kiến những người em của mình 2v2 với một đội tuyển rất là mạnh thì lúc đó anh Rabbit có run không?
So on the last round, when you sit and watch your teammate 2 versus 2, were you shaking?
Thật sự thì mình ở ngoài thì mình cảm thấy là mình run hộ 2 thằng em đang bắn, nhưng mà với top 1 này thì quá là ok rồi ạ.
So Rabbit said that he was shaking for his teammates, but this winner chicken dinner is also okay.
Thảo Trang cũng như là các khán giả đang có mặt tại đây cũng rất là run trong tình huống đó, nhưng mà sau tất cả thì chúng ta đã giành được chiến thắng rồi. Một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng cho anh Rabbit cùng với đội tuyển của mình và chúc cho anh sẽ thi đấu thật tốt trong ngày thi đấu ngày mai và giành huy chương vàng nhé. Thank you and good luck. Các bạn khán giả thân mến, như vậy là game thi đấu vừa rồi đã khép lại ngày thi đấu thứ 2 trong nội dung thi đấu đồng đội của bộ môn PUBG Mobile tại SEA Games 31. Cảm ơn các bạn khán giả đã quan tâm theo dõi. Xin chào tạm biệt và hẹn